That's you, Juna.
All right, everybody. What is up with it? I am not a commentator, so I missed that cue. Thank you, Austin. Let me mute this Twitch chat. Okay. So welcome to Director's Cut. This is a retrospective inspired by Salil's series for the shows that he directs. This is also just useful for us to kind of review our work, kind of like how players review their VODs. Broadcasters should also review their work. So before we begin, I will thank Sago for 96 months and also Earth for 4 months. Thank you for all your support of Melee Every Day and our broadcasts, and thank you all for joining us today. First, we'll go around the room and introduce everybody. But I am Juna, the producer for this show. And then Austin, you can go next.
All right, what's up, you guys? It's Flash from 117, director for most things, replay op for other things. Been around for a while.
Hello, folks. I'm Nikki. You probably know me from all sorts of things, but I am the broadcast engineer for this show and many other shows. And yeah, Midwest Melee. Been around for a bit now.
What's up? I'm Ayub or Avian. I came up the show. I've done other things like stage manage. I do that a lot at the shows. Done some replay apping, stuff like that.
And then let's go with
I had
Earth
a K in.
next.
Okay, well, I'll change the cams.
Oh, yeah, you swapped it out. Nice. All right, K can go then.
Oh, hey there, everyone. I'm K1. I was running replay and VTR for BOBC. Probably you've never seen me because I'm always in the back, but I've done like other Genesises and replay for those. So, hello. Nice to meet everyone.
K was also our network engineer, by the way.
That too. Making sure that the net actually works. It worked.
It worked.
I'll pass it off to Earth.
Hi, I'm Earth. This is my cat Alfie. I do GFX integration and did that for this event, and also did CG op stuff on Sunday, but yeah, mostly do GFX stuff. Done that for Riptide, Jenny, a bunch of different stuff. Yeah.
Shouts to Level 1, our integration team. And then Nigo.
Hey, what's up? I'm Jared, or Nigo. Apologies in advance if I sound kind of weird. I'm like in a weird place right now, not far away from my house. But I got brought in to the Battle of BC team via Juna to be the finals producer. My background is I've done a bunch of different producing for a certain company, and it was really cool just to hang out with the Melee Every Day Battle of BC and Level 1 teams this time around. So thank you for having me on.
Awesome. And I'm just going to mention this because Azu just subscribed for 98 months. Did you know Azu is the original Melee Everyday streamer, the very first person to run a broadcast on the Melee Everyday channel? So glad he could be joining us today. That's some deep lore right there.
True legend.
All right. I believe that's everyone that we have in the room currently. There may be other people joining us later, but let's kick it off with... We're going to start with a Melee Top 8. Figure it's going to take a while to get through all of the Sunday shows, so we're just going to start with Melee Top 8.
All right. Loud.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So one challenge with going from Melee Top 24 to Melee Top 8, of course, is the stage transition. We have to consolidate the stage, which takes some time. Yeah, we can watch the entire intro because it's pretty sick. But yeah, Top 8 show for Melee begins with the intro video, into the host, into the walk-ins.
Wish we had more precise nudge tools on Twitch.
Oh,
YouTube.
use the
There's
YouTube
one, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure you could pull that while we're watching. Shoutouts to Action Esports for putting this this intro video together over the first few days.
Ashcon Esports.
Yeah, not to be confused with Action.
Like the first week or so, I thought it was Ashcon.
Always amazed how fast you could turn these over too.
Yeah, it's great.
It takes so much time and skill to get these put together and make them like engaging. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I know it's a pretty big lift on the editing team, which is why not every Smash major does custom intros like this. The countdown was inspired by the Genesis countdown intro, but this is also just a countdown that is used in a lot of esports opening shows to build hype.
So I've always wondered that if they edit overnight or if they edit just really late into the night. Because like if top 7 or top 8 for our previous game finished at like 11 p.m., then when do you have to edit?
Right. So I think this
like
Tekken top 8 was the last one that they got. So I think it was overnight. Kita went straight home and edited right after Tekken ended. Yeah, it was very quick turnover. Shouts to Kita.
Wild.
All right, so we have Blur as our host.
23 years of Melee, everything is where
It's been a little while. I don't know if I've had
a
Blur as a
beautiful,
host
very
before,
Canadian
actually.
live audience. We
I
have
can't think of a time.
Not that I remember.
we have the beautiful people in Twitch chat. Whether you've been doing this for as
So,
long as I have, or you're very
leading
new
up to this,
everything is where it's supposed to be.
Nigo,
Yes, that's right.
the
You
finals
can feel it in
producer,
the
is
air.
briefing
Another Melee
Blur
topic.
on kind of the blocking, how the walk-in is going
Friday,
to
we started
happen,
with
what order they're going to be
398.
in.
Behind me are all the
I am
names.
also talking to
They're
the
called.
commentators,
Now
kind
we
of
only
going
have
over the
8
run of
left.
show with them so that they know
But
what's happening.
your
But
opponent can take
briefing
a
the
lot from you,
talent
they can take away
for
your
this
second
opening
life,
sequence is
but they
actually
can't
really
take
important.
your love for the game.
Yeah, we got the
Vancouver,
IFB in
I
there.
wanna hear it.
Yeah,
Who's ready for some
so
Melee?
Blur has an IFB earpiece in to get cues from Austin. And then a big challenge
only
with
do
this
this once a
show,
year, Vancouver.
with this
One more
walk-in,
time,
is
with all
actually
your
the
heart.
lighting and
Who's
the
ready for some
blocking and
Melee?
staging, which is like the positioning of the host and the cameras was pretty challenging.
So shortly, and crowd, I want you to work.
I was
with me.
worried
I'm
it border's
about
too
to
dark when I was
lead
shooting
off
this, but
our top
it
eight
looks
competitors.
okay.
We're gonna walk
Looks okay
through
with the
here.
commentator lights.
I want you to pick a champion. You
It
guys are
is,
no
yeah,
longer in
passable.
bracket. You guys have
Yeah,
your
it's
ring.
like made do
And
with what
when
we
they
had.
come through, I want to
Yeah.
all your heart and soul.
This light,
Give a big cheer
the
for
lighting
whoever you
design
wanna
was
win.
not.
If you don't want
We
them to
didn't
win,
have crowd
don't
wash
cheer.
basically.
Don't
I think if we
cheer.
had some crowd
Only
wash
pick
or
your
some
favorites,
blinders,
okay?
it would go
And
pretty
then,
far.
as they come through,
help.
they're gonna feel your energy.
Getting
they're
the
gonna be
players.
prepared, okay?
Also, hi, I'm
So
Extreme Man.
first
I was
up,
the
we have
stage manager. Running a little
the
late because
Canadian- or
Costco
the
things.
Texas sensation,
Getting the players
best
organized
Falcons
wasn't
of the
too
world.
bad, but
It is
you know,
Salt.
once you kind of get the first player down, then they kind of get the hang of it pretty quick.
Yeah. One thing I do want to work on next time is since this was the first top 8, it did take a little bit of time before we could actually start the walk-ins with the players. Something I will at least work on is having a more accurate time window. That way the players don't have to like stand around and wait for such a long time. And we did tighten this up for Ultimate Top 8. But I know that was one
Up
piece of
next,
feedback I got from
we
Cody.
have one of our favorites, but in losers now.
Yeah, what
Jake
JPEG just
Dorado
said
now
of
moved to
the
SoCal.
player cards,
It is
because they aren't
FlyQuest.
the same overlay
J-Mook.
cards as the for the commentators because they have seed and country on them. They're like literally we were pulling that change in like less than 20 minutes before this of having to have a whole new back end side of this for the showing individuals in sequence versus a bunch of people at once. And
Yeah, originally the lower thirds during the walk-in was definitely an extra, but
And now, our
Toby
number one
crushed
player
it.
in the
and,
world, but
I
in
think with
losers.
some assistance with JPEG
It
as
is
well.
newly
But
sponsored, now
gotta
from
hand it to
sports.
Toby
Cody
and
Schwab.
Fantasy Primal for helping put together these graphics overnight. The headshots that we used for the top 8 show were also worked on and processed overnight.
yeah, Primal got the stack real quick in editing out like the whole backdrop for the players. But yeah,
Up
JPEG
next,
did
we
a lot
have
of the like
the
last
best
second
player in
read,
Australia,
get
but
things,
now moved to SoCal.
get the graphics
On a
looking
heater,
nice and
it is
pretty.
most
and
moguls.
animation.
Josh Man.
Still not sure why it's doing the that
The
bug.
Flash.
The Flash.
But-
So if I were to guess, it's because I have to clear these graphics manually by making them hidden, and when they're not active, they're cached. So when I put them back up, they're reading the cache of what they were before I hid them last for like a split second,
Wow.
and then they will
Add it again?
refresh with the updated
goat?
data.
The go.
The only
It's
thing
a
with that
Cloud
is,
Nine's Mango.
oh, the only thing with that is just the way that we have to handle the actual. You've got a sponsor now, so like if one of the things, if you note, it doesn't always flash, but sometimes it does if there's a sponsor and there wasn't one before. So my guess is that it also has something to do with like just the fact of if someone has a name that is
Up
a
next,
million,
the greatest
like,
Japanese player
characters
to
long,
ever
we have
do
to resize that very
and
quickly.
the best Yoshi to ever do it.
So-
Red Bulls.
Data loading
Taking
shit,
it
you know.
I want to just shout out both Dylan Tazai and Nabibi, who was doing cam utility. Dylan was the wireless camera operator, and he really had to
Filming these.
hustle to film these.
Yeah, you got
and
your steps
walk
in, bro.
backwards.
Up next,
They're
we
running.
have my
Yeah, there he
top
is.
one for third
Yep,
Super
you
Major
can
win
see
in a
him
row.
reset after each
It's
call.
going to be.
And sometimes the host would just go when the camera's on, though, which is understandable. But like,
Yeah.
Dylan's just sprinting back.
Yeah, just gotta do
Yeah.
that quick like 25-yard dash every time.
Yeah.
That's one.
Blur's pacing-
Their spacing was good.
I was gonna say, do we prime the players to like say like, hey, take a casual walk forward, or because like pacing kind of changes of the players essentially.
Coming off an impressive.
Yeah, the
second place
pace
at
for the
Collision.
players was definitely
It is
kind of
the fastest
improvised,
player in the
but
game. It is
kind of what we
Hungry
used
Box.
was I told Blur to wait for the camera to reset before calling the next person.
Here we go.
I just want to say, Hungry Box really did use this
Oh, yeah.
moment to show his personality here, which is really the purpose of these walk-ins.
Forever a content creator.
Yeah, these
This
are
is
really
the only one
like,
that really knows.
And the
Yeah.
Battle BC light, like the projection on the back is pretty big. I remember people were talking about that.
It's huge. It's also really nice. It adds a little
How does he do it?
context
How
to
does
the
he do it? I
venue.
don't
Makes
know.
it
Yeah.
All right, so we
Yeah,
have our
the
front
go-go's
row
are
debate
really
about to
good.
come
Kinda,
up. One last cheer for your top eight.
Shouts to Martin Zarenga.
Yeah, with the players walking in, it could be something where it's like just. I know that there used to
Now,
be
Walt,
players
Radar, take it
picking
away.
music of walk-in, so then you would have the at least the beat of. said
Ladies
music.
and gentlemen, welcome to Battle of
Yeah, it's like the
BC6.
CEO method. Yeah.
How you doing
Yeah,
today?
yeah, that's definitely the next level. Having music for each person.
Guys, we have
I
an
tried to tell players
unbelievable
to-
Melee top
it's good.
8 ready for you today in beautiful Vancouver.
Sorry,
Canada.
I tried to
I'm
tell
turned
players
down
to
the
like
wall. I am, of
hype
course,
up a little
joined
bit,
by
but
Radar.
no one was
My big
really
question for you guys
doing
today
it. I was
is,
like,
are
go
you
interact with the
ready?
crowd.
These
But-
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
kind of what we expected. I think the players
Yeah,
need to be
it's got a-
conditioned
we've got
over
such a good
several
lineup ahead of
shows,
us.
several
Anyone want that? That was the
walk-ins,
most
and they'll
content-filled
actually
opener
finally
by
get it.
Xbox I've
It was
ever seen.
unbelievable.
Truly,
He might win the tournament.
truly
VOD could be a
special
bit quieter.
moment, and
Okay.
we've got so many
Thanks,
more
Jacob.
special moments coming up. This is a stacked top 8. There's nothing
I'll
else you
turn
can
it down
really
a
say
little bit.
besides that. Like,
you.
so many good matches.
On the tech side for those
so many kind of
walk-ins, I
mean
think
gonna
one of
move
the
this-
things I would have
I'm gonna move
liked
this
is
monitor real
just
quick.
Jmook
a
and
wider
Salt
camera.
coming up.
I think it would have just added more to the
Gotcha.
feeling of the
This could be an
walk-ins.
interesting matchup for a bunch of reasons.
Yeah.
One
Dylan
of
did a
those
great
reasons,
job. I mean, no
Jmook, a
fault
player
there.
who has
Just like a
kind of
thought
undergone quite a lot
as
of
I'm watching
change,
back.
recently moved to the West Coast.
Yeah, I think in the
Really
future I
pursuing
might
kind of
cut
things
down
like
the
content,
timing
making,
into
new
like
skits,
half
kind
of that
thing,
walk-in.
but also
It was a little
trying to
long,
kinda
especially for what
hone
melee
in
players are
and
used to.
stabilize,
But
gameplay
yeah,
that at
like I
one
said,
point
I think
looked like he could kind of land the
doing
number one
these
spot,
little
for
pieces
sure.
to help
And so
people
for Jmook,
have their
there's still
opportunities to show
so
off their
much to
personality
prove.
is kind of what we're trying
But
to
on
go
the other
for.
side of it,
But
Salt,
at the same time, we
such
don't
an
want
electric
to eat
player,
up everyone's
already
time as
outplacing
they
her
prepare
seed.
for top 8.
And we talked to Salt earlier.
I think we were thinking have them come out of the crowd or something like that at first, but then we decided on
That was
more
one of my
wrestling type
stupid
entrance.
ideas.
I think it would have worked if we could have like
Crazy to think, but it looks like we're gonna get into our
Good.
warm-up
But you at
right
one
now.
point had it set up
Guys,
of
this
the
time
like
last
it was
year, when
going
you
to
talk
be
about
two
the
players
greater
at once,
narrative of
and
what
like the
Melee
whole
has
graphic
been,
was just named
Jmook
Wedding
in the
Block.
conversation for number one
Yeah.
around March, April last year. Of course, the
It
win,
ended
the
up
win in
almost
Genesis
just being
last year,
named
the win
Forever
at
Alone on
Collision
the
last year.
like overlay.
He was
But
the guy to beat. He's had a little bit of a
You know, that's kind of an interesting idea, like more wedding style, because usually, like, you know, the bride comes down with her husband or her father. I don't know what happens. Doing like doubles, but the players for each match come down together.
Yeah.
Maybe do some
next
more
time we have to
interesting
make
like,
them lock
interactions.
that's the way
Yeah.
you would do it with bridesmaids and
yeah.
groomsmen is like you have them matching and walking in together.
Also,
right. Or like have them go up with their opponent if they know their opponent. Have them walk in
Yeah.
with their opponent.
It's too bad we weren't able to stream Teddy's wedding. Blade Wise's, because he had basically a Melee tournament wedding. It was sick. Could have done something like that for that.
Yeah, originally I was looking at Red Bull Kumite, New York, for walk-in ideas, and they do 2 at a time, but I decided once we got on site, we didn't have enough space in the middle to do that.
So what I've been trying to what I've been trying to sell is like walk-ins for a while is like essentially we just do it like the way that actual fighting events, whether it be, you know, boxing or UFC, where if we're gonna do the whole like wedding walk idea, they should walk up onto the stage and like they do a face-off, and then we have the tail of the tape idea, which I know we've talked about in graphics before.
Both players just kind of trying to
Yeah,
stabilize here.
Yeah, I agree
there's
on
still
that.
a lot
Like-
of workshopping.
Or like MMA type thing.
I feel like the MMA idea could be cool, where we even just put like a ring light on their face, or even having like one of the the spotters just like put it up on their face, just shine the light, like shine their faces. That would look really cool.
Yeah, like if we want to get really cheesy with it, we could probably like have like the top 8 intro video for each game would be, if you've ever watched a UFC event, it always starts with like these like black and white videos of the fighters talking about like, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna destroy this guy, he ain't nothing, just in front of like a black background, and they'll just talk about each other, and then eventually it cuts to like their highlights from their career as they're about to go in and fight, and you get like the matchups and everything. That'd be a little derivative. We could probably put our own twist on it, but it would be pretty hype.
At some point there you end up with the like, is this a salty sweet intro? Or
Yeah, there you go.
I think
Yeah, like
one of
proper
the
top
things-
8.
Yeah, one of the things too that would be kind of cool is just the like making sure that when we've got like the players that are either going up on stage, figuring out the best way of getting a shot where we're not in the way of the crowd seeing what's going on stage, and like the shot is still showing like the actual action on stage. So like you've got like everybody is actually seeing the player's face versus seeing the player's face through a screen. So kind of like back of house shot.
Yeah, tying up the live experience is definitely something we would like to continue to work on. Especially since Genesis.
Or if you did like a Street Fighter event, you could do a real close-up on the competitors' faces and have them do the little, you know, they can do the direction while it's loading. Make them like smile or grimace. You know what I'm talking?
Oh, that would be
The
really
little-
funny, actually. Yeah, you would like you would have like different shots of them, like maybe like in the photo booth they would take different like expressions from each of them, like 4 different expressions, and then have them like we would toggle
Like
them.
oscillate between them, yeah.
Yeah, I like where you're going with that. Yeah, Ayub. Sorry, I was just gonna say Ayub had a lot of creative ideas that we ended up not able to implement in this show, but I think we will definitely save them for future ones.
Yeah. I like to go too crazy with it, and then we can find a way to bring it down a little, dial it back, see what we can do with it.
It's easier to scale down than it is to scale up.
Yeah, good point.
Plus, then it also lets you at least beta test something of the like, yeah, we couldn't get this fully working this time, but now we've got this information for next time. So
Yeah, like a proof of concept, exactly.
So I have a question for everybody involved as well as chat. So in terms of these player cams, when we have a full player cam on each side of the overlay, there have been a couple of different like ways to frame these shots, like when we're in game. I usually try to do like essentially like a natural looking, like pretty much full person like profile, but sometimes we get in a little bit closer. I know in Ultimate we tend to get a lot closer because they're smaller, so you just make the image or like the subject a little larger. But I know, like, for example, in some of the old big houses, they got like pretty close up, like not like essentially a close up, not a super close up, but
Nine was very much an exception.
yeah.
I don't remember that.
So yeah, I guess the main options are like the full profile, the like bust, and then also including the controller. I'd say are the main 3, right?
I especially like to see the controller, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like to see the controller, especially with how much space we have to work with for melee overlays.
Yeah, and also like it just also depends on the size of. So this would be like a potential discussion you have with your graphics team. How large you want the cutouts for like the player for like for the player shots to be, because sometimes they're like in a regular size, they're taller or they're wider, so you kind of work out with a little more. I like this size, if not maybe a little bit shorter, just because like Jmook has a lot of headroom over him, and he's not a short person. So of course it also depends on the framing of the camera, but it's always something to consider.
He does sit back a decent bit from the camera, from the
That is
TV,
true.
so it's a bit harder.
I think this was also because we had just changed stage.
Yeah, and notably P1 side always had like a slight more distance than P2 side because of just the way that the stage was set up, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and I think we fixed it somewhere in the middle of the set, or I fixed it somewhere in here.
At some point, yeah.
Because Jmook looks kind of small here.
So it's just the thing of like the question of whether or not a player is going like this when they're playing, or whether or not they're like
locked in
this over like their controller, because
Right.
it's kind of the thing of like, are you going to end up with the awkward shot of someone's controller and just like their like torso, or are you going to end up with the like awkwardly zoomed in like slack face shot?
But yeah, Kevin Dhir mentioned in some conversation that we've had in pre-playing that he does like to be able to see the controllers. So I am glad that we were able to fulfill that with these ISOs.
Especially because we had some interesting controllers. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, regarding controller, it builds a lot of narrative tension if someone's like mashing the controller trying to get an input through, and like you as the viewer are able to see that. While if it's out of camera shot, then you don't know.
I feel like it really adds an extra layer of emotion because you can tell when players are really frustrated. Especially with players like Jmook, where you can't see it as much in their face, where it's more like their inputs.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
I think the other thing to think about is just also, like I mentioned in chat, of just the quality of the cameras, because the thing of like, can you, like, where are you actually putting the like focus, like the focal point in the actual camera shot, especially because like again, like where their controllers are versus where their faces are can impact that. If the cameras are super good, or if the cameras are really shit, then you might not want to have that like awkward zoom in blur shot.
Yeah, I was really happy with the quality of our player ISOs though.
Okay,
Yeah,
show my
that's-
camera.
Nikki.
Why am I not on stream? I want to show it. I have all the cameras and all the
Nikki,
stuff
replace
ready.
me.
Yeah, let's see Nikki.
Yes,
Let's get the Nikki cam.
Nikki's goat.
Oh, just tell me when I'm on.
You're on, you're good.
There you go.
So, for Battle of BC, I purchased 3 new cameras for us to kind of replace what we were using before, which was the Canon Vixia G40s, G20s, and XA35.
Yep.
So we've been using BGH1s, this camera, at many events for a while now, through Waveform, through other folks. But I'd like them for ourselves because they're really nice. They're a little box cam, powered all over Ethernet, SDI 1080p60, HDMI, literally all the bells and whistles we need. And then we've got a 12mm Samyang. And usually we were shooting, I believe, f3.5, f4, so not too much depth of field, but enough with especially like the crowd, the large background. Yeah, what else is there? I don't know.
At first we had 2.8, we lowered the ISO a little.
Yeah.
Make it look a little crispier.
Yeah.
PoE
But,
is
I mean,
pretty
as
cool.
you can tell, they look great.
Yeah,
PoE
use it
is
for the wide
fantastic.
as well.
Do you want to speak a little bit about the like challenges with the house lighting that we had with the cameras, with the player ISOs? Because I know those were
a
a challenge for
pain.
day 1 and 2.
So, yeah, as you can see, like in the backgrounds of like the player ISOs, we've got 2 pretty big spotlights. Those were coming in from the venue, facing towards the projectors. They're nice because like usually you can get like a little bit of hair lighting. You can see it on Jmook here. It's nice. It gives a little silhouette, makes it feel a bit more distinct. Now, the issue is that these were really bright day 1 and 2. We lowered them to about, I think, 70%, and we're pretty happy with that overall. But they're still, once you see them in the full screen, like, starbursts, huge, just hard to ignore. I wish we had, like, adjusted the blinders a bit better. But, something for next time. thanks to Zarango and the Showmax folks for helping us get that done. They are great lights. They look really nice when you're in like this view here.
Yeah, and I think on day 1 and 2 it was because we were in a different part of the stage. They were much more of a problem. It was nice to see that they didn't cause as much of an issue on the finals day.
They were a lot less on straight.
Yeah, exactly.
I was really happy at how that perspective looked once we centered the table.
I also really like. I was gonna say I also really liked with the P1 when you go to P1 just and it's like full view, you can see Walt and Radar there. I actually really like that.
Oh, that was another thing we didn't talk about. The commentary move.
Yeah, we talked about that, Nikki.
Yeah, so this was something we discussed in pre-prod where we were like, hey, maybe we could move the commentators closer to the players or to the crowd, because in days 1 and 2, if you saw, it was kind of off to the side. You had this huge pillar in the background. It didn't look amazing. It didn't look bad either. I was happy with what we could do there. Day 2, end of night, we are basically moving over the entire commentary booth to the spot that it's in at this point, which is a bit to, well, actually you can see, I think, Radar there right behind Jmook. Yeah, so it's right there, right behind the players. We did give all the players noise canceling headphones to accommodate some other stuff that I'm going to talk about. But yeah, so we moved them all there. We set up the lights, everything. It took about 45 minutes, maybe 30. So it wasn't too bad, but it was an extra ask. And with this, it means that if we put the commentary in-house, which we did try, it's a bit more effort. We have to kind of work it harder to make sure it doesn't cause any feedback or bleed in at all. And Feith, our audio engineer, is a goddamn expert. Managed to... for Melee, it didn't work out as well as we'd hoped, just because, we couldn't adjust as much on the fly once everything's gone live.
Yeah.
But for Ultimate, we really pulled it together and got it working.
Yeah, so having in-house commentary was an ask that I received from Rodney, actually, one of our top 4 Ultimate commentators. And I've seen this done with more shows in FGC, especially Red Bull Kumite New York had in-house commentary. So, at first I kind of entertained the idea. I tried to survey a few players to see how they would feel about it too. Try to ask some of the commentators. It definitely felt like more of an ask from the Ultimate community. So for Melee, I knew it was going to be an extra. It was going to be experimental. We tried not to be stagnant with the quality of our shows. So I'm always trying to push the crew. And I definitely pushed Feith, our audio engineer here. It was really difficult to work with the way that the speakers in-house were routed, and also the type of speakers, because they were not initially set up for in-house announcements. So that was something that got fixed between Melee Top 8 and Ultimate, and which is why it ended up working for Ultimate as well.
Yeah, it's definitely something we'll have to bring up earlier in pre-prod if it is an ask that somebody wants.
Really good stuff, but again, and we thought maybe it was causing an issue during Ultimate, but I guess we'll get to that.
Troll.
But yeah, shoutouts to Radar and Walt for being open to the idea, because I know casting a top 8 where you are live to the audience is a very different feel. So they did we try to give them heads up so they could prepare for that. And yeah, I think you mentioned, or Nikki mentioned, I did buy noise canceling headphones, pretty expensive ones, to make sure no one complains about the noise, not having noise canceling or not having headphones or that kind of thing.
Which I have an opinion, or I have an opinion that I would like to ask of everyone here as well as the chat, and they know what I'm going to ask. So, in the event that, there's a lot of audio situation on the main stage, should production be responsible for providing headphones, or should the players playing be expected to bring their own? Because that is an interesting issue that we've run across several shows where people are like, why don't you have headphones for me? And it's like, of my opinion, I'm like, this is your job to play this game. You should bring the necessary tools you need to
Oh, wait,
perform your
we
best.
should pause here because we should talk about this part a bit more depth. But
Oh,
for
yeah.
your question,
Interviews.
yes, players should bring their own headphones.
Like, what's next? Do you
It's
want me
bring
to loan
your
you a
own
controller? Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's bring your own controller, bring your own headphones, please.
I think though, if we're doing things like in-house, if we're trying to do something like in-house commentary, and that's something that they don't have control over,
That's
it's not
more
that
understandable.
not that we owe them like headphones, but it's more understandable that we can be like, okay, there's some kind of a solution. But if there's no in-house, it's just game audio, then yeah, you should have your own headphones.
Now, Leffen walks up to me and asks for headphones. I'm giving him headphones, but I'm gonna be unhappy that he didn't bring his headphones.
He took feats this weekend.
I think it's
yeah.
also just like the question of like whether or not is there an audio sponsor that's going to be making everyone use the same headphones anyways. So like
that's true.
people might
And they
just, like,
never require us to always have those headphones on stream.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. The monitors for the FGC ones did not have speakers, so you have to give them headphones.
Yes, yeah, monitors not having speakers, that's pretty normal and something we do have to account for. But that's not Melee.
Yeah.
Melee,
I mean-
we have TVs with speakers, so
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm of the
For,
mindset
like-
that we should. Oh, go on.
Oh, just like for rivals, like Danger, like for the back of the monitors, we just had a headphone splitter like there for then the different players to be able to plug in their own headsets. Of y'all got your own things that way. Though I guess then you run into the problem of like, do people like have wired headphones anymore too?
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and
I'm
that
of the
actually could
mindset
be a
that we
thing.
if we can accommodate for it, we should provide them. Especially if we plan to do some stuff with like in-house commentary and stuff. But they, it's always hard because like what players are always going to bring that with them to every show.
Yeah,
Can
I think this
someone take
ask
the 10 of them
happens.
from my garage.
This ask happens regardless of if there's in-house commentary or not. Eventually, but yeah. For this specific case, because I knew we were planning to do in-house commentary, I went ahead and bit the bullet and bought these headphones because it was something I wanted to try too. So that's how we ended up with those.
Yeah, it's like what Jules is saying here. They don't know if in-house comm is going to be beforehand. It's like 90% of shows or 95% of shows are not doing that. But this was like right. You said somebody asked, so
Yeah, I know a reason Leffen told me that he kind of expected headphones is because FGC usually has the headphones, but also a lot of FGC tournaments tend to have their audio sponsors more often.
A lot of
So
sponsors.
yeah,
he's getting incarnated.
but we're working on it, and I have headphones now for the stage, so there we go.
If possible,
You
if
Leffen and Cody. Sorry.
if we're able to be flexible, and if players bring their own headphones or earphones that they want to use, for us to have like a mixed sound on stage that they can just plug into, that'd be great too.
We do.
Yeah,
all.
we do that.
We always have that, I believe.
Gotcha.
We have 4 mix amps that we bring to every event. 2 that are dedicated to players, 1 for commentary, 1 backup. We always have also nowadays, we didn't before, but going forward, have extension cables for 3.5, so that way they don't have to worry about how far am I sitting back? Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll still miss it, but
We always give them the option.
Yeah,
I
would
think we
say
accommodate pretty well. That's my point.
right. Yeah.
Shall we continue?
Yeah, let's talk about the
Yeah,
interview.
because we have I'm gonna back it up a little bit. This is our first interview. If you want to talk about how this went, like all the stuff that went in prompting, probably.
Yeah.
But we got a couple words from
So sideline interviews,
talking with our winners of the set. Let's take it over there.
they're relatively new to Smash. There's something we introduced at Genesis 10, kind of Salil's idea to have that. We want to help establish the storylines and also be able to have the players show their personalities more, especially with we don't have summits anymore, so there's less opportunity for players to show off their personalities. So I really wanted to make an effort to have these for Battle of BC and kind of start to make this a standard when possible. It is quite a lift because it requires a producer for the briefing and queuing. It requires the separate camera operator to capture this. It requires the replay operator, tape operator to capture the recording as well. And then, there's a lot of moving parts.
Probably also explain that these are not actually live, by the way, technically.
Well,
I
we don't
just
have
saw
to
the R with that one.
we don't have to share all the secret sauce, but
Well, you said recording, so
yeah, no, I'm joking. But yeah, Nigo, if you want to talk about like briefing and queuing for the interviews a bit.
Yeah. So basically, I was in charge of just briefing our two hosts, Blur and Goose, and they did a wonderful job, both of them. And basically, I was just there to just like be there to like hold their hand and be like, all right, so this is what we're gonna do next. We have this many interviews for this block. And what you're going to do is you're going to just talk to this person for, well, we started off to like 1 to 2 minutes, but then we shortened it to like 30 to 45 seconds. And it was just this, like, just be really quick about it, show off like some of like what happened, how are they feeling, just get more of the background of what's inside the players' heads, because we don't really see that in top 8s anymore. So just like, I was just there to be just like making sure that they're doing good. And then I was also a human clapperboard for Ayub, our camera op for that. So that was pretty fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, just I was just the glue for all of that, so Juno can be the oversight for everything else.
I know board part.
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say I super appreciate that because like when running VTR and replay simultaneously, you have like 8 things you're doing at once, and oftentimes I don't actually get to watch the interview and be like, okay, scrub back to when they started talking. So having a huge visual cue like that, on top of running the replay reel, that because we're recording that during the replay reel, so I need to ingest the camera and audio of that, while also making sure communicating to our director Austin, replay reels, and etc. So it's a lot of moving parts, but that helped out a lot. And on that one, was that the one that we had to salvage from halfway through? I forget.
Yeah, so this is the one that so like the whole process was like kind of more of a work in progress, and this is the one where we kind of realized like, oh shoot, I need to be on top of like letting everyone know that we're doing this and just reminding everyone of what's going on, because I think we ended up scrapping the end of this interview because I think like something with DMX happened. So Cody was like a little bit pissed about it, but also he's just Cody, so I was like, I'm sorry.
It was a good interview, this one, but yeah.
Yeah.
This is not helping the current discourse about Cody.
I'm sorry, but I'm joking. But it just made me realize that to make all this work, everyone needs to be in lockstep while we're doing other things, because this is happening when we're running replays. Commentators are talking over it, so there's a lot more happening in the background that you guys don't really see on the stream while we're getting like the next part of the pipeline going.
So
that was like a learning experience for me for this part of the show.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential points of failure in that signal flow where the audio gets broken at, and so we kind of troubleshoot as we go. And again, our audio engineer, Feith, incredible. Executive made the decision to, okay, we can still salvage this, just go to the part where like the audio issues end, because like we fixed it midway through that interview, and so we just rolled it from that point.
Yeah, I really gotta hand it to our crew, our Sunday crew. Kind of everyone was doing double duty in some way. Like Kay was doing not only the replays, VTR, the tape, but also managing the replays and making sure those are captured, and also making sure the audio is getting captured. And then Feith is also doing the audio engineering for the broadcast and the interviews, and managing the house audio as well. Also, while this is up, I want to point out the stats on the bottom bar of the Melee scoreboard here, which were flown in by Toby. Yeah, everyone was focusing on at least 2 different things. Also, Alex, the stage manager, was making sure to grab the winner as soon as the set is over, and making sure, we ask, hey, are you up for an interview right after your set? Making sure the players are okay with that too. So yeah, there's with this show, one of the goals was to, with the sideline interviews, is that they should not extend the runtime of the top 8. In order to do this, like, it requires all those moving parts, and because it doesn't take up the time, it's just all done during the match analysis and while the replays are happening. I think we were able to save a lot of time, but still put out a lot of content doing it that way.
One of the things that is not like easily seen from the outside is just also the amount of insane like planning and like the run of show that like you put together, that is like this thing takes a single step to the left and then this thing to account for this thing, and just the amount of details into like the pre-planning that like Juna, like you put in, and like everybody kind of like we're trying to follow of what like making these things actually end on time and making these things actually like fit together well.
Yeah, I really needed Nigo helping me out on the producer side, because I would have been scrambling otherwise. So yeah, I'm really glad he was able to join for that. Yeah, it would have been impossible.
Yeah, like Juno won't say this, but Juno did a shitload of stuff in pre-production: power distro, signal flow, run a show, just like everything. Because we didn't have I guess a project manager like that. But
yeah, I don't think I saw you sit down for more than an hour at a time. So you were just zipping along, and you were getting asked a million things the entire weekend. And so whatever we can do to just make sure we're doing our job, so you can focus on whatever else someone else needs to get done.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Especially because I was going to be like not moving. The intention was for me to not have to move around so much, but I did end up having to go up a lot. Sorry, what were you saying, Toby?
Oh, just that y'all only saw at least like day of and like the couple of days before and after the event, whereas I was just doomed with BOBC meetings 24/7, and the like, okay, are we watching this together or are you on your phone and not responsive, or how much love does this Google Drive spreadsheet like get versus like these cats? Have you fed him? Like,
balancing BattleVC and my personal life was definitely something I need. That was definitely a learning experience. Kay, I think you had something to say.
I was gonna say, I'd assume that like being a producer or that involved on a show like this, especially on when it's live, is like you're like a single parent of a family of 20. You need to make sure everyone gets fed on top of all your things that you need to do. So it's like, oh hey, wait, didn't I just feed my children 5 hours ago? Right, it's 5 hours ago. Okay.
So Lil gave me this wisdom not too long ago, but feeding the crew on a show is the hardest part of the show. Yeah, so because we didn't have a project manager, I was also the one to set up the food orders all weekend, make sure everybody gets their food orders in, coordinate with the bistro and concessions to make sure that they're able to fulfill all the orders, pay for the orders. And then fortunately, Kay had a friend who shadowed and also helped us out, Alex.
Another Alex.
Not a different Alex, who helped me with the food distribution and lunch and dinner service. And yeah, we had so many people, just so helpful. I'm really happy with the team that we had for BattleVC.
You guys would be surprised how difficult it is to make sure your crew eats. I'm chief of not eating at shows, so.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta tell them.
For like 6 hours, I'm like, are you eating that, or is this like a...
I don't know, man. Sometimes you just get locked in.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Austin's locked in like every single event.
Yeah, especially this show.
Calories by osmosis.
Also, we mentioned that we had like another Alex. Sometimes you're going to get like 4 Alexes or really common names. At a certain point, it's just easier to call people by their handle name, because like, okay, instead of like, you're Alex, were you Alex? Yeah, no, it's like, no, just call them handle. And
yeah,
it's one of the good liberties we have in the gaming space, because we all have multiple names then.
Yeah, I guess I want to say I was really happy with our crew comms situation, because we had, I believe, 10 people on the line, which is a lot of people to be talking all at once. And some people were newer at the comms protocols. Some people were more experienced, but like everyone kind of got used to it after a bit. And I just want to say everyone did a good job, like making sure they copied the response, making sure they had good etiquette when calling for specific people, when they need a specific request, or also just making sure everyone shuts up while we're on last stock is also really important. So Austin, the director, can like focus on the movement while he's also looking at all the different cameras and is about to call like camera movements and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge for everybody, and like I guess you can compare it to like, for anybody who like plays these kind of games, but basically sometimes you have to step up and be the IGL of your comms line or something like that, or if something's going on, sometimes you just gotta call for clear comms or whatever, like just be ready for everybody, check in on everybody.
Stay frosty.
Yeah.
Stay frosty. I think we had a good understanding of like whenever we needed someone to stop talking, like we had a good understanding why, and that kind of thing.
I think we really learned that at Genesis 8, the first top 8 we did with the former Waveform crew, where like, sometimes we talk during the end of games and still be like, shut up everyone. It's like, oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we still had plenty of time and during games to like for banter and like just explain to each other certain moments, and that doesn't happen with every production crew, but I think we all had really good synergy.
It was really fun. I just the immediate response of me being like, so why does Yoshi in Ultimate have this like giant rainbow like thing on egg throws, and just the immediate snap back of he's gay. I was like, yes, I'm here for gay Yoshi. This is my new OTP, or wait, whatever, one true pairing.
Headcanon, I believe.
Thank you. I'm like, I went one-time password.
This is a relevant moment.
There we go.
People have been memeing this caption for a moment. He's just like,
All
right, so
Nikki, here you go. You're on camera. You want to break down?
Okay. So as the broadcast engineer, usually I don't have to do shit. But there's always some fire that comes up, and this is one of those fires. Everything goes out. Right after Cody pops off, I run up and I'm like, oh fuck. See, there I am. Red shirt, same shirt. And I'm like trying to debug it, going around, checking the TVs. Everything seems right. What happened was, there's a couple things. Okay, we're gonna go back to actually the movement to the center of the stages in the transition from top 24 to top 8. It's always a tough thing to do, to like transition your whole stage into a new layout, ensure everything's working fine, and then like get the show back on the road within 30-ish minutes. It's a tough ask. And in this case, there's always something that can go wrong. In this case, the thing that went wrong is that the power for the laptop powering our shuttle just wasn't plugged in. And when it jostled the connection between the computer and the shuttle stopped responding, and then the computer just basically didn't have any power to power the shuttle, and that's why every time I plugged it back in, restarted the Wii, tried to get it going, it didn't work. So what I ended up doing was saying, fuck all this, I'm just gonna go 480i the entire way. Oh man, I forgot to mention this. Yeah, so we do 480p out of the console into a distribution amp, into a shuttle, and into a retro tank. The retro tank goes back out to us because it gets scaled up to 1080, which we can do over SDI. And that's what we show to the people usually. And then the shuttle does a 480p to 480i conversion that lets us actually show the video on TVs, most TVs. Not that one. Not that one. That one's a 480p one. So I swapped everything all down to 480i the entire way through. Took longer than I wanted, but yeah, that's just what happened. I really like getting 480p melee because ever since I started streaming, that has been my little thing. I had always 480p no matter what TVs I was using, and I made it look good.
But I think the best takeaway from this is just have a PVM, please.
Have a PVM, yeah. You know, if you could like go back to 2016 and not convince that one dude that put it on eBay for like $500, the world would be such a great place. Please.
But yeah, as Nikki mentioned, like these are the challenges of having to shift from top 24 to top 8 and moving the stage. Like things, there's more variables introduced, and then we're also rushing at the same time. There's a lot of logistical challenges that come up when we have to do top 24 and top 8 at the same day. Whereas if it's a separate day like Genesis, we're able to troubleshoot, we're able to rehearse it as it will be when it's live. But yeah, that's just how live shows go, live road shows especially. These kind of challenges are just bound to happen. And you kind of have to just be okay with that as a roadshow live broadcaster.
In like every facet.
Yeah.
So I don't want to overlook the little lower third of a Cody, killer of CRTs. Thank you, Toby.
My bad. I didn't know that was live in that scene that Austin had. So I was just testing to see what it looked like, typically. And when I triggered it to go live, I didn't think it was in that scene, and then it was the oh no.
I think it was funnier that it came up like that because the guys are talking about it. Yeah.
It ended up working out.
I usually like to do things like that, but I usually will do things like that if I'm TDing and it's like it's on my my heart, not on someone else's. Because
Right.
I'll always do Mimi L3s, but
But that's kind of the challenge when you have a crew of 10, like getting everyone on sync or even just everyone briefed on the same information. It's definitely one of the challenges when you start breaking away from the one-man show format that's really common with Smash.
Oh yeah,
This was a
we're
good
talking about the replay too. It's like having
Oh,
a
yeah.
replay operator. It's not only like useful to get the moment of that, but also to actually see what happened. Because I think on the production line we were actually assuming that Cody like slammed the table first, and then when you look at the replay, it's like no, he just slammed his leg really hard. And it's like okay,
Which is where the laptop was, literally like inches from his feet. That's why it all blew up. It's not Cody's fault. It's not Cody's fault. It's my fault.
if only there was the foot cam there.
Yeah, that was one nice thing about our replay system is that we're able to take in multiple feeds and show parts, show camera angles that were not shown in the live broadcast.
Yeah, we were saying though that it is very lucky that it did die when it did, as opposed to imagine if it died 5 seconds earlier on the last stock and the last hit. That would have been a nightmare. That would have been Mango versus some Fox like Mango SFAT at SmashCon, I think. When
I'm saying that doubles set at Sandstorm. Or no, Westball's Armada at Sandstorm.
Yeah,
Oh my
like
God,
there's that
Sandstorm.
one. I just remember like I remember we were there for that SmashCon where it was like I think SFAT was like recovering for his final stock, and then just as he firefoxes, the TV just turns off, and then just both turn each other like what? And that was rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I think one of the good things about this space, at least like players they don't love it when it happens, but accept that it does happen rather than like if it's like regular sports and if something really weird happens, then players are just like this shouldn't happen at all. But like this is video games, things like this will happen. Okay, how do the TOs deal with it?
Yeah, the Smash players are in general pretty chill about it for the most part. I mean, when I was telling them on stage, hey, it'll just be a few more minutes, we're just finishing up this last little bit, and everyone was super happy about it. They were like, yeah, okay, whatever, it's fine, it's Smash. Everyone kind of understands. It's a little bit jank.
Yeah, I gotta say, Cody and Josh Manor had a good attitude and sportsmanlike about it. Didn't really whine about it. Also, I gotta hit it to Radar and Walt here for filling in the time while we were trying to get the TVs back up. I know that's always the challenge for commentators is trying to stall when you need to, but I think they did a great job here.
Man, this took a while.
Yeah, it really unfortunately did.
It was a lot of stuff to unplug and replug and like think about it in my head, like where are the signals going? What am I doing?
And then at the end, you were just like, screw it, and just cut all of it and went around it. Which sometimes
That still took a lot of time too. That's the whole issue. Like just undoing half of the cable runs and rerouting everything it was a lot for hopefully doing it as quickly as possible.
That's such a challenge with troubleshooting, is tracking down the actual source of the issue, having to go through all the lines and figure out what exactly it is. And gotta hit it to Nikki. I know this is a really stressful situation, but Nikki's always on top of, or like, he always puts his full effort.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is usually just remedied pretty much only by just having more people. So if I were to compare that to when we did the changeover from Rivals to Melee for Genesis, I remember Ayub and I, we were told, like, can you guys, like, turn this over real fast because we were running a little bit behind. And Ayub and I, we hauled ass. We, like, moved everything. We were missing some BNC converters, which was really scary for a moment. But thankfully, because the stuff that we gave over was not used, so I knew where to find it. And that was tough. Because I remember, Nikki, you were back at the convention center, right? So
yeah,
it was tough. But yeah, unfortunately,
you called me.
Yeah,
you called me, and I was like, "Where are they?" I'm like, "I don't know."
TV, we're like, they're not on the TV.
Yeah, unfortunately, like a lot of these things are usually just remedied by having more hands to help, because eventually there's a point where like just having more mind to it might not even like just help the physical act of unplug and replug everything. Like even if like you can know where to go all you want, but like you're gonna have to move on your feet and your hands. So
yeah, literally on my hands and knees, like unplugging shit, ripping it all out. I had a thought.
Yeah. Again, Cody and Joshman were such great sports, especially Joshman, because I know this was like an important topic.
So, a good question actually would be, how do we avoid this going forward? One thing I still haven't, I need to buy it and then test it. But we're going to be dropping the shuttle from our equipment, which, sad, rip. I love that thing to death. It literally got me through so many shows, got me to where I am, really.
It is the most Melee piece of like broadcast tech I can imagine.
I was previously not a believer of the shuttle, but Nikki converted me.
It's real. It's super
real.
I got one too at home too.
I love it. But going forward, we're going to be having 2 retro tanks per stream. And basically one retro tank will do the conversion to 480i rather than the shuttle. It's something in one of the newer firmwares, I think. Supposedly it works really good. I'm going to do my usual lag tests and stuff, validate that, and then, add it to our kit.
Yeah. I'm also just grateful to have Nikki as an engineer because of all the testing he does before the show and how involved he is in the pre-production. It's really helpful because I am not the most technical person, and Nikki has always like kind of guided me there. Both Nikki and Austin helped me create the signal flow for the show, which was my first signal flow, so I really needed help.
They did a great job. I'll say that.
Thank you.
And one thing to really note about just general broadcast and tech stuff is like every minute matters in the sense that, let's say, for example, if this wasn't the last top 8, there's still another top 8 that happens through the day. If you spend 10 minutes here trying to troubleshoot a problem, that's going to push back the other top 8 10 minutes later as well, and like that adds up over time. Like broadcast engineers who are able to really work fast, identify the problem, solve the issue, are are really hard to find, and Nikki just pulled it off super well.
Yeah, there seems to be a shortage of good broadcast engineers in the West Coast, actually.
Nikki also just has a level of kindness in terms of sharing that information, where it's not something where it's like, oh yes, I know the secrets of all of this stuff and I'm secretly a wizard, but actually they're like, oh no, this is how this thing actually works, it's not magic, I'm going to actually explain how this thing works and share this knowledge on, rather than like hoarding it like a knowledge gremlin.
It's also I don't have to do any work and somehow still get paid. Just fly me out to your tournament, please. To Nicolette's question about do I have a scope? I don't have a scope. I have a time sleuth, which is very good. Recommended by Shank. I like it a lot. It's, you know, pretty compact. I have it all like in this little bag here. And I did this as validation before top 8 to make sure, you know, the whole conversion aspect is, you know, still 0 lag, which it is. Feel good about that because I always worry. Yeah, so I threw this on, did the tests, and I will be continuing to use this.
It's what you do right after that intelligent intangibility that can be so valuable. 100%.
Precision on the sleuth is point. I think it's 4 zeros, 4 decimal places. I have to double check that. I took a picture.
Yeah, that seems right. I think that was 4 zeros.
Yeah, I think you were looking at it too. I have a picture on my phone which will confirm.
Definitely the edge guards from Judgment have been super on point, but they've also been super like non-traditional.
Come on, Photos app.
We haven't seen these kind of like typical back air
Come on.
reset, you know,
Oh my
short
gosh.
counters, that kind of
I'll
stuff.
find it.
It's
I'll
really
message
cool
you.
call-outs, and that's beautiful to see.
I gotta point out the smile.
But as Earth said, like, you know, passing on the knowledge is like really important because like sometimes you do end up working with people who don't pass that on, and like there may be different motivations, whether it's like, you know, to keep getting gig work because you have a specific role that needs to be filled and you're kind of creating that artificial like scarcity. But, you know, passing that on just helps people. Passing that on, you get a lot more respect on the people you work with. It's like, okay, let's bring that person on because like they're good and they're teaching our people too. So a lot of benefits from just sharing knowledge.
Yeah, I'm really happy that everyone on the crew kind of has that philosophy, is willing to help others who want to learn. And for me personally, whenever I'm brought into a show, I really like to try to work with the local crews, work with what they have and try to help them learn where they might have weaknesses, support them with any gear they might be missing, that kind of thing. Like, I definitely am mindful of like how we affect the local scene and the local broadcast crews. Yeah, that's.
We're not in the business
It
of
also
gatekeeping.
is the thing of
Yeah, exactly.
No, God, no. My DMs are always open if anybody has questions. On Discord, not Twitter. Don't go to Twitter. Don't.
I think it's the thing of like I don't know even who has that one set of like yellow headphones from Luis that have just been like
That was with
passed
me.
down generation by generation.
That was
Yeah.
with me currently.
Like we just saw. Yeah.
Again, another time where it's just good that nobody has had lice with just those headsets alone.
There was the pop off that broke the world.
Dear grateful we have this kind of community of broadcast folks. Yeah, it's actually really special about the Smash community. That everyone, well, most people are pretty open about that, because we're all kind of helping each other out. A lot of us come from like not being well compensated or paid, or like very like, you know, under the standard of what traditional broadcast conditions are, and so we're all kind of in the trenches together, and we've helped build each other up and taught each other better practices over time, and this has been something that's been happening over multiple years. A lot of people have shared their knowledge with me as well, and yeah, we just keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, like I would say, unfortunately, it has a little bit to do with like the history of how we are in Smash, right? It's something I actually borrow from something that Jackzilla once said, where it's like Melee, at least specifically, but Smash in general is founded a lot on like heroism, somebody stepping up to fill a situation, you know, whether it be something like Apex, people stepped up to fill that situation, you know, whether, you know, be Evo 2013, you know, where people stepped up to make a big noise so we could actually have our tournament streamed, right? That is like kind of like a really interesting part about like Smash that's pretty unique, and while it's like it makes for a really good story and it like kind of like makes legends, right? It does unfortunately make things very difficult to be sustainable, and so as much as, you know, people like Nikki or Juna or myself or whoever will step up to like make a show happen, we want to try and move to a place where like everyone has the ability to do that, but we don't have to, because it becomes a really slippery slope when people are expected to just move mountains by default, and we've been thrown in a lot of situations over our time where we've just been given that at the go, and it's not a good thing for people who just want to work and do what we want to do, you know?
I want to give a really specific analogy to that as well. In terms of like the expectation, you know, to move mountains and how that creep up happens. It's like a real life example, especially in games, just like how Fortnite kind of normalized everything being Fortnite, as in like, oh, it's a live op game. Events happen every 1 month. Very high quality product with high quality events, and then other games who are trying to compete in that space, like we just don't have the manpower to do that. And then you have consumers who are like, oh well, why would I play your game now? I'll just go play Fortnite then. So it's really helpful to not monopolize it, and then raise the bar super high to the point that no one else can work in the space.
And we really want to avoid this kind of situation where, especially back in the day, where unfortunately people did kind of fight over scraps. We were smaller than we were now, especially when I started playing. We're in Death of Melee, late in the Brawl to Melee Dark Age and stuff like that. Yeah, if you're fighting over these kind of shows, it's I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's not worth it. It's not worth bringing this the magnifying glass even smaller down on people. And thankfully I'm glad that the ecosystem with shows and the way that we're doing things, and even just in broader esports in general, not specific to Smash, we can start allowing to foster more talent, people who want to work, and just don't gatekeep people and just keep spreading it around.
Yeah, that's definitely been one of my goals recently, especially this year, is kind of help build up some crews for their first majors, some crews that we've been working with over the years or months. Try to get them on a level where they're ready to do a major for their region. We've been lucky to meet a handful of people from different regions who are hungry for it, who are wanting to learn. Those kind of people I'm always glad to talk to. I'm sure other people in the crew are also glad to talk to and share their knowledge, share knowledge with them. But yeah, and also Super Knack, Nate, there's a guy who knows about moving mountains. But yeah, I want to say even though we had a large crew, yeah, everyone on this crew at some point had to move mountains in some sense, either on this show or other shows. Yeah, definitely don't take that effort for granted. And the other thing I wanted to note was one of my goals with this show, overarching goals, was to kind of push the standard of a Smash show up. Beyond I know we're used to a certain standard with Smash, but I think it's time for us to move past that. Yeah, and I think this crew and all the other crews that we worked with, both Tempest and Mountainside Games, took that mission seriously, which I was really happy with. All the teams really put in a lot of effort. I never felt like I had to pull teeth to get people to do things. People were just ready to step up. Really good hustle from everybody.
I always feel like one of the hardest things to be able to convince Smashers that, hey, we could do more than this. It's you don't have to go the esports direction. You could still have incredibly well-produced events, but it'd be really fun. What was the event that happens at his water park again? Super Smash Con, was it?
Riptide.
Oh,
Riptide
/ Super Smash, or Super
Smash and
what?
Splash.
Smash and Splash.
Smash and Splash. That's the one.
I've already blocked that.
Super Smash and Splash. Yeesh.
And it's you could still have a well-produced event that isn't just serious esports. I'm crossing my arms, I'm doing all my player intros like that. But it's a lot more creative work to think about, okay, what works well for the community, but also raises the bar up.
Yeah.
I think the thing is also it's the question of where Smashers even see Smash falling into the gamer ecosystem of esports. I say this from the this shall be where I'm going for my PhD area of interest. So the small tangent there of just the fact of where Smashers don't have that kind of same money draw that a lot of the other games do that have big esports-esque communities, but Smash has kind of thrived off the fact that it's not like that. By the fact that it's a community-based thing where it's a lot of things where you've got people who are locals or people who are invested in it because they're invested in not even so much the community or the ecosystem of getting to be the best in the game, but because they're there with their friends. So it's kind of the thing of how can you, as a stream, both generate revenue so that you can keep having these events, which streams sponsors are a really big part of that, but also keep the unique community vibe that Smash has and has thrived with, that has kept it alive in ways that other competitive games have come and gone.
Yeah, Smash is in a really unique position where you get to really decide on what you want in the event. While there's a lot of live op games who do events as well, and like generally the developers are really hands-on with the game and also with the broadcast product, which fundamentally changes what the event is. You might end up with a super corporate event, while Smash is, you can still keep that grassroots feeling without it being shoddy, hacked together on the production side. It depends on how much involvement the upper people in development and the company who owns the IP want to really get involved in. As we've seen, it's hard balance, but Smash Melee has been in a really unique position.
Yeah, I know this was also something I specifically talked with Kevin Dhir about, was finding that balance of like resourcefulness and scrappiness, and like while still presenting like a premium looking product. And so that was kind of in the back of my mind for the show as well. Also, on a side note about sponsors, I think we as a scene in general, we need to work on our business development. A lot of majors don't have like a separate person for their business development or their sales, which of course comes with just like limited staff or bandwidth or budget. But it is something I've noticed across the majority of majors I've worked on for the past couple of years, that's an area that we are weak at as a community.
I mean, I think also Smash kind of prides itself in not seeming like it's super corporate-y, so it gets kind of to the question of like, you do need money to run these events. And then also the fact of like the people who are good at getting that money probably are people who are going to want to get paid more than they would get paid for doing this for a Smash event, especially when they're spending time with like corporate meetings and things like that usually would be happening during someone's day job. So how do you balance this like fact that like everybody on their normal day-to-day still needs to like eat? There's not enough like structure here for like an event that's every so often to sustain itself. So how do you like manage that organization stream side and that whole branding side, which is something like, hi Kevin, thanks.
Sorry, I just realized this is the part with Thief, the left ear.
Oh yeah.
No. I was gonna say, like, side note, you're not tripping. It is only game audio in right ear, and then I hear Thief going test. It should work now. But still game audio right ear only right now. But
That also shows how complicated the audio setup is. Like you can hear the A1 going to stream as well. It's a lot of work to set up the audio and figure out a good routing that works for regular broadcast plus for gaming.
Yeah, audio is like one of the hardest parts of broadcast and most often overlooked, and especially in Smash and even FGC in general, because it's a really specialized field and role, and it's definitely the most scarce role that we have in production. At least among people in the Smash and FGC communities.
Reminds me, I may have scouted a new audio engineer for us, which I'll tell you about later.
Sweet. I think Evo had like all the big audio engineers in the FGC community, which were like Thief, Kai, Cal, Shane, like 5 of them all on that one show.
And they were all working hard. Like, constantly.
Multiple audio engineers on one show is what is called for something on that scale.
It was like A1, A2 backstage, and then like front of house A1, A2 or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you're an audio engineer in the chat, please DM me. Add me on Discord, Juno USA. DM me on Discord or Twitter. I will seriously get in touch with you.
And talking about the scarcity of audio engineers, it's always like Judo's not understanding how hard it is to find, because like even if you're good at concert tech, you have to learn the skill for gaming, because the cadence, the calls, the things you need to mix are completely different. So it's truly like you are frantically solving things left and right, and it's hard to be like, oh yeah, you work in concert. I expect you to work this next gaming gig perfectly. No, it's like it requires a lot of time to figure that out.
It is a weird mix of live sound as well as like just digital sound. It's and with weird analog signals, because we play an old game. It's got all sorts of quirks that you mostly learn by dealing with on site, but also like even if you're like trained or you've been educated in it, it's still gonna throw some loops at you.
And yeah, it's also tough because in this show in particular, Thief was using other people's gear. It's not necessarily gear that he set up on his own, so he has to work with those kind of factors that are not even set up by himself, and he has to try to reverse engineer to figure out how they set it up and this kind of thing. So really can't understate.
I get what's going on. Like I guess I'd say I'm technically the A2. I'm pretty decent with audio at this point, having done a lot of shows for it. I don't know what they did. It wouldn't connect to our DL32 for some reason, which is a stage box. It was giving like they had the mix buses basically all used up for some reason. A couple of the Omnis as well. I don't know. There was a lot of weirdness going on. Neither Feeth or I wanted to like really figure it out, just make it work as quickly as possible. And it worked.
And on top of that, if you're working with Dante and stuff like that, you also have to know quite a bit about networking, which is another headache.
It's not that much. You just throw a stick on there. As long as you don't put it on the same network, everything's fine.
Networking is another like blind spot among production in Smash. So really glad Kay was able to help. Kay and Alex Chai were able to help us with that.
Yeah, just glad it worked. That's the main thing.
Yeah, it was actually quite good internet this year.
I want to wrap up and add one more thing regarding audio people as well. It's one of the realities of the space is if you're really good at audio, there's a lot of incentive to go to like actual broadcast or like sports broadcast or even concert gigs, which pay a lot of money because they're established industries. Gaming is a space where it's fairly new. Some gigs may pay a lot, some gigs may pay not so much because it's just the nature of like, for example, Smash is like more grassroots, but like if you work for like big esports or CS show, then there's a lot more money in it because sponsors. It's always hard to find staff who, are experts in the field, but then aren't too busy as well. Not to say that Feeth isn't busy, that was the wrong way to put it. But like loaded with like concert work, I mean.
Well, Feeth is quite in demand, which is why I was very happy to get Feeth locked in for this show. He was my first pick for this show because I know audio was something we wanted to improve from last year's show, Battle BC5, and I was pretty happy with what we were able to deliver this year, despite some of the challenges. I know in this specific case, when the audio went to the right ear only, it's because we were troubleshooting the audio for the interviews as well. So it's just so many audio feeds to have to balance.
The punish is good, but Mango's laser game has been very good, and he's been very.
We should talk about some of the shots now. We've talked about a lot of other things except what's happening on the screen. I don't know. Also, I'm curious to know how if we could just like skip the games and just go straight to like the shots, the interesting stuff.
Fair enough. The thing I always think about though, the thing I was gonna randomly mention is I swear every time that Mango and Amsa go at it, like have a banger of a set like this, it's always us streaming it.
This was a really good set, yeah.
Like I actually can't think of like a significant time. It goes all the way back to the full Bloom days, if you think about it. The first time that Amsa almost beat Mango, and I remember we were doing both streams, and I was streaming the one that didn't have it on, but both sets of commentators were commentating the same match.
Oh, one thing I did want to mention though, after that audio issue with the right ear, I think from this point on, the both top 8 shows were pretty clean from a technical standpoint. I was really happy with where the shows were at after this point, and this set itself was also really great to watch.
Yeah. And it's always unfortunate that audio issues are the ones which get really magnified. If a video issue happens, it's usually not super noticeable. You might have a still frame here and there, but audio is like, oh no, like it's hard.
It's the most important part of the broadcast. Like, nothing will be good if the audio is shit. Like, you just won't have a good time. We use digital. Do we touch the digital sound processor? No, there's no DSP in the line that I can think of, at least. Yeah. Like we just routing audio over Dante, going between an M32 and a couple computers.
Okay, Amsa has full resources though, so how does he mix this one up? Wow!
All right, do we wanna skip around anything or whatever?
And
Or?
Amsa hasn't shown that as a recovery at all. He's been
Yeah, let's
going high
let's
most
take a
of
look
these
at
games.
any of the pop-offs. I want to
Again,
like
I just
talk
wanna
about the
point out
shots. I
how
think that's kind of
disciplined
interesting.
Mango has been
Sure, I'm
at
down
it.
with that.
Yeah.
He is
Quick, I'm
not
gonna switch
forcing
to the
anything.
YouTube.
Again, fading back on the down air.
Yeah,
Doesn't wanna
make it easier to
overextend,
scrub.
doesn't need to get
Sound is just like the first thing you experience when you're watching a stream is the sound, and it's also the thing that's like visually grading is not really a thing that we see very often, like unless like the quality drops super hard.
not
But
really gonna see a lot of other foxes
auditorially grading, auditory grade, I don't know,
There are some
but
drops.
it's gonna
Orally?
orally grading, sure, I'll take that. It's so noticeable. It's right there in your ear. You're gonna makes you feel uncomfortable.
You also want to call out.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people who ends up listening to a lot more streams than watching them because I'm running around. I have a newborn and dogs and stuff, so I kind of, it's one of the things that's more noticeable for me as well. Auditory is kind of the key for a good event to be looking good.
Yeah, that audio just gets caught a lot faster, is usually complained about more. It's hard to hide that. Shouts to Webs, one of the OGs, 98 months. Thank you, Webs, for always supporting us.
Whip.
One of our biggest supporters.
Or do we want to
Long-time
talk about this
supporters.
shot? Do we talk
Okay.
about shots?
Yeah, let's talk about shots.
So
Yeah, is this the first time we've like I guess talked about even the stage as well? Like you know, how the players are sitting, the two TVs, V shape.
yeah, I guess yeah. Do we want to talk about the layout, Mr. Floor Plan?
Oh, okay. Yeah, the V shape is kind of been the default for us since I want to say Genesis 8 or something like that. Maybe even earlier than that. We just find it once you have enough resources, once you have enough cameras, once you're able to do 2 TVs, and you have enough lights for both players. It is a little bit more of a lift, but I think it does allow for cleaner shots. It's better use of the space. Each player gets their own TV in their space, enough space to pop off as well. And then there's also space in the middle for any trophies and stuff like that. But yeah, it requires 2 tablecloths. It requires just more stuff in general. And yeah, but it has been a layout that we've been using for a long time now.
Yeah, so also to talk about specifically with the shot in this situation, so as you can see, it's like the V from the front of the stage. Normally this is a hard shot to get because wrapping like a cable like around the front of the stage can be really difficult, but we had Taize with the wireless cam, so we were able to actually take the shot. But if you notice, it always stays a little low because unfortunately we didn't have the ability to do like a different feed on the projectors as opposed to what the stream was seeing. So it's always going to be exactly the same, and if you shoot up a little bit too much, you'll start getting like the infinite like loop, like, you know, mirrors within mirrors situation going on into the
recursion.
Yeah, the recursion. So, but I think if I'm right, it plays out decently. A little bit.
Both players really.
This is actually
So
where like
since-
the height actually works pretty well. Where like the difference of height of the stage, you know.
Yes, he's down in the losers, but he is far from out. And Amsa, he's defending his second home.
If you go kind of oblique, it's fine, but
So many Amsa fans, they want to see him do well. A hometown
The height of the
hero,
stage is something I'm going to be starting to look at more for tournaments as well. Just making it more intentional.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be pushing majors to be doing 2 foot high stages, 2 feet high.
I think 3 is the limit.
Projectors up.
For sure.
3 is like the limit. Yeah, Big House 11 had
Way too
4
high.
feet, and that felt way too high. And it was actually just harder to work with on the production side. And also the AVL side, just harder to set up the projectors.
Yeah.
had that huge kind of buff as soon as he was where the
Yeah,
action
and because of that
was, they
3-foot height, like we had like the lights kind of covering the stock icons days 1 and 2, which I know people weren't too happy about, but I will blast these players with light. Just makes everything look better. Stop complaining. But
That's
yeah,
one of those
how we
things that we have to condition players on over time, and that they have been conditioned over time. They have gotten more used to it over
Yeah.
time. So it does.
Yeah, because even with the simplest cameras, if you have enough light, it looks fine. It looks good.
But
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This is looking rough. Now Mango is introduced as another player to look out for in losers, and he's got to play Cody.
Sweet replays from K1.
He's got to play Cody. So historically,
Then we got the
Oh
stats.
yes,
I think
this
there we go.
stats. Toby
Yeah.
and the level 1 team did a great job with these stats. And also again using the headshots for these. And we had both pre-match and post-match statistics that were able to be used on this show. Because again, I was stressing the storylines and like just more information for viewers for this show, and I'm really glad they were able to accomplish this.
Yeah, we did this kind of stage stuff for BBC last year, but not nearly like as well. And then a lot more thought on which stats to be showing where, as well as trying to catch some of the other bugs on certain things there. But the pre-match statistics that show like the head-to-heads and the same kind of ones that are shown at the bottom of the games for Melee singles were definitely like more fun to pull together, and also the fun of like, okay, pull this whole database like together from very inconsistent sources, but then some awesome ones that were really great. So shout out to Bracket Buddy on giving us a nice little historical sets endpoint to be able to build a local database off of.
Did Jay help you with some info or?
So
Never mind.
JPEG did a bunch of the graphic, like the graphic stuff, the back end stuff was like a lot more. They like mod-sided other folks' stuff. Yeah, I've got so many plushies. Sorry, I got distracted by chat. But
we saw signs of
this ask of having the pre-match and post-match scenes was definitely an extra extra effort was put into making these possible, and I'm definitely grateful to Toby and her team and the level 1 team, and also Paul Vancity Primal for being able to make those happen.
Okay, yeah, that actually pretty much. I don't think he'll beat me ever.
Shouts to Peter from Action Esports, by the way, who was the photographer that actually took the headshots of the players and got them delivered overnight as well. That was a lot of hustle too. Just it takes so much coordination, so many different departments to make these things happen.
If anywhere we want to skip around to or anything?
That dominating record that
We're probably waiting for an interview right now, actually.
Yeah, I guess I'll just note that we did eventually end up turning off the in-house commentary for Melee, which it wasn't really Melee who was asking for this anyway, so I think they are more used to not having it for their top 8s. But you know, I was a little sad about that. It did cause feedback, and we were still trying to troubleshoot it. But I started to realize that I was putting too much stress on Thief and other folks, and I needed to just let them get back to an equilibrium where we have a still a good solid base product. So I did have to make the call to just cut the commentary in house for this top 8. Because we needed that break, the turnover time in between top 8 Melee and ult to fix the speaker system, just because of how tangled it was in the routing. Oh, I love that we had this interview with Amza. Shouts to Blur for the interviews. I know this is a new workflow for a lot of hosts. We are asking more of the hosts at the events that we work at, so you know, it requires more briefing. It requires them to be paying attention and prepare questions. So it is more work on the hosting side as well. And something they also all had to work on was just controlling having the mic next to the person's mouth while they're talking. That's something not all of them are used to. And also facing the camera, which was something Toby helped point out with some of the hosts, is they should open their body to the camera, which Blur actually did a pretty good job with.
you gotta do the 3/4 view of being able to show on this side where you're looking at the person, but you're also being able to focus on the camera and making sure you are using, even if it's your not dominant hand, don't be reaching across yourself. But also, it's kind of just the generic 3/4 prom girl pose of the like, kind of that look.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
how I marked it on the floor.
Thank you
Like
very
I
much.
that
Oh,
you know, that's
yeah.
the standard. You know, I was like,
We
okay,
all-
this direction is exactly where I want you to put your feet on the outsides of this, and it would give that 3/4.
Yeah, we had floor markings for positions and where camera should be, where the light should be. All that was blocked out and pre-planned.
I think one thing I would
And
have liked to do is move the banner, the background, further back.
yeah,
Mainly because, like,
They're
you know,
pretty
we
close.
did have a pretty soft light. It's the one shining on me right now. It's nice, but with the background so close, you're still gonna get pretty harsh shadows. It would have been nice to soften them out a bit more. I tried a bit, I think, with another light, but it didn't work that well. So, it was still good, but we went with what we had.
yeah, and oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the place in the stage, we didn't really have a whole lot of room to move the banner back much more.
Yeah,
It was kind of, it's a limiting problem.
Yeah. And again, sideline interviews are really new to Smash. I think this might be only the second show that has used sideline interviews, at least in recent memory, besides BTS shows. And so conditioning the hosts, conditioning the players over time, as we continue to do more of these, I think everyone will improve at them. They'll expect them more. They'll be able to show off their personalities better once they get used to them. HBox, yeah, HBox.
Yeah,
actually
here's that
just-
pre-match.
Yeah,
scene,
yeah.
By the way,
It's a good pre-match scene.
Like you literally like, yeah, I'm gonna win.
so actually, this is pretty relevant to what I was talking about. This is essentially is like one of the closest things we've gotten to like the whole tail of the tape thing that I was alluding to. It does have their their recent set history. I think. I do like the idea of recent set history. We could probably put a couple of other things like I don't know because as like the set history is definitely useful for people who do and don't watch like the game regularly. But I think in order to like sell like how like I guess the story or the narrative of a player more, it might help to put more like generic facts about them, like where they're from, who they play, like because just thinking about it more like the whole tail of the tape thing, You could put like a funny fact. Like I think the only, weirdly enough, bringing it back to Smash and Splash again, I remember they did ones where they would actually record them. I remember it was like Leffen had like a beach ball and he like spiked it or something like that. They would have these, but they were recorded. That would be pretty cool if we could do that again. I like that a lot. That's one of the few things I can take from that I was like, we could probably bring that back.
Yeah, those are the motion hero shots.
Yeah.
It's just the lift on those.
Yeah, of
is
course.
So great for what the return is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of course, that would be another upgrade. As far as the information that we chose to show, that was partially influenced by
Sponsor,
these
right?
being powered by our sponsor Bracket Buddy,
Of course.
which powered these stats that you see in the middle. I did want to have the seed that you see listed here, as well as the country, and I believe the country rotates its alternate text for where the seed is. But next time with more pre-planning, I would definitely collaborate with the design team more on what we're showing on this tail of the tape scene. It could definitely be improved. But I am so happy with what we were able to put out on such short notice for Battle BC.
Yeah, actually, fun enough, I remember from what you planned originally. This shot, the background is just like the background loop we have for the most scenes involving the BOBC like break slates. It was originally supposed to be some sort of like high, like way in the back of the venue, like I guess like bird's eye camera.
The spy cam.
Yeah, the spy cam.
Yeah.
But that was a bit difficult because like if again going back to the whole UFC thing, they kind of do like I don't know if it's like a boom or something. They kind of like flow in and they slowly like unfocus and then they kind of blur out like the whole venue as it moves through and then they would slide in the head to head and everything with the tail of the tape. But we couldn't quite get that to work in this situation, so we settled for this, and I think it works pretty well.
I mean, I think also like with this shot in particular was just also thinking about just having a blurred background of like any of the camera shots was the thought there with even if it was a different shot. But either way, like just having this background was good. It was fun with the headshots though, of the fact that like HBox had to be on this side. Otherwise you'd have a floating arm and then kind of the same the inverse for AMSA of just the different poses
no
and like
elbow.
the work that Primal had to do in just picking out the different shots because there were about like 400 or so different pictures of each of the different players and figuring out like, okay, which of these can we actually get on a nice backdrop and so forth. Luckily for like the stats, it's the thing of these tournaments are already like happened, but I did have to rerun all of the like generation of different stuff every night because of wanting to, of course, have like the day before's statistics of like these two people literally played yesterday. It would be really silly if we didn't include that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. Actually, I think we did the thing where I think HBox is probably actually P1. Because Zane probably wants P4.
Yeah.
So let's see if we pull the fast one.
As a player who, of course, made his
Yep, he's P1. So we made a very much note about that. It's like, oh well, HBox has to be on the right side, but as we go through here, we will flip them when we go into games. So then that's a lot of communication between me, Toby, and also the stage managers, making sure they communicate which side it is. And also, so most people in Smash, they don't know about this, but like in Smash, we are considered to be doing it backwards. In fighting games, the player, like the first player, is on the right side, but it also still crosses the camera, which is really obnoxious. So yeah, so like we're the weird ones for Smash, actually. Something to get used to.
Yeah, I
Just
believe
really
we
like.
pushed it. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Nico.
Oh, I was just gonna make a note that like I really liked coming back from that graphic that we came to the shot of Hunger Box. Just with the nod, it really like showed just kind of storytelling. When I was like, oh yeah, I'm ready for this, even though I lost like all these other sets, but like he came to play. He did come to play the set, so it was really good.
Yeah, I hear HBox stock is back up these days since Collision.
You can see here one of the issues with that spotlight.
Yeah, the shining.
Yeah.
It was worse, yeah, the day before and day 1, day 2. Those days, like the light on, I think P2, yep, still P2 was right on the monitor. Some players did not like that. We did our best.
Yeah.
Another weakness that I think Zane is good at exploiting from HBox is
I think we're good to skip the game. I don't know what happens after this game.
It was a mix-up. Doesn't go for the rest there.
Yep.
We'll see where we go to after this.
That's not going to give it to him, and he's zoning him beautifully right now.
He said it the last night.
HBox has talked about this matchup.
I remember, yeah, Zane just like schmoves on him.
Stomped him. Yeah.
Oh.
How much were you utilizing the camera ops between games? Or were you giving them a break between games?
It
Because I know
depended on the
managing
match.
managing the fatigue of your camera ops is also something to be conscious of as a director.
Yeah, it generally depended on like how they were feeling, where they were at the time. Because sometimes, interestingly enough, sometimes matches could end really fast. Like sometimes Ayub or Dylan would be just like sitting somewhere or whatever, and then it's like it seems like, oh yeah, it's like 3 stocks like a piece, it should be fine. And then all of a sudden somebody gets early percent killed into SD, and you're like, oh, this might end, and they're like, oh, I gotta run back to my spot. So generally, the nice part about having multiple cameras is you can kind of cut around, let people get in the spots. So like, at least we will always have something to cut to. Which is nice. But yeah, like definitely, it also depends on like the intensity of the people and the players and stuff like that. If it just seems like, okay, that was game 1, we're just still kind of like, they're kind of just, de-rusting or whatever, and they haven't played in a while. But then definitely as the set goes on, especially if it's like a pivotal, like, okay, whoever wins like game 3, counter pick advantage or something like that, that could be an interesting moment to see like who's sweating and stuff like that. So we might have Ayub or Dylan like kind of get up real close, or like make sure the way that we had it for this show was we had Dylan usually focusing on P2 stage right side, and Ayub, because of like the wired setup, we'd stay player 1 stage left side and really kind of get as close as we needed to kind of like see where their head state was at and kind of tell the story.
Yeah. And it's important to note too for Ayub, he also had to be mindful of preparing for the interview right after the set as well. And then Dylan mentioned like having to he was also leading the Tempest crew and having to make sure that they're striking their gear all while this is happening as well. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and one thing in terms of like managing camera person fatigue is in regular sports broadcasts you're gonna get like the run like it's a set time. Like let's say a game is like an hour. In games it's like, well, oh, you just got through four stocked immediately, and now you have to go stand up again. So it's a lot of being on your feet.
Especially when you're wielding something like the monopod that Ayub was using.
Luckily, it's not as heavy as a tripod, but it was something.
Yeah. But both camera ops were definitely hauling ass.
Hey, speaking of which,
I've got all the toys.
Oh, there it is.
The monopod. Okay, I'm not gonna hit the fan. Yeah. This is pretty nice. I mean, it's got basically a tripod mount at the floor. It stands upright, without any hands. Pretty cool.
For the most part.
For the most part. And then it also has like this cool thing where if I move one piece of it, I can get like full leverage, which is nice. I like it. I got this
one time with the I basically did a zoom in by just leaning it forward, and then I angled up the head. It was pretty good.
I'm just so grateful that Nikki keeps up with all the latest and greatest tech and equipment, because that's just so much. After a certain point, like after some time, a couple years ago, it was just too much for me to keep up with all the broadcast tech. That is
the first time I ever saw that thing? It was like 2011. It's been around for a long time.
This is a monopod shot right there.
Okay.
Yeah. One of my friends was using it to take photos at a robotics competition, and it's like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, look, we have Nikki, our angel investor here.
It's all he needs right now. Xbox fans, he's got to find something quick.
But yeah, that was so interesting to learn that you actually did camera operating, Nikki. Particularly good to have you camera operate at the show.
Yeah, a long time ago, I used to cam op for robotics competitions, FRC if anybody was a part of it. I did Steadicam, handheld, the works.
Rollerblade shots.
Lots of rollerblade shots.
Oh, dude.
I don't have my rollerblades in my room. Got everything else.
They're in your trunk.
You don't want them to know you could do that. You could do everything, because at some point they're going to be, Nikki, do the everything. Thanks.
We've seen HBox, be a top force for so long, so he's far from out. We have crazy.
I guess I should there a second ago, but one thing we couldn't get working this event was a separate feed for the projectors from the house.
The recursion deal.
Yeah, it's where we get that recursion when the camera's facing the projector. It's something we know how to fix. We just didn't have the equipment this time, all because I didn't follow through on paying PA $1,000 for his Kumo.
Just keep throwing money.
Well, we were out of outputs, so that was more of the issue.
But I would have been able to fix it if I had another Kumo. I have a way. But like this thing is
the computer at it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah. Then in that case, yes.
It always one of the main solutions in life is throw more computers at the problem. I hate computers. But man, does that solution work a lot of the time?
It's true.
But yeah, this is the Kumo. This is a video matrix, and so this thing basically let us take in a bunch of inputs. So we'd have like cameras, program feed, multi-view, Do we do multi-view? Maybe not.
We
Computer
did.
feeds.
We just did a normal DA for the multi-view.
Okay. Yeah. And then basically reroute them multiple times to wherever they need to go. So let's say we had like 3 cameras for this one. We didn't, but this camera is going to both Austin on the switcher encoder side, as well as K1 for replay. And that's how we get the replays to have all the shots. We can give them 8 feeds.
Including using the replay machine as a fake switcher to add more inputs. Which,
Oh, yeah,
do you want to explain any of that? Anybody?
Because
yeah, I could become 3 cameras for Austin because if you run out of inputs on one computer, because like, sure, having more computers solves a problem, but like, at a certain point you don't have enough PCIe lanes, so what are you gonna do, right? If you have one channel that's dedicated for VTR and replay, then you'd be like, oh, well, you're taking all the feeds anyways. Give me the feeds that I can't take naturally, and we'll, that's how we got a lot of the moving camera shots.
Yeah,
Technically,
and
you're watching a replay shot.
This was a comment I made during the show, but and kind of a note on the resourcefulness of the team, but we feel like we really did get maximum utility of the gear that we had available to us. Like we were really pushing the limits of all the gear and trying to be resourceful about it.
The cream to Zane's crop, as it were.
The cream to Zane's crop, like you said.
Let's hear it, Blur. What do you got?
Right, another interview.
All right, Zane. Last set you guys had, it was 3-2. You barely won, and he left the set saying, he looked at you and said,
Blur does a good job this time because it's Zane. Like he gets so happy and like excited to
Yeah.
talk to him.
I really wanted to make sure we
sorry,
we
he
did
does
this
a
one
good job.
Yeah.
He does a good job every time, but this one's like just better because he cares a lot. He loves Zane.
Mhm. And that kind of dynamic is what we really want to be able to show with these interviews.
I think around the time around this interview, we were getting the flow of everything like just locked down. So like just getting the crowd shots from Taizai was like really nice just to kill time, just so casters didn't have to just fill for so long. So it really started to kick in of just like, all right, we're getting in the groove of this, which I was like really proud of.
Oh yeah. We can start looking for more with the cam ops in the crowd, and we had a really great crowd for this top 8, for both top 8s. Really, I was really impressed with the crowd. Really loved that Battle BC had the signs and all the boomsticks, and
Yeah, that was
it
really cute.
felt
They
like
had a whole
yeah.
like setup for signs and face painting, and I wanted to like have that more in the broadcast. So it was just really cool to like see that from just the crowd just putting up their little signs of stupid things and cool things that they wanted to say.
Yeah, I know this is important for Dhir, but like we really felt like this was an elevated spectator experience for this major.
Obviously Battle BC not the first to do it. We saw this at Genesis as well, but
I love how like Dhir is always like dead center of this shot, and Dhir is like almost never like Dhir's always on the phone like 90% of the time. Just like we're waiting for the next match and just.
Dhir was locked in for sure.
Yeah.
I love that Dhir sat there actually.
Right under the Battle of BC projection.
Yeah, it's
no
like
less.
pointing down right at him too.
It was perfect.
Honestly, it was such a happy like accident.
Yeah.
I didn't really think of. I was kind of thinking about it when we were moving the TVs, like at least the back of the big screen. But I didn't think about the people in front that much. Having a crowd there is just having a crowd. It adds the feeling, not really a focus. Having there adds a feeling or adds a focus.
This might be an inside comment, but you know what would be really funny for our skit idea that we had involving the rope lines. No. If it was Dhir.
Oh, you know what? That would have been really funny.
Right this way, Mr.
We'll run
BBC.
that.
Rather than Blur, I felt bad asking Blur if he would do that because I was like, I don't want him to make him the butt of the joke and like,
Mhm.
what actually it could have worked out because I realized he was the host afterwards. I was like, okay, never mind. He could have just. Maybe we should talk about this later. I'm not gonna bring up
Thanks
too
for
much.
dropping
of
for
it.
a sec. My headphones decided to be weird.
Such an interesting set to
All
me
good.
because the life
Oh, I felt so bad about this Mango headshot. We definitely should have told him to fix his hair.
Oh man! Apparently, Cody was also none too happy with his headshot. Like literally. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Hey, look at him. Speaking of which,
It's so much better than his one from last year, though. His one from last year is so bad.
I feel like it was one of the
That's fine.
better ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's fair. It really matters that the person is happy with their own headshot.
yeah, like nobody. I didn't take the scene until this point, but before this, you just see Cody just like all off on the side. He's like, "You see this?"
Yeah. That's so funny.
They can just. What if we just like had them submit their own? Of the like, here, provide your own headshot at that point, or like.
Well, we
Just
need
the
the
idea of
standardized
having-
lighting.
Well, but imagine how absurd it would be if there wasn't the standardized lighting, and you just
It's
had the like
yeah, it's like
meme.
top player cutout,
up.
and then someone who made top 8's LinkedIn profile picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
You gotta like
okay.
have the mixed up moods. The
I
option
can't
of
think of
either you
solutions.
you get the one that we take, or you take whichever one we brought, or you take whichever like anime headshot is the like person who last said something mean to you on Twitter.
Welcome, Sammy. Glad you could join us. Sammy did the live social media during Battle BC as well. Also, while we're on this scene, I just want to point out. Martin Zarango was the lead on AVL and the kind of picked out the lights for the house. And I want to shout out Jesse from Bombi for suggesting the uplights for the pillars here. Gave us a specific suggestion for the specific lights we should use for that. And I know Martin kind of had the idea of alternating the yellow and blue, and also pushed for the gobos that are in the back here. There were 3 custom glass gobos, which I feel like really enhanced the mood and the feel and the atmosphere, especially seeing here. If you just imagine the logo not being there, it would just be blank wall. So I think it really helped.
Yeah.
And, it was not too. It's something that can continue to be built on as the budget increases.
Yeah, like I would actually say this is a common. So this is for people who might not be as initiated. This is what we call the wide shot. Typically, I call it camera 3. This is the shot. At least when we do, well, even when we only have one TV as like the player setup. Typically, it's a shot that captures both players on both their sides and both TVs and the crowd. And this is like kind of like your general shot. We actually didn't use this shot too much out of like establishing the fist bump. I always use this shot for the fist bump unless we have like one of the roaming cameras on it. But this shot is always kind of like an interesting shot because it presents a lot of points of interest, but also a lot of like issues. Because whenever we use this shot in a lot of shows, there's just a lot of like dead headroom. Because as you can see, Mango is standing now. And so he's like fairly more in frame. Of course, for Melee we have CRT, so it blocks a lot of the people, right? But we always end up having a lot of headroom, and depending on like the way that like the ceiling of the venue looks, it can be kind of weird. Your convention centers, your hotel ballrooms, etc. Right? So I do agree that the Battle BC, like the projection, adds a lot. The pillar lighting adds a lot. The fact that we actually have look at this crowd, it's great. A question I was actually going to ask to everybody is, I know this was kind of the point for the whole like walk-ins and everything, but do you guys prefer the fact that there's like a lane like right down the middle, right down the center? Do you guys prefer if there's a lane down the center, or if it was just like consistent all the way across crowd, and maybe a lane on each side depending? Because I would think in the future, if we do walk-ins and stuff like that, and maybe as long as we at least have like more resources or like the ability to get out there with cameras, I think we should have players do walk-ins from like, if there's 2 lanes, walking down, and then they walk up to the stage, and that's when they take like the face off, where they go essentially where these 2 are right now. They do the face off like you'd see in a fight press conference.
Yeah, for the next iteration, I will definitely be taking a closer look at where the seats are placed, the clusters of seats. After the fact, I took a closer look at how combo breakers seating arrangement is, and you do try to fill in that gap and not have that center lane in this shot here. I know, yeah, just having that center lane and that dead space kind of feels bad in this shot. So in the future, yeah, it would be 2 lanes on the sides, and also that'll make it easier to put the casters closer to the middle if that ends up being where we want to have them. At least I know that's what they do for Combo Breaker.
Yeah, also with Combo Breaker, they have so you can kind of tell that the caster desk is behind Mango essentially, but for Combo Breaker, they they cut out the first 2 or 3 like a square out of the viewer seating area and stuff like that to place the commentators. I don't think I would want the commentators to actually be in this in the middle of the shot like that, because that would be kind of distracting. I kind of like that they're a little bit off center, or maybe just you could maybe even make them slightly farther back. But essentially, the kind of things I always wonder is do we want a lane down the middle versus 2 side lanes, or whatever? How much headroom do we want? Because if we can't, we have this tripod was at max height, I think, at this point, because
It was not.
it wasn't
actually.
not all the way. Okay, because there's
It was mostly because I thought about going max height. It wasn't max height for days 1 and 2 because of the projector issue.
Right.
But here, I was thinking the exact same thing with the headroom. It would be a bit too much headroom if I pushed it all the way.
Yeah.
And I don't want to aim down super hard. I don't like that look very much personally. Maybe you
Yes.
could have asked for it, but yeah.
Yeah, because if we want to cite some examples, there was one of the shines where there was a very high this shot, or maybe they had this shot plus the shot I'm about to talk about, where it wasn't a wide shot, but it was very high up and aiming down. I think it was the first shine that Zane won, and people were very mixed on having a very high angled shot down towards as the wide. And if you go, the issue is if you lower the tripod and tilt upwards, you can get a lot more hiding behind the TVs, especially it also affects how wide you can space the players apart, and where you place the Wii, or if there's a Red Bull fridge or something like that, it can be very difficult, which Red Bull fridges, especially if Red Bull is a sponsor for your event, they're going to want to make sure it's in the shot. They're very particular about it. And then the only other thing is, if you kind of could tilt down more at this current height, there's a whole nest of cables down there that we don't want to talk about. I think, Juna, did you share that tweet about the Mario Kart land with the massive rat's nest that they had?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to avoid talking. We're showing that.
Yeah.
One thing with that is just the fact of whether or not the table claws actually will go across both sides. So if it actually would cover up the underside of that table is what we had discussed while we were all on comms there. But getting back to the aisle conversation is, I think there's also just a question of again, where are you prioritizing the in-person viewer experience versus the stream the stream experience? Of if this was all one line and there wasn't a line down the middle, imagine if you were a person in the middle of that section and had to pee. Just the thing of how do people actually get around the venue itself, or where are you putting the commentators? Are they blocking the players from actually being able to be seen by the people who are there in person to be part of that community? Or are we using the crowd as a prop, or are we using the crowd as understanding the crowd as a value to the event itself?
Tends to be a little bit of both.
Yeah, but I think the thing is, it's always a trade-off there of what you're thinking about, and trying to make sure that you are always keeping that in mind as well. Also, not to mention just the fact of is this a fire hazard?
Right. Yeah, that was another important part of or I guess limitation. As part of the floor plan, we did have to have fire lanes of a certain width, and we were limited to a certain amount of rows with the chairs as well. So these are just limitations that people don't necessarily think about, but we do have to accommodate on the floor plan.
Yeah, I'm also just remembering that probably also the reason why the center lane exists is because unlike in a lot of main show top 8 show tournaments, there is no projector directly behind the camera in the shot that's actually on the sides. So the middle lane is actually aligned to the gap between the 2 major projectors, and so each side of the half mid lane is probably watching the other main projector. Also, I don't know why this just reminded me of when what was it? I think, Dylan, when you were running back to I think get the following shot from one of the Ultimate players walk-ins, and somebody walk in front of you or something like that as you were trying to get to your spot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I
If
remember
anybody needs
seeing
to know,
that.
don't do that.
I remember seeing that in the preview. Yeah, that's why Dylan needed to have the cam utility Nabibi
Spotter.
there to help. Yeah, spot Dylan, make sure the lane is clear, make sure he's able to walk backwards where he needs to. Make sure there was a spill before the top 8 walk in too that we had to clean up as well. So don't want anyone to slip on that. But yeah, there is a lot of small preparations like that and considerations that just are not very visible.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess we'll continue. Oh.
I think we've been demanded
yeah.
to drink water.
True.
Always
Shout out to
drink
Matt
water.
Speaking of water,
I only have Red Bull.
I want to play Mango. I want to play.
Yep.
And
But yeah, Dylan, that was another limitation. Having only one camera op you available for those walk-ins, because we did kind of talk about the possibility of having utilizing 2 lanes instead of 1, but
yeah. So in that situation, if we ever because I don't really imagine us ever easily getting the ability to do 3 cam ops in a single spot. What I think we would probably do is we'd probably repurpose either P1, camera 1, camera 2, or the player cameras, or the wide, just for the host for when we do the top 8 intros, and then after we're done, we'll move it back. Because that shot should be pretty static on the host anyway.
Also, it'd probably let us get a bit of a better shot of the host, because the top-down view
Yeah, that was
kind of iffy.
yeah.
Not like my favorite. It was workable. I think Blur and Goose did a good job making it feel good.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It was like you were looking up at a giant.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they are looking at a giant. Towering over them.
A giant that could have restricted access to the commentator booth.
that blocking was definitely something we had to all figure out kind of last minute, because the original blocking that I had in mind, it wasn't compatible with the limitations of our gear, so yeah, we had to adjust to make up for that, and I think these guys did pretty good at finding a solution.
One thing I want to talk about is I was talking to both these guys backstage, and Cody was talking about kind of the challenges of having people cheer against you. Yeah. And Mango said,
You want to skip past this game, I guess?
Skip past it.
Oh, Cody is washing Mango.
How does
Best for a reason.
she says that is
Oh, I had a note about like the beginning of the set where Toby flashed one of the just like the tidbit of just establishing what's going on. I think I noticed that like sometimes like it got really long where it went to a line 2, like it was not really distracting at all, but it was just noticeable. That just caught my eye. I wonder if like next time it would it like be better if it would be just scrolling or just one continuous long text.
I also agree. It
can get pretty long.
So one of the things though with its scrolling is the fact that like then you've got horizontal movement that is going against where the game is versus having it just flash in and then flash out. Because even if it was going to 2 lines, it would go to 2 lines sometimes, and that was almost always because get on my level in Smash GG is not get on my level, it's get on my level 2023 Fighting Game World Championships. And
Canadian
certain
Fighting Game World Championships.
Yes.
Please.
So it would make the entire line extremely long, and like I tried to catch most of those in a like function of like shorten these names, but it's a thing of like that's very hard to manually do, and I could make them like the sentences themselves are constructed of just a like this happened at this last time, so sometimes like the text is a little bit awkward because it's like this is not just typed in, it's actually like this is generated, here's the string that is produced from this data, which is like some things that was like structured from last year, but also like my favorite thing with those stats is the ones where it shows like the last time that people matched up. So even if like they have 3 or 4 matchups since like BOBC 4, it'll still show like the last time that they matched up at the BOBC like series. if there was one of those that existed. But for a lot of them, I tried to not swing it if it was like one that is too long. But anyways, like if you, yeah, like that one is just a single line one. But like if you do have it be scrolling, it's a thing of it pulls away from the game itself and is distracting. Like
I think a very light scroll would not be distracting. It's not something that distracts in other situations.
Yeah, it is.
I think it'd be fine.
It's something that's actually popularized mostly by ESPN broadcasts. You know, the ticker line at the very bottom that scrolls. Although that is a little more relevant for like in tournaments. Like, oh, you know, you hear the da 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 da, and then it's like the little like, oh, like Miami beats Denver 31 to whatever, you know. But so it's a little different during a top 8. I will say.
There that we've what the thing is there is what we've wanted to do in the past is have that be like ticker of upsets or other matches that are going on off stream. But it does become like a level of how much noise is this, and also like when it's on ESPN, it is a thing of like these are live updates versus here are some factoids about this thing.
Plus it's updated by someone else too.
Yes. And in this case, like the automation to do that is the thing of like now we could do this a little bit, but when I got an endpoint to be able to do that, like the day of the event, I'm not like I am not a magician at that level. And that's also like a thing that's just not done generally. But yeah, the general like live ticker also is just again a thing of design. Like it's not always a thing where it's like we're getting to choose explicitly like this is the thing that we would like to be great, but a matter of like there's been a design conversation behind the scenes that has gone through different versions of this of like how does this look at this speed, and have like actually considered like have gone through those considerations and like have done some basic like UX testing. Like it's not just the thing of like someone's like YOLO, let's try this most of the time. So, there's many graphics reviews going through and checking to see are these actually good user designs or is this someone's like fever dream of cool but actually awful.
Yeah, I know my personal philosophy is I do prefer that the game is the focus on the scene and distraction. You should avoid distractions, so that does align with my philosophy. But I know tickers are kind of underexplored in Smash as well.
Hey,
Just
also
having those was really cool. No, it's just really cool to have that in just it was just really cool and a really cool like little tidbit that I wanted to just highlight there.
Yeah, it is cool.
Sorry, I want to highlight these shots. I love these shots. I don't know if anybody else. So this is a shot that Ayub and I have been doing for a little while. I think we really got in our groove at like not this last Riptide, but probably the Riptide before. It's kind of like showing because Cody's definitely running the match.
And collected from Cody.
And kind of just like we gotta like kind of take a step back, much like, you know, Mango's trying to, you know, zoom out and trying to figure out, okay, what's gonna work in this situation. Let's think Battlefield. I like that a lot.
All right, going to Battlefield. Interesting counter pick. Not what I was expecting at all.
Oh, actually, another thing I was gonna ask is, we haven't really done these in a while, but I'm pretty sure we're all in agreement that player cam per side of melee overlay as opposed to like the old school like game on one side, 2-person camera and a single shot on the other. We're down with this kind of overlay style,
singles,
right?
Yes.
For game.
For singles.
Yes. Yeah.
I think the other way works better for doubles.
Yeah,
100%.
100%.
Cam. I don't know. I definitely think it's likely just better. Yeah. The only issue I have is that, you know, like the game doesn't get like the full screen. Like on the doubles overlay, the game can just be the whole screen there, and you have like, the scoreboard mixed in on the side. In this case, we have to overlay the scoreboard and the bottom bar, but it's not bad.
If I had one like design nitpick, I would definitely want to make the game bigger and take up as much space as possible. But
it's true.
Yeah, there's definitely different philosophies on that.
Yeah, because I guess the alternate to this would be like make the game full bottom to top like height, and then you're able to put like a like information for player names, character, game count, etc. under the player portraits, which also would help mitigate the fact that, like I said, in my opinion, the cutouts are a little bit too tall because they leave a lot of headroom. So that's what I would try to test out.
If you made it bigger like that, then you would be making the player cams also less wide, so you'd be getting an even like longer shot of the players at that point. And also then it gets
the assumption there is that you also shrink the player cams.
Yeah.
Like,
well, then
vertically.
if you're shrinking the player cams, then how much extra white space do you end up on the sides? And where do you then put a lot of the like sponsor obligations, or how do those sizes work? Like I agree with you on a lot of like where that should. If you're making the game bigger and you're making the players smaller, you still have more space vertically than you would have horizontally, which means that like that Novus logo would get shrunk down because it wouldn't be able to fit in as much horizontal space. So you have these logos that are based on how like the actual sponsors are providing these assets and how they only want their things to be used. Like that Stay Vancouver Hotels would be very, very hard to read even more. And having to explicitly like chat with our like sponsors on how they want that presented and being able to provide them like this is what this will look like, or following whatever their brand guidelines are is a little bit difficult sometimes.
Yeah. Logo marks, I can't believe if they can't provide a vertical one, it's kind of a struggle. But otherwise, if like the logos are fine, everything like can fit, I think just making the players a bit shorter, making it a bit thinner, and like putting like their round info and all that stuff in the sidebars would allow us to get like the whole screen be melee, have a full screen melee. But yeah, damn, I totally forgot about the horizontal logo marks. Those are annoying.
Mm-hmm.
The level of tiny details of things that are moderately annoying that always end up being a small case are extremely high and result in the thing of like, this is an extremely there's a reason behind this decision. And it will take me like 6 Twitter threads to explain this reason, so please shut the heck up on Twitter about why this thing looks this way, because I promise you there's a reason behind it. So always like, that's just kind of a thing with design generally, and I mean with stream generally, of the like thing of like, oh, you've got this camera here, it's because you don't want to have like, I don't know, the Genesis like Splatoon bathroom shot. Like there's reasons behind these things that are like not the like easy consumed thing. And chat will be grumpy regardless.
That's why we don't care about chat.
But that's why you have a good team of people who are all like looking over graphics and looking over like what people are doing, so you can say like, oh yeah, this thing would be better, or like this thing would not be better, and trying to get those things like thought of ahead of time.
Which reminds me, I want to shout out Ambler, our lead chat moderator for this weekend. They were also extra eyes on the stream quality for all the 5 streams that we had. It's impossible for me to monitor all 5 streams all at once, so having those extra eyes was definitely much appreciated, as well as, of course, moderating the chat and coordinating the moderators for each channel. Definitely a big help.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Again,
I guess we can skip to.
He's got such a solid.
Good.
One where
I just can't get over how it's
chaotic, man. It's so chaotic.
Esports versus
next?
HBox.
The lifetime head-to-head really tell the whole story.
We skip to like grand finals, because I mean, apart, maybe like some of the sequences we could go over. I don't know.
I want to see some of the non-gameplay like camera shots.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where we cut after this.
The last 2 times that these guys played, Jmook also won those.
We're probably setting something up.
And Fate 3. Yeah, big shout out to production for giving us some of those pieces of data for the viewers. Always useful to contextualize the brackets, even if we're saying it. You know, the visual is always really nice. So big shout outs to the production team.
Oh, that was one comment Toby and I had for you, Austin. We both wanted you to use the bracket scene more, because as Ludwig was like watching this, we noticed him referring to the Start GG bracket himself.
The bracket seed, as in
the bracket scene.
Oh, the scene. Oh yeah. That is true.
And that's for many reasons.
I didn't really have a place to like fit it in, unfortunately.
genuinely.
But yeah,
very
I wanted to use it, but
Yeah, it's not easy.
I couldn't find a non-intrusive way to go about it. But I did
Yeah,
want. Yeah.
it is hard to figure out how to, you gotta queue the casters as well. So I totally get that too.
HBox is really good at leveraging what makes this matchup difficult.
We got
I wasn't gonna say
back to
shit.
Candidate.
Juno tattles.
I wanted
mean-
to use it more. I just kept like it just kept like slipping my mind, and then like the problem is like when you get in the habit of not using it, it's hard to like add it in.
The other
Yeah.
thing too is players they want to go. They don't want to wait around. So like, I feel like when we were making the players wait around a little too long.
Yeah, we were
they
juggling so
kinda-
many things. It was difficult to add in
Yeah.
something. I was like, this could probably be
Oh,
left out.
yeah, I would not. I would
the
definitely
thing of,
not
like-
play the bracket if it's gonna add time. It's
Yeah.
purely if there's fill.
It'd be
We'll
kind of
go back
like
to
the thing of
pre-match.
if you cut the post-match statistics slide and then put in the bracket for like part of that time. It could be like a spot where you'd be able to have that transition between set to set.
Yeah, one key philosophy with all the different scenes that we had was you don't add to the total runtime of the top 8. It's only to fill in space where there's nothing else to show. Even the interviews should not add time, runtime.
I think a classic place to put it in would be like an establisher for like going into after the caster swap. So like when we go into like our top 4, we could use that to like intro the rest of top 8.
Yeah.
I think a lot of like FGC shows that was done in the past.
Yep. I think that might have been what was on the run of show too. But when you're in the heat of the moment, like it's those kind of things, like they don't. Them missing doesn't hurt the show. So it's only just a minor improvement.
It also is data that like the user can get on their own versus like the post-match stats where they can't get that on their own. So
Exactly. Like I definitely agree with prioritizing using the pre-match and post-match over the bracket.
Let's take this one all the way home.
He is sitting up straight, Walt.
I mean, HBox is not, so.
Okay, we're gonna go back to the very start of this set real quick.
Yeah. I thought this was just like a really cool shot, and I think it's something we could refine. But at the start of the set, Yubs is kind of focused on HBox to start. And then, well, yeah, he brings
we were
it
doing
up.
the hungry feed. We were trying
the
to do
hungry
the
feed. It's a tough one. You're never gonna get that magic. But this idea of this whip shot, I like a lot. I think it's something we could kind of like refine a bit more. But really good idea from Yubs.
Would we like to show the source material that we were basing this off of? It is also BOBC. I'll look for the clip real quick.
Yeah.
It's somewhere in there. Yeah, I actually utilized more of these whip shots at BBC 4, and it was easier to do. This one, it was kind of like an improv thing where I was like trying to do it really fast, but then it ended up going a little bit too slow.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dylan was also my like camera utility at BOBC 4, and he came up with a lot of great shots.
Get blown up. Yep. And this is a matchup
Yeah,
where
BOBC4
it
had
happen
a
if
lot
you
of good
get
clips
lazy
too.
on the side of Sheik. HBox is just gonna kill you for it. So let's get into this first.
It does have your most popular clip, I think, right, Yubs? The walk into the sun.
For
Oh yeah, we're
Leffen.
leffing into the light.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the walk off.
so.
Yeah, the walk off 4-stock.
God, such a sick shot.
I still like my hungry feet one more, to be honest. It's because it looks like fighting game intro.
That is Ryu's, like, you know, when he steps, his feet.
Yeah, right. So, like the stomp, and then he gets down. He's like, "Whoa!" But yeah, I do like left and light, complete on accident. Right? That's most of cam mapping, really. Catching an opportunity. It's the same with photography. Which I guess is maybe where I learned it. Or started with esports photography in the scene.
Yeah, always just gotta capture what you can, what's available, make the best of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you definitely did that. God,
Yeah.
he's getting away with it.
Danger, that was one thing I wish we did a better job of for Battle BC6 is keeping a better track of Leffen's matches since it was his last Melee tournament for a while. Yeah, I wish we featured more of Leffen's matches.
it's tough. We see the jaywalk coming out, manages to grab ledge here, but HBox playing positionally so well.
All I search is, do we have anywhere we want to specifically...
Watch the drift in right there. HBox being in shield is not the place you want to be.
Do you have anywhere we want to skip around to?
Basically forward roll, which is 2 frames.
What about the end of this set?
I love that you
Oh, yeah,
bring
the end
that
of
up
this.
again. People don't often conceptualize shield.
That he's trading. These are such positive EV for him every time. All right, HBox weaving his way back in. No music to help him on the rhythm of.
Wait, you know about the fine scrolling or scrubbing, right? Like the with the mouse.
Or...
No, like if you grab the handle
Oh yeah, if you
and then
yeah,
lift it up.
Lift it up.
Yeah.
I forget
okay.
that exists.
It is a hidden feature, you know.
I do it
Bad
on accident.
discoverability.
Usually on my iPhone or something.
Yeah, because like it's just that little text at the top.
Speaking
read it.
Speaking of favorite camera shots, since we were talking about the ones from Battle BC4, Ayub and Dylan in the chat, do you guys have favorite camera shots from Battle BC6? That you
For
wanna point
me, it would probably be where we had the trophy on the console or near the console, and we were able to. I could do like a rack focus on the trophy and then the competitor that was behind it. I think I did it for AMSA in top 8 here, and then I did it for some old player. So I just like redid that same shot.
Gotcha. Yeah, I remember seeing the one for ult.
Yeah, and that was like the easiest. Yeah, I had a nice angle with if I took the camera off the monopod, and I just went nice and low with it. That was fun. Because otherwise, for this tournament, we were able to be. Me and Dylan were basically able to be more of like a. I guess like more of a side angle, like a profile shot, more of an oblique angle. I could get to a pretty good place with even with the SDI, but it's often easier to just let Dylan, jump on the floor, so I wasn't tripping a player with my SDI cable.
True. Yeah, that Hollyland receiver definitely held up a lot better than expected. The transmitter for the wireless camera, even with the full room. I think it only took hits like during 2 or 3 of the scenes.
Yeah, it was very good. I was surprised, and now I guess I gotta buy one.
Classic.
One thing I think.
I'm not sure how it does with audio syncing though.
Oh, I would not use it for audio sync at all. If I wanted a good synchronized one, I'd get a Teradek, but I'm not about to spend 3K.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I think that's why we use the wired cam here for the interviews.
Yes, that was very specific and intentional.
Yeah, and glad we ran S2 SDIs for that.
Yeah, I think that was like a good tech decision.
Oh, smart. I like that.
Very annoying. Oh, he keeps getting away with it. God damn it.
Actually watching the game.
I'm actually watching the game. I guess
Always gotta be ready for the HBox moments.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually,
oh yeah, we found this.
Oh, that was good. Oh, they had the light. That was so smart of them as a crowd member.
Are you the dark looking ass side?
Yeah.
I think that's if we go back just a tiny bit. This is a little tech thing. We should have shaded that camera a bit better. It's just not good. And especially when you go to like the ISOs, the BGHs, those things just like pop.
They really do.
Really vibrant compared to it, and it's kind of it's a bit jarring, I guess.
It can be.
Yeah.
It's hard too because I think Dylan had to change exposures a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think that's the issue. I think it was something else with the feed. So, like shading is separate from exposure.
Okay, yeah.
We can make that all look good.
Are you saying both roaming cams?
I actually don't know. This is yours, yeah.
Yeah, because we did change it a bit. I remember.
This one could be better as well.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely a lot closer for sure, but not exact. Also, love venue lighting. You can see the little greenish cast back there from the CFL bulbs. I want to say I don't remember, but yeah, just different colors from different lights, and especially in venues like this, you'll have like a mixture of colors in the background. It makes it so much fun. I love white balancing.
Yeah, and shading and video engineering is typically a whole separate role too, but very rare in Smash you get a V1 Uh,
I do remember
share.
me and Dylan going over camera settings, but you know, even with those,
I
even
was
with-
like already tapped out. After the Cody Josh thing, I was like, my brain is fried. I need a break.
Oh yeah, I was definitely feeling the just brain melt at this point of the tournament.
Yeah.
I
He
was
used to get a-
feeling.
He used to get the right
was
amount
lo-
of brain melt, so you just like stay focused in.
Yeah, I could definitely feel myself losing the ability to make decisions as the night went on, but we had Nigo to back me up too, which was really great.
Yeah. Also, I found the Hungry Feet clip. If anyone wants, it's on my computer, so I had to dig it up.
I actually think I do have it on my computer too.
Yeah, I think if we wanna turn our attention or turn your guys' attention to the, it's only gonna be on the
Discord.
virtual cam. So here it is.
Okay.
Kind of hit you where you didn't think it would.
Oh, I see.
Memories.
And all goes south. And next thing you know,
Yeah, this was the FS7, so this thing is heavy.
I remember watching this from
shoes
home.
flying into the crowd or slipper or whatever it was.
You see his flip flops in the peripheral vision.
Fan over.
See his flip flops in the peripherals. You just got clutched on.
Faint smell of
And just does these little Akuma movements.
He really did just like everything perfectly in that short moment.
Right
It's
into the
such
game.
a perfect clip.
I think Toph was even talking about his flip flops. Hungry Feet on MP4.
It literally is.
But yeah, no, that FS7's fucking, it's heavy, man. But
Yeah,
make
those
it
are big
work.
boy cameras for
I
sure.
think I was using this shawl that I'm wearing right now as a shoulder pad.
Crafty.
Look at that specific
Did Xbox win this?
Yeah, Dylan, it was exactly that. We would just like sit down between sets and we were like, okay, what kind of dumb shit can we do? What do we point at?
That's the good shit though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I did that
Let him
before
cook.
this tournament.
Wait,
but-
no, he doesn't.
Gotta let him cook.
Oh my god. I totally forgot that Xbox lost this.
Yeah. J-Mook beating HBox.
I was just like seeing him get away with it for like 3-4 minutes straight. I was like, oh, he's gonna win again.
Welcome, Chanel. Glad you could join
Oh, hey,
us.
Chanel.
Yo, what up?
J-Mook over H-Box, Cody and Mango got there.
Yeah, we're going real heavy on the recursion, unfortunately, here, but it is
Yeah.
what we do. That's shooting upwards,
You know what?
unfortunately.
After looking at some of the photographs, it kind of worked for some of the photos.
Well, yes, that is true.
In some cases, it works.
It looks really cool for the grand finals, like winter ceremony, for sure.
Yeah.
Times where HBox,
You see a couple alternate angles from K1's replays.
and basically kind of like it's like a reverse fishing
Oh,
scenario.
that was
He's like, come on, go for
brutal.
it. You want to go for it. Go for it. And then
This whole
it just
game
doesn't
was
happen.
brutal.
So, really good
Yeah.
stuff
He
from
kept doing it, and then he kept getting rested. I don't know. I was very surprised you won.
right there. And again, I can't get over how well J-Mook was playing knockdown. So look at this interaction back and forth. He finds the jab at the end of it all, and how well J-Mook.
How do you guys feel about having the casters break on top 4 versus the first losers quarters?
Yeah,
I think it just makes more
really
sense
leveraging the
bracket-wise.
strength of Sheik there. Again, like,
To cut it top 4.
Yeah, I don't like breaking in half, like in one of the two quarters. It just feels weird to me.
Mm.
And one of those strengths is just the
I know the idea behind it is to give an equal amount of sets, but I think I also agree with you from just a bracket sense.
Yeah, and just also like narratively, like okay, now we're in like a separate, very distinct section.
Yeah, now you
Right,
are all
top
top
four.
4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Single block top 8 commentary. Oh man.
Yeah, the
It's a
shows
hard
I've been
job.
doing. Oh yeah,
Single
way too
block.
long.
It's so long.
I mean, that's what the Tekken and Street Fighter shows were. One set of casters.
True. We have.
Which, yeah, as a side note, we had top 8 shows every night. So Friday night was Street Fighter 6. Saturday night was Tekken 8. And you know, it comes with pros and cons. The pros being we're able to rehearse our top 8 workflow each night. The cons being we're way more tired each night. So
Zayn has been playing
yeah,
so well because when we watch Zayn versus some other floaties like Hungry
just
Box,
something that's
some of them
unusual
kind of
about
hold
this
in on the
about
combos,
or
doing
about
some,
this
yeah, kind
show
of
versus
combos
other
with
Smash
Floaty.
shows.
I feel like that doesn't really happen with AMSA. I feel
I
like
think
AMSA
right before
plays
this was that trophy
against
shot I was
AMSA,
talking
Zayn's
about.
work for every little bit of percentage.
Okay.
It feels like
That might
something
be
else.
true.
Probably. Oh yeah,
Before
it's
the,
off
right
the.
after the establisher, I believe.
Kind of seems like Zayn just
It's
got
off the
in
console.
Yeah, you're right, because we did it.
Super Smash Brothers Melee.
I remember just being like, I have the shot. You can go
Yeah,
do whatever.
here we
Like, I don't
go.
have to establish her.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so warm on this
Some might say, but
broadcast.
it is what it is. How you doing, Vish?
I'm doing well. It's gonna be a sick top.
Keep an eye on
four
that
show.
next
It
time.
is very, very
I
exciting.
remember BOBC 4, it was very green.
Yeah,
Mm.
that room, that whole very green and yellow.
And
Yeah, it seems a little warm. Or maybe my flux is on. That doesn't help.
Tell he was kind of amped, ready to go. Locked in for sure. They're seated. They're
And
warming up. We got Zayn
Toph the
versus
lock.
AMSA,
He really
so,
wants
yeah,
to make that a thing for us, huh?
These two played twice actually.
What?
Genesis.
What was it?
Tell us a
Locked
little
in?
bit about
The phrase locked in?
Yeah.
Oh.
so the last two times
It is a phrase, dude.
Well, no, I mean it is, but he's trying to make it a melee thing. I don't know. Like,
the first set they played was
I think at this point, Valorant kind of owns it. If I were to say,
Oh,
it
it makes sense in
I mean,
Valorant.
people just like memeing on it, but it's like I think the community that like definitely uses it the most,
It feels to me
and it
like,
seems most natural to me
especially
is
just maybe it's
Valorant.
recency, but I feel like when I watched,
I mean, it comes from
versus
like
Genesis,
locking
I
in
kinda
your
felt meh.
character, no?
I feel like Zayn has been playing
No,
so
it just
well,
locking
because,
in just
when we
means
watch,
like
Zayn
focus
versus some
up,
other floaties like
basically.
Hungry Box, sometimes Hungry
Well,
Box
like
Okay,
with
that's the
etymology
general
is-
sense.
yeah.
Yeah, but
kind
the
of-
I'm
yeah,
sure
the
there's a different,
etymology
like-
is what I mean.
I feel like that doesn't really happen with
I mean, if we were saying it was based on like
Against
locking in
AMSA,
your
Zayn has been
characters, I feel like we
Yeah.
could go all the way back to like Dota or even like earlier, I guess,
any-
StarCraft
Fair.
maybe.
Any game that has characters, basically.
That's gonna be the name of the game.
Yeah. Wait a second. Any game that has characters. What am I talking about?
Zayn
I just love. Have you guys seen the memes of like the one from like Parasite, where it's it's like I think I tweeted that out where it's like we're all chatting on the line and then when it's last stock last hit and then I lock in.
Right. You can't do like,
That's definitely me. Like we'll be talking about like this should be a good matchup for AMSA, and like you can play real. Oh wait, last stock last hit, clear comps, lock in.
Wow, that worked out. It's funny because it wasn't a tipper, but it was enough because AMSA kind of got broken out of the armor, wasn't ready for the
Valorant
arrow.
other games, it's telling people to. I just hear it mostly like you don't hear it like from people in game. You hear people talking about the game, but like people say it all the time, and like shooters, particularly Valorant, mostly in my experience. But like I don't know, it's just funny how it's like also the reason why I'm making a joke of it specifically for Toph is because at Genesis, he like I think on his first block he was just like, I believe that 2024 will be the year of locking in, Vish. Like, oh, what do you like locking in? It's when you focus, when you're focused and you're like ice cold in your veins, and you're locked in. And I'm just like, this man's explaining how to lock in. Like what is lock in? Oh, let me get the Merriam-Webster dictionary out real quick. Locking in, verb.
The crowd is actually getting loud for AMSA. Oh, no jump!
You can go back to the VODs. That was like the very first commentary block that we had at Genesis, and that was very funny for me.
Yeah, I did not remember that. So
I remember it very clearly because I was just like, what? Like what? We were really trying to make lock in, and ever since that Genesis, I guess it was welcoming in the new year 2024, the year of melee locking in. I don't know. I remember it very distinctly because it was just so out of place.
Well, I guess I'll give Toph credit for trying to create more storylines, or
is that what we're calling it?
Some narrative.
It's hard, dude. It's hard to do it like Scar does it. As I've rewatched some top 8s, I've come to realize and respect how good Scar is at storytelling.
He's got the WWE like announcer deal going on,
Yeah. He really is
Absolute
incredible.
cinema.
Yeah. All I'm just saying is everybody who's watching and everybody in this call, when next time Toph is on, just listen for him to at least say lock in like at some point. It's like, oh, you know what? He's locking in. But it's so funny because he just says it so like very particularly. I don't know. It just makes me laugh every time I hear it.
Exactly, Vish.
Okay, I'm super hungry, so I'm gonna go bounce and eat some food. But this has been really fun, and I might come back later, but I might not. So thanks all. This was fun. The show was fun. Bye.
Thank
Do
you,
you want me to
Toby.
eat
Take
some
it
food?
easy.
Bye.
Yeah, they knew the distances to nail what I would say maybe 6 to 7 tippers.
I'm also gonna hop
So,
off.
Okay. Yeah, it's really late.
Yeah, in
it is,
France
It's
time.
pretty. It's we're approaching 5 a.m. and I need to
Oh
get
my
some
god.
sleep.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for making time, Jared.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Oh man.
Have a good night, y'all. I mean, whatever time it is anymore.
Take it easy.
Peace out.
Take it easy.
Definitely supported the local scene.
Yes.
I really like the way that Amso
But yeah, we'll get through the rest of this top 8, and then we'll take a break before Ultimate top 8.
How much more do we want to get through on this? Let's.
You really cannot.
It kind of depends on if there's specific things that you want to talk about. But honestly, like I said, after Mango and Amza, I feel like, at least from my perspective, the show went very smoothly.
Yeah.
Like
I
for
mean,
the
I'm
rest
trying
of
to
the
think of
night, really.
standout moments, but
Yeah.
So dark out there.
Yeah, we needed some crowd wash for sure.
Or something we just have to have in for consideration.
That's a money
when we're-
issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Money and just like having consideration for it and just getting the means.
We need a lighting operator proper to be able to do crowd wash because you
I
can't
miss
just
PA.
put it. Yeah, you can't put lights on the crowd the entire time.
Yeah.
Which means I would have to start also making lighting calls most likely. So that's another thing to add to the comms list.
Yeah, GGAA. The main issues were struggling with the in-house commentary, the mic from production during Amza Mingo, and then the TV thing. And I think those were the 3 like glaring issues. After that, it was a pretty clean show.
it was really smooth sailing, honestly, after that.
Yeah, and the top 8 Ultimate show was like nearly flawless. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm not exaggerating on that.
Oh, Alex. Hello, Alex. Right, Alex Chai? And I think.
Oh, Chai, welcome. We were just talking you up, helping us with the food and the networking.
Oh. Yeah, because they said Feeth Mike incident in the thing, and I'm like, how did they know about it?
Nice
Yeah,
trivia
Chanel,
shot.
I like the commentators on the ground. I think it's cool. I think it adds a lot of flavor to that video feed as well, rather than just the usual step and repeat background or some random ass pillar.
Oh yeah, I'll take crowd over step and repeat any day. One alternative stage layout I did think about was keeping the, and it might have helped with our transition time, but keeping the melee players where it was, and then just putting the casters on the side,
other side?
where Ultimate Main was. Yeah, it's more similar to main stage style.
I'll be back. I gotta do something. I can't pause myself. So pause me.
Okay, I will take you off.
Just switch cameras there.
If Marth misses it,
Nice.
he might live for another 150%.
Yeah.
Dreamland Game 5, I gotta say, I don't know. In a way, I'm almost a little surprised.
I
this
can
game
hear them
didn't come
clapping.
earlier. But yeah, this.
Fortunately.
Yeah, I think I will definitely push for comms in the crowd moving forward. It's kind of a gear issue, floor plan issue, audio engineer issue. It has quite a few prerequisites depending on the venue. Because in-house commentary is typically an arena show type of deal, but we'll try to make it work for other Smash shows.
Did we also like? I'm still in favor of not commentators in house, but like a host or hosts in house, like we did at Evo.
Oh yeah, I like that too, but that is a big budget issue.
I mean, I don't think it would be that. I mean, because we already had the hosts like that would go to house when we do the intros. So I would just say like leave them on in house and just keep them. Yeah, just keep them in house and don't like have them go to stream like almost at all unless we need them back for like the top 8 or the grand finals re-intro.
Yeah, kind of like what we did with Genesis Ultimate Top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Rod had
Yeah.
the mic in house.
Yeah.
12, 13 hours to come to these tournaments again.
Right.
Yeah, this is definitely something I'm still workshopping. I am glad that we were able to experiment with it with Battle BC as well as Genesis 10.
If anything, he's looking even stronger now.
Yeah.
With the commute.
Yeah, which is
Ultimate Top 8 though, I think needs the in-house commentary. I think it might be because of the energy of the game, to be honest, but it really like amplified the Ultimate Top 8 experience, at least for this show, in my opinion.
You know what's so Melee is so
These cameras are so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nikki.
J-Book is the 6th seed of this tournament. How insane is that?
It's just such a big relief that I don't have to give that too much thought. You just take care of it.
As I will say, if Juna asks me for something, I will say yes. Usually, no matter what it is.
I will always be grateful for that. But yeah, you know, this was Nikki's last show for a bit, taking a break, a hiatus from production, as far as I know. So, definitely wanted to make it a strong one.
Well, it definitely was.
I'm glad you were happy with it. I was happy with it too. I think we got about 85% of my like wants for this show of like all the extra stuff I wanted to do, which is pretty high because I expected a lot. I wanted to do a lot with the show, and you know, anything that we didn't do, we can do on the next one. But yeah, I was quite happy with this top 8.
Again, we're seeing the benefit of being so good at
Yeah, those are the new BGHs, Chanel.
Put the fear of the flowchart in your opponent.
Thanks for stopping by, Matt Popa. And Sammy, yeah, I agree. Tekken top 8 was actually pretty hype. Definitely a hidden gem.
Yeah, we kicked out the stops on that one.
Yeah, I think the interviews were really strong with that pool of players. You know, I don't think we necessarily had most of the top players or anything like that, but I feel like we were able to really, yeah.
I think it would have actually been a lot less hype if Arslan was there, because Arslan would have just washed everyone.
Yeah, so it was sick that we got to show off some lesser known players, get them some interviews. We had some really interesting personalities during that top 8. Really great showmanship from some players. Ziggy was my personal favorite player.
Yeah, UBC got their win. UBC, the hometown crowd. That was cool.
Oh yeah, UBC was a really great crowd for that top 8.
Are you back, Nikki?
The dude, yeah, I'm back. Dude, the dude carrying the sign every time, like he's holding that. He's repping UBC.
Yeah, it was really dope.
Great.
It was really great to see. You know, we play off the energy of the crowd a lot too, so
yeah,
it helps that this was a really great audience.
It's also it's not something we'll show right now, but it's really cool that like you get that little moment between the rounds to kind of show the players, and so like Austin would switch over to them and like get like Ziggy popping off a bit, or the other players doing something, MF Goon like kind of like making some moves, some hand gestures. It's great. It's good. I really enjoyed that.
What was that guy's actual tag? It was like Ryder or something.
Dude, I don't know. I just went with what Sammy put in chat because I couldn't remember.
Cody getting a little too creative on that edge card, but
yeah, it's something we don't have at other tournaments. The little moment in between, we have 2 camera ups at our disposal, 2 player access.
Yeah.
We can just like quickly go to it. Like we had a shot back then of when AMSA won, and Dylan was just like rolling along the crowd. You get, usually crowd's like a faceless thing that just makes noise. But there we had, everybody individually saying something. You could see Dhir even just going, AMSA.
Yeah, that was dope.
I think
nice.
Definitely during the top 8 for Tekken, I remember we had the shot where Dylan was in the crowd, and like essentially when the person who won Tekken 8 like won, like the whole UBC folks like rushed the stage, and then Dylan also rushed the stage like with them.
I mean, J-Book
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that shot now. That was a really cool shot. That was a really cool shot.
Yeah, I really gotta hand it to Dylan, because Dylan was not originally planned to be a camera operator for Sunday, but he kind of stepped up and offered
For
it.
Saturday, right? Or for either? Because also
Thought
we
we
had Dylan
planned
for
for
Saturday.
Sunday.
Oh,
Dylan also
yeah,
did,
yeah, that's true.
Because Tekken was since Saturday. It was.
It was supposed to be just Sunday as well, and then he offered to do it for Saturday, Tekken Top 8, which I agreed with because it'd be a chance to rehearse and test everything before the Smash Top 8s. So really, just want to give him props for stepping up for that.
For this set, do we do anything?
I cannot believe that grab.
Also, the Tempest crew was just really pleasant to work with. They did the melee quad, the ultimate quad, and the FGC stage.
So you see the light shield come out, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute, he's jumping out here.
Yeah, you're thinking ledge hog, and I that you really need to get this. Okay.
Okay, that was great. Waiting for the shine star.
Yeah, and I guess if we're talking about all the camera shots and we're switching back and forth with them, that's all Austin. This is the most cameras Austin's ever worked with. And
It's up there for sure.
hit some really nice
Is it up? Yeah,
sequences.
wait, is it the most? It can't be the most, right?
I technically
Possibly.
did more. I technically did more with like some Halo shows, but most of those are like I think we still only had like one actual moving camera, so I don't really count that. Most of them are just like essentially how we are like a webcam, like well not a webcam, but like a camera like just affixed to the top of their monitor, so it wasn't really that much to switch to. But,
Okay, like coordinating with two camera ops.
yeah, like we're not like
yeah.
cameras that I actually had to like pay mind to and like call for and everything. Like this is as either the most or at least like close to it.
Right. Yeah, like the most creativity that you had with
That too, yeah.
being able to say this and be like, you can move here, you move there.
Definitely the most creative control I've ever had. Like I may have had more cameras in certain shows, but like someone else might be like calling the shots, so like there might be some specific like producer thing like why do we have them? But now for this is definitely the most like I've had control and like been able to like call for everything and like kind of like set up things the way we want to do it, give ideas and everything. Very nice.
Yeah, I feel like the show allowed you to show your creative side a lot
And
more.
we're gonna have even more with that. What Nicky's got in his hands.
Is that the
Yeah.
The Deckling
Nice.
squad. God, such a steal. I gotta share this this link in the Discord later.
Crazy.
After I test it.
Was like thinking
It looks brand new, so I'm pretty hopeful, but who knows?
I'm excited.
But yeah, so I guess in that sense, just, I mean, good shit to Austin to, yeah, you get some, like, really nice sequences in between games, post games, pre-game.
If you're getting more neutral wins.
It was definitely a bit of a brain stretcher, kind of like you kind of have to have like that imaginary bird's eye view sort of thing going on, where you're like, okay, this is where like you kind of like imagine it's when like in sports when they have like the clipboard and you have like the people moving, you would like draw where they're going. That was like mentally like bird's eye viewing, like where you guys are moving around the stage. That was the way I was able to do it in my head, at least. And we just tried to.
Is this the biggest crew line you've directed?
Not solely, but like I would say this is the biggest crew line that I've directed that I actually like have relevant conversations with like this many people, because I've had bigger shows, but like most of them were like kind of like very hands off, like with like the like extra
Right.
people.
I mean like actively leading.
Yeah, probably, or at least up there, like I said.
Red Bull
For
IFM.
sure.
It's also Red Yoshi.
Because yeah, you were making a shit ton of calls. I like this behind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the fall behind. Actually, I kind of got the inspiration for this, but funnily enough, if you've ever seen like the sizzle that they do for that they had for promoting Waveform, they have a shot of Mango walking up on the stage on Shine, and I just like thought about that. I was like, yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, that's good.
It was really the only option we had though, because otherwise we'd be shooting at the projectors, and also it's like fairly dark in that corner. If we could have, I would have liked for the other player to walk on from the opposite side of the stage. We could have followed them all the way on from that side. It would have been a little better. Also would have been walking towards, I guess, like from a farther distance towards like the center of the stage, and also Blur. But we didn't really think of it at the time, so.
I don't know why the camera went to blur. Like for that 1 second before you realized the camera's on him, and he was just looking right at the camera. That was so.
You can see Blur is just listening to the conversation. He's staring at it. He's like, bro.
It's a good thing.
Yes, it's a good thing.
Yeah, wireless does that
You
a
see,
lot.
you see me laughing as I
And then they were playing the interview.
go off
I didn't know
camera.
the interview was pre-recorded. Really, and I was like, if you're here, who's that?
Right.
And he was saying it's like the
There's two blurs.
Bunshin no Jutsu.
Ooh, the shadow clone.
That's right.
Oh,
Well,
maybe.
AMSA versus Code. I mean, dude, if it's gonna be.
I will see through
any
this grand
tournament,
finals.
I feel like AMSA's in a great spot
Because it was
right now.
it was a bit of a
Playing well
spanking.
against Fox.
Yeah, there was a funny moment
I mean,
for the
you always feel a little bit more comfortable.
handshake where it looked like Amza wasn't gonna
Necessarily
do a
good if
handshake
Cody, resets the
before
bracket
they
for AMSA.
started.
I feel like
He like
Cody
went to
did
sip
super well
some
with
Red
them.
Bull instead.
I still feel like there is a psychological element where when you have an extra set to play with, you do feel.
I think it was an ultimate of like 2 players did not do a fist bump.
Yeah.
I think your point earlier, though, you want to close it out.
You want to close it out.
close it
You
out. 'cause
want to
we-
close it out.
Yeah,
We've
front.
seen
Yeah, so this is the alternate. I almost always use the wide cam for the fist bump to get the. Oh. Yeah, I almost always take the wide shot from the front of them for the fist bump. But in that situation, Dylan was able to get out in front. We were able to take it from a different angle to kind of symbolize that this is not any set where I just catch the fist bump from the wide. This is like, okay, this is the finale. We're going.
I like that. It's a very good reason to change the angle.
Yeah, like there's a thing, like I guess in my experience in my time, I've learned to do a lot of broadcasts. Like, I really don't. You want to stride the line of being very consistent and like solid, whilst also not being formulaic, because there's a certain spectrum of direction style where it's like you do everything like freeform, artistic, and fun, but the problem is like if you do that too much, it seems like you're disorganized. So there's not a lot of continuity with it. But if you do it too consistently, it feels very sterile. And I know Salil has a certain opinion about certain broadcast crews and directors who do things really sterilely, or really like their clients really love it because they give them the same exact like package, the same product perfectly every single time, recreatable with minimal mistakes, even minimal possible mistakes, right? But as Salil would describe, that's super cringe because like it's like you're like basically automating everything and it's really boring. So like they're on this end of the spectrum, whereas Salil is on the far other end of the spectrum where he's like, I want to do everything manually, no automation. I'm going to do everything with my own 2 hands and all 10 of my fingers and whatever I gotta do, 10 toes too if you need to, right? Like I've seen people use foot pedals for certain shows to do certain things, so it's a whole thing. Whereas I would like to think, because I've worked with both Salil and the other crew and like just in between, I'd like to think I try to keep it somewhere in the middle, because there's a lot of things that I want to call and make work with, whether I'm working with Ayub and with Dylan, or like our physical like moving parts, but also like make things as clean and consistent as possible, like as well. So you kind of, I like marrying both to like use the automation to make the physical movement look that much cleaner, and it's an interesting balancing it.
No, I think that was a really smart decision to use a different angle for the handshake, and yeah, that gets into like filmmaking decision making, like that level of decision making. So that's a very nice thing to hear, that these are things that you're considering.
Yeah, like I mean, here's a classic one. I mean, if we're gonna go really into film theory, I was gonna mention this earlier. If HBox is playing up the heel and he's like, he's doing his mad dog thing, shoot him at a low angle shot, especially if you got a 2 or 3 foot riser up, and he's just like, he's mad dogging across the stage or mad dogging at the crowd. Like a lot of his most like iconic moments are when he's like, highlights over his hair, giving him a hair light, and just like with like the sunglasses on or his controller, he's just doing this. Like that's the H-box, he's towering over everybody. He's like this wall, he's like this wall, this almost like final boss for a lot of people, and I think that sells it very well when you have a shot like that for him.
Yeah, exactly. And try to go for something like that when a player wins dominantly, and then I think a commentator said like, why'd they do a Dutch angle? It's like, that was not a Dutch angle.
Oh yeah, I can't remember who says like, why are we doing a Dutch angle? It's like, that is not a Dutch angle, that is a low angle shot. Go back to film school.
But yeah, often try to come off the monopod and use a low angle shot if a player was like 3-0ing somebody.
The classic transition right there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
to go
that
into the
level
team.
of that level of consideration and decision making is definitely part of what makes you a great technical director, Austin.
And I really want to have one of those episodes where I think it's like Nemo or something like that. The very famous like Evo GG where he just stands up and he's like, shake my hand. I want one of those for one of those situations where like I think Itazan was just like had his hands and then he just like, haha, I win. Shake my hand.
Yo, what's up, Daniel Rhinoceros? God, I can't say that word. How hard is Melee to produce compared to other games? I'd imagine having a single in-game view must make it somewhat easier. Right, we don't need observers. That is a good point. Austin, why don't you take this question since you have a lot of experience with other games?
Okay, so it's a very interesting mix. Difficulty is subjective. It like depends on what you find easier or harder. I do think that while we don't have multiple like game feeds, you know, we don't have observers, we don't have to mess around with like POVs and like, especially if it's like a non-POV locked game, you know, we have like cinematic versus POV because I worked on the VCT Cozy Clash back in December and stuff like that, and that was a very interesting, like just going from certain games. I think whilst like you're in game, it can be a lot more hands-off and like more like relaxing. You kind of like take a moment to think about what's coming next. When things are actually happening, it's a lot more involved, and also like the engineering aspect of Melee, because it's such a, you know, we have just so many interesting things that we've done to make this game just as good as we can in the current form. It definitely it can definitely present its different challenges. I think like peak like high difficulty moments for Melee like that are not in game or probably higher, because everything's just so much more involved because the game just is older and it doesn't have like easy quality of life things. But when it comes to like doing stuff in Valorant is my main frame of reference, but also like Halo and stuff like that, observing, that wouldn't actually be something that I necessarily do because we usually have an in-game director and an observing director, like two or three observers and stuff like that in the different feeds. Also, the replay has to take in all those feeds. That can be more complicated in the moment when you're watching the game, but they don't have to worry about anything other than the game, whereas like we have to worry with like graphics updates and like if like the like replays went through and stuff like that, and like capturing specific moments and more camera feeds. So it's a mix.
Yeah, I think just capturing retro games in general can be quite challenging as well. But yeah, not having to require observers is a big difference. I know observing is pretty sacred on the games that need it, such as Valorant and League of Legends.
I think in terms of like skill, like skill ceiling, shooters observing is probably the highest, because not only do you have to like be ready and like, you know all your like, if you know I just have this Stream Deck for us switching, you know, today right now. You can't read it, but whereas like knowing, you don't just have to know like where all your buttons are and like be ready to like basically touch type and not look, but also you have to kind of make a judgment call if like, okay, if two players are about to take a fight in engagement, especially if it's in a low time to kill game like Valorant, you have to just kind of make a judgment call of who you think is going to get the kill and take their, you have to recognize they're about to take a fight, analyze the two in your head and make a judgment call of who's going to win the fight, and remember which button on your board is their POV and take that POV very quickly. And if you're wrong, make sure to snap to the next person, because you can have like cascading or like trading fights. So like it can be pretty difficult. Like it's definitely one of the harder things being an in-game director or observer.
Yeah, Danger brings up a good point. You do need a lot of game knowledge to be able to observe these kind of games, because you need to know what to anticipate.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, like just games that have like the whole like 3D aspect with like shooters, or even like League of Legends or something like that, with the fact that like there's maybe the micro interactions are not nearly as complicated as like fighting games like Melee, but like the macro and like everything, the fact that you cannot capture everything going on the map in a single screen, and you wouldn't want to even if you could, like that also leads to a lot of game knowledge requirements.
Kind of unconventional spots. He's getting unique combos that you're not really going to see a lot of other foxes get.
Which is super important, because we know that Amsa is going to be hitting hard.
a lot of good
Yeah.
crowd audio in this actually.
I was pretty happy with the crowd mics.
Yeah, we can.
I don't think they were true boundary mics, but I think
They were
They
not.
were just some shotguns.
Yeah, they were just shotguns at the end of the stage.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? It's good enough.
Yeah, good enough.
Like, you just need. I mean, this is, it's a good topic. Like, how do you capture the crowd? How do you capture the players talking? Get like some ambiance. Shotguns good for crowd. Honestly, you could like throw a goddamn blue Yeti snowball, whatever. Blue snowball, not blue. Blue Yeti is a different mic. And it'd be good enough.
Actually, this reminds me. Speaking of game knowledge stuff. Oh yeah, shout outs to Dylan for he had a really good swings with his camera, like going from one, like being able to like kind of swing and turn the camera whilst also strafing to the side. It was very good with the camera setup. But yeah, so with the whole game knowledge thing, I actually have an opinion for everybody in here as well as a chat. I know not everybody in here probably follows traditional fighting games, but there's been a little bit of a discourse online where like people are saying, oh, if like I really hate it when production like cuts away from a super that's like gonna kill, and because like as a player that may or may not be that like knowledgeable, it like really frustrates me that I don't know what's gonna happen, what's gonna go on. So I know that we kind of make fun of like the FGC like multi-box like game and player and like commentator shots, but I've slowly realized that is like, I think they still overuse them in spots where they shouldn't. But for me, I'm like, okay, that's probably the real spot where you want like big game and big like wide shot for the players is when they pop off. However, probably one of my better FGC shots is when Diaphone hit like this like crazy like whiff punish super on or no, it was Hotashi. He hit this super on Diaphone at Combo Breaker, and he just immediately stood up and was like this into the camera. I think Yubs actually you shot that. And Diaphone was still wondering if it would kill, but it was certainly gonna kill. We knew it was gonna kill, and like that requires the game knowledge. But I think there's a point to where like if both players aren't gonna stand up and walk over with the hand extended, then maybe you shouldn't fully cut away or like at least like potentially leave the game up. Like I don't want to miss the guy popping off, but I also don't want to like leave up like maybe this guy dies, maybe not. So what do you guys think? Full frame cutaway for like supers that'll kill, or like leave it up until like get the great or the KO comes up and then cut, even if they've already popped off.
That's what the replay is for.
Yeah.
I think you hold until game.
Okay, fair enough.
And then
yeah,
like if you can get immediately into a replay, that's best, but depends, right?
For I guess if the concern for the show is to make it accessible for people who don't necessarily know the game, you would argue for not for waiting for the game in-game end. But I personally like to show the players. For me, the players is the most important part.
I think the 2 box is probably like the only like real like compromise. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That is a good argument for the 2 box though, because I know we have like generally moved away from that as we have had better quality cameras.
Yeah, I think that though, and I know Yubs has done this a couple times, but the sickest one for Melee is when somebody gets up smashed at like a high percent, not sure, we have the roaming cam shooting over the shoulder in the screen to see if they will die through the player's actual POV. That's my favorite. That's the coolest one.
Yeah. Where it says game and you can see it and then there's like, oh damn.
Yeah, like if you have to sit there and watch Zangief hit you with the SPD super, for like 3 seconds, and just watching it over the shoulder of the player and seeing if it's gonna kill, I think that one's the coolest.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Dylan, I'm kind of in agreement there. A lot of people have seen the supers over and over and over again, but
yeah,
there's definitely both sides to it.
If it's a star KO, or
star KO you can cut.
KO,
Yeah, that's a
whatever.
death.
But you know, you should otherwise get game.
Oh, for melee specifically, yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
only
for
thinking
melee,
about
yeah,
melee.
I think
you guys
we've-
brought up the other games, and I just did not realize.
Yeah, the for melee, I wasn't talking about melee because melee, I think we've got a pretty strong system. Like, you know, you go until the death is like shown, which is either, you know, you're falling off the top or you hit the front of the screen, like, or they're like very clearly like no, like not able to get back. Like, I think the big one that for our example is I did cut before Mango died off the bottom of the screen at Big House. And I was like, but everyone was watching. I was like, I will cut early, but not too early. And as soon as his Firefox, like, I kind of already knew that his Firefox wouldn't make it just from game experience. But I'm like, not everyone knows how long Fox's fire is. So like, as soon as his fire fizzles out and he starts falling, then I will cut.
Yeah, it's good. Not to bring up old ghosts, but was it Smash and Splash 4 on Juno's TV?
Yeah, okay, I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it, but that's a famous
What
one.
happened?
It was Leffen?
Leffen Zane on Dreamland, Game 5.
Yeah.
Shit.
Was it was it Zane up throws Leffen, he techs on the platform and he tippers him off the right side, and you cut away immediately, and then you see the people in the front row going like, yeah,
go back, go
back. But then you just see like him like already hit another tipper and then he's dead off the side.
Yeah.
That was a classic moment.
I didn't want to bring it up, but I did kind of want to bring it up. So.
No, that's a good one to bring up. Yeah, that's why I don't TV anymore.
Another moment that, you know, where, oh, if you cut when you thought they were dead and
they're not, that's a yikes.
No.
Yeah.
If you there's a moment I'm thinking of where if you had cut when you thought they were dead, you would have been wrong about the outcome, and it would have kind of ruined a tiny bit.
Oh boy, wait
Dark
until we get
Atma
to
versus
Ultimate. Oh yeah, that was a good one, yeah.
That one, that's like, it's like, oh, you were for sure. Yeah, Dark Atma's dead, right? But no. That's not what happened.
Are you talking about Lucky versus Dark Atma?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucky versus Dark Atma, where Lucky runs off at the end of the game.
That was
After
tragic.
Yeah, because Dark Atma's Peach floating her way slowly down. If you had cut when you're like, oh yeah, she's dead, obviously it's over, you would have been wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ultimate definitely gives me trust issues.
Yeah,
I definitely.
I have for better or worse watched enough Ultimate where like I think I'm pretty good at it. Like I think there were a couple times at like when we watched this top 8, I was like, it looked like it was like even the crowd was like he's dead. I was like, not sure, and I think I definitely didn't cut away because I try to make sure very certain about that game, but yeah, there was like one game where we had like three death flashes, and I was like, nah, that's not it. Also, because weird things give death flashes in that game. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, even the crowd gets confused by it. They see the thing, and then it doesn't kill them. They're like, whoa. They're like the in-game crowd in Super Smash Bros. 64, where they gasp at everything.
The one that also people find very annoying is the slow-mo in Tekken. You know, when you just see like, it's always funny when they get the slow-mo where two people are swinging and they somehow both whiff. Like that almost never happens, but I've seen a couple times where like one of them's throwing like a high and the other one's throwing like a crouching mid, but they both like whiff for some reason. Right,
this was a pretty clean capture of the Grand Finals pop-off.
I want to just talk about the list of names that fell to this perfect Super Smash Brothers Melee.
It's so dark in there.
It is very dark in there.
Yeah, so in
the list of names, let's go.
In top 8.
Let's start outside of top 8.
Let's see.
And we'll load that page. Look at that.
So beating Axe.
I mean,
the jerseys were cool.
They were nice. I mean, it looked high quality. I didn't get to feel it, but
yeah.
Hey, that's what matters.
Pretty unique.
It's just an art piece, right? You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think they were able to keep those. I can't remember.
Oh.
I could be
hope
wrong.
so.
Maybe the winners did. I don't recall. Cody's definitely gotten more used to doing the trophy hoist, gotta say.
Number 1 for a reach.
I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Trying to figure out, at least for the host, when to get in here and ask the questions was definitely a challenge. Because you want to give the winner their moment, some space, hand out the trophies and the medals.
Tweet something, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
What is bro tweeting?
Maybe talking to his partner, but.
Blur walking on. Where's Blur?
Yeah, so Blur. Yeah. Blur was trying to get to Cody.
What is up? Congratulations. You're live tweeting while I'm next to you. Oh, fuck yeah. Is that what's going on? All right, so I have to know this because now 2 of your best tournament wins of all time.
Thoughts on loser interviews? They are definitely not the standard in Smash exit interviews. I think exit interviews, the competition is so important and such a focus that we generally just want to give the second place person their space. We don't want to they're definitely not used to doing interviews right after losing. Generally, they don't really like interacting with people after losing. So
adds time.
Yeah, I think
Which can be a problem.
Yeah, and it adds time. In a setting like Red Bull Kumite, where all the players it's like more invitational style, the players can expect it more. They can be told to be mentally prepared for an exit interview, and a particularly brutal one for Red Bull Kumite. But yeah, they're definitely not the standard in Smash. I don't see them being the standard for Smash anytime soon. And yeah, but I do like letting the winner speak, because there's still a lot of tournaments where you don't ever hear from the winner, or they don't get to talk to the crowd, or they just have the podcast style interview.
Can we get Waff and Phil to be the Battle Kings for a Melee Invitational sometime?
Oh, that would be hype.
Just get on every player, just straight buzz ass. That would be so good.
Yeah.
Real quick, if what we were referencing earlier.
You found it. Oh man!
No.
Look at baby Zane.
No.
It's 3. Smash Bros. 3. Holy moly!
Oh,
yeah. The fact that you got back in time for the tipper is amazing.
Yeah.
Who's that just ran across the screen? Hungry Buck stopped his game with I forget who it was, but like just stopped their game in the middle. It was like a tournament match, and he came over here to give Stain a hug.
I love that we were able to see the crowd say go back. Oh,
Iconic.
Man,
The old Melee Everyday logo too.
Yep.
Yeah, the old logo.
Johnny.
Man, everyone looks so much younger.
Johnny.
Oh, Professor Pro. Professor Pro made me breakfast.
Let's go, Aaron. I think Aaron's the only Smasher pro Smasher that's met my mom. I'm driving back from UGC.
Wow. I haven't seen that in such a long time. So yeah, we did do a podcast style interview here to help fill time during the swap to Ultimate. But
Wow. Okay,
I don't believe we did one for Ultimate.
No, I think we were just done.
We did not because a language barrier.
Oh, language barrier and also just time.
Oh yeah, that too. Well, Dhir got on anyway, so.
Oh yeah, that is what happened too.
Oh, yeah.
We knew we had Dhir's final words and address.
I think there's 2 cases being made right now. Obviously, number 1 in the world, but you're really, I feel like you're making a case for one of the best losers players of all time. Right
So
now.
during this time, yeah, we're swapping out the TVs, getting the monitors up. I think before this, we already had all the players for Ultimate put their controls into the Switch ahead of time.
Thank goodness.
Shouts to Trade War and Alex for helping coordinate that.
So you think that it's largely mentality? It sounds like.
Yeah, but is there anything before Ultimate Top 8 that you guys want to go over? Otherwise, we'll cut to intermission.
Yeah, we all.
Not that I can think of.
Did we see the "Don't Park on the Grass" trailer reveal? I thought that was really well done.
You want to go check it out real quick?
Yeah, real quick.
think it's right before grand finals. Yeah, because we did Taka and then we did both.
Yeah, this Pataka event looks cool.
I agree.
Yeah, I do like doing more cultural focused
cultural.
events.
Very cool.
Yeah, TPG was before top 4.
Oh, before top 4.
Yeah, we can let this.
Yeah,
play
we'll
out,
look
though.
at it. This is. It is unfortunate that it is fighting in a tough time slot. I will say. I still want to go, but man, October is looking tough already.
Busy time.
Figure it out. I have a couple ideas.
The classic Austin's birthday weekend is always.
Dude, I'm never allowed to have my birthday at home, dude. It was LSI, it was Big House, man.
Yeah, Sammy Deer was definitely super pumped about this one.
Yeah, Curry
yeah,
and fighting games, sign me up, bro.
I'm definitely looking forward to that one.
We basically had that in this tournament.
That is actually kind of true. Yeah, butter chicken and fighting games.
Oh, yeah, I literally ate butter chicken every day at the Season 6. It was so good.
Yeah, much better than any convention food at the right to be.
Oh yeah, by far.
The first set they played was 20 Galint.
You know, it was before because I remember Radar reacted to this.
Here we go. Yeah, I think we did a good job with this reveal. Fief, I got the crowd mic audio reaction here, which was nice. The trailer is just also really well done. It's a strong trailer for sure.
I just love it. Where did they get Aiden to just do this floating head deal?
I believe he actually drove into Portland for 1 or 2 days just to do this. Yeah, I'm sure he was in the area for other reasons too, but he did make a quick stop for that.
Something important is going to happen there.
Enjoy your lunch. Thank you for joining us.
I need to know what's calling to me.
Just.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
Also, just leveraging Aiden's like star power now is just a smart marketing move. Even though Aiden is like very embedded in the DPG lore.
That was a very good name drop. Just because this is Don't Park on the Grass.
Yeah, it was good. Loved hearing the crowd join as soon as it gets on the logo screen. Yeah, that was good.
You don't know how happy this makes me. This is something where like we had this series that is
Ian's definitely
3
a
hours away from Vancouver,
integral part of
legendary
Pacific
series,
Northwest
Don't Park on
scene.
the Grass, and then kind of it disappeared. You know, we got Aiden there, you know, mouthing Don't Park on the Grass. Kind of
All right. Let's. I think I would want to leave a part up while we take like a 10-minute break.
Which way are we going? I might have to dip soon.
Yeah.
This is going. It was went a lot longer than we expected in the first place.
We went into more detail than I expected.
I was expecting this to be a long ass thing. There's 2 top 8s and they're long.
I think there's gonna be less to talk about on Ultimate Top 8 though, because it was just a really clean show. It's just gonna be more of what we did well during Melee Top 8. In really good interviews, got to feature talent that you don't usually see at majors.
Translators.
We had a translator, which was extremely fortunate and lucky.
Yeah.
Japan also just rocked the tournament. It was dope.
Yeah.
No ads. Ads within ads. We have these.
$500 ticket? Like for charity?
Yeah, we could do this and then take a.
I only have these. I have a BRB screen, so.
Nice.
That works too.
Stream is stuttering super hard for Sammy.
You know, if we want to take a break, we can take a little break.
Yeah.
let's take a break.
Yeah, Arabian, welcome. Yeah, we'll definitely highlight this. I was planning to upload it to YouTube.
For sure, for sure. All right, quick break.
Yeah,
that's
10-minute intermission.
All right, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Director's Cut, everybody. I'm here with Juna USA, Metanym or Nikki, Ayub, aka Avian, and also we are joined by.
He will not pronounce it correctly. It's okay.
Is it?
Give it a shot. Give it a whirl.
Wait, I have you slotted in. Why are you not?
He refuses to attempt.
Taizai, right?
Taizai, right?
It's Taizai. Nobody.
Taizai. Damn it.
Taizai. I'm pretty sure Austin did say that word.
I think. I'm sorry. I had you slotted in the Ninja earlier, but I think you disconnected and reconnected. And I
There you
changed
go.
the
Oh
link.
yeah, because people were confusing me. It's okay.
Yeah. And I am Flashburn. I hope you enjoyed the little establisher. Made that as a.
I was not expecting that.
Alrighty, so we're back with the ultimate top 8, and I have it ready right on the screen. So, anybody want to say anything before we get started?
There were no issues on tech side, so that's cool.
Switches are very easy consoles to work with. You know,
Yeah.
players were fast. Everything was set up ahead of time.
Thankful.
Crazy.
I was
about
really happy with
PS5s.
this top 8 show. Yeah.
Alright, I guess we'll get started. Goose staring us down.
Oh, I guess one note I will mention is that this was Goose's first time hosting anything.
So I work with Goose a lot because Goose is like the host of one of our locals, and like he's a prominent figure in PNW Smash. But it's like to the point. If you had to pick somebody in like the greater PNW area to do this, it's basically him, and all the other bigger talent was stuck commentating for these blocks. So they're like, "All right, guess you're up for this, Goose." And he was like very nervous about it. He talked to me about this quite a lot. But like, he did pretty good, like considering like the scale and like the stakes of like being it for a first time performance or anything like that. He said that the closest times he ever had nerves to this was like his first time playing his guitar like in front of people at like a concert. You know, so it was like,
Dang. Yeah, I saw him breathing a good amount before, like taking these deep breaths, and I was like, "You got this. Come on, Goose." And
Goose was. Oh, sorry, you first.
I was gonna say he did some nice yells at the thing, you know, like yelling player day.
I have a lot of respect for Goose because Goose was the only person to show up during the rehearsal on Thursday to get briefed and to go over the workflow and practice with the crew. It was the Mountainside Games crew, but he actually put in the time to practice and research and take notes, ask questions, and I gotta respect that kind of work ethic.
Hailing from the Kanto region of Japan, please give it up for Toraguri!
I'm so glad Goose made the effort to call out the locations of all these people.
oh yeah, that's something he mentioned to me at the local afterwards. He was like, "Okay, should we focus on regions of Japan, all this other stuff, and X, Y, and Z?" And then somebody was like, "Nah, it shouldn't matter that much." And then somebody else ran up to him like, "No, the Japanese players really care about having the region." And he's like, "Oh God," he said, like, get all the pronunciations and everything ready.
That's
Make
dope.
sure you get all the
I
names.
studied that.
I guess it's kind of like
running.
it's kind of like how US doesn't like. You would never say US is a region. You would say,
Yeah.
you know, wherever PNW, Midwest. Same thing for Japan, I'm
Yeah.
sure. The provinces.
Get a glimpse of Dylan running here.
Oh yeah.
Go, go, go!
Yeah.
I think this was the one where you were like, somebody walked in front of you, you were like, "Don't."
Literally, people were like in the walkway, and like Nabibi's literally like flat arm pushing people basically. And I'm like, no, 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 just staring daggers. If looks should kill.
You guys did a great job coordinating this. It was not an easy ask, but you guys definitely.
Looks good on purpose.
It looks good.
Mexico, give it up for Spargo!
Goose definitely has got the voice to be a good MC.
Yeah.
I was impressed for sure.
Yeah, he definitely put in the effort.
Hailing from the Kaishu region of Japan, give it up for Hurt!
I was also having to because I wasn't able to get to
Kaishu? I
the
think
end of
he
the
meant
line.
Kyushu.
Yeah, I think you meant Kyushu as well.
Yeah, he definitely meant Kyushu.
Yeah, it's KY, so Kaishu.
KYU.
Yeah,
right,
KYU, yeah.
is-
Another thing you can tell I'm doing with the camera there because I'm not able to get to the end of the line in time is I'm zooming in. I'm getting
Yeah.
like 3/4 of the way, and then once they meet me, I'm zooming out, and then I'm starting to walk back. And you can kind of see that motion.
Yeah.
When it comes to the camera.
As it must
That was
be done.
definitely a smart solution. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one
Definitely.
of those like little things to make easier for you or anybody that does cam upping, right? Because like if you could see when you started to do it, it would shake a little bit, and like,
Yeah.
obviously it's a bit extra work. I could go over all sorts of possibilities, but I'm not going to do that here. But it's just something to keep in mind.
I'd be very curious to hear them now. Another time.
Yeah.
And sending it over to Hummingbird and Supergirl Kels, please take it away for top 8.
Oh, these two were electric. So we were able to get top 8 in-house commentary for Ultimate, and both sets of commentators really took advantage of that, I feel.
Ultimate takes to this a lot better than Melee, because I know, like, especially like Flash, when you were talking about this earlier, how like that's very much not the norm for Smash events. It's becoming far more the norm for ult-only events, which I think is fascinating. And I think it comes part of from that like sort of shared culture of newer games like Ult and FGC, kind of both doing that together. It's like a cultural holdup for Melee, and it's not like that's a bad thing or anything, but it's interesting to see that sort of difference. You know?
Old habits die hard.
Yeah. And sometimes they don't die for reasons, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, technically no one asked for Melee top 8 in-house commentary. It was just something I wanted to try, but I am glad the commentators were willing to give it a shot.
We are going to have the first two players that are already there on the scene. We are going to have Riddles against Ouch.
I know that people are sitting in this crowd, Hummingbee, specifically.
I think both of these commentators, after their blocks, said it was their best blocks. Or it was Supergirl Kels and Walt.
I'm pretty sure they did.
Kels always said, and I think Walt. Yeah, they seemed happy with their sets.
I mean, if there was a time for Walton Radar to be on for a top 8, it would be in Vancouver.
Yeah, Sammy Humming Bones was one of the people to kind of push for in-house commentary and mentioned it was like a standard in Europe.
Obviously, one of the only remaining players of Wolf. Let's see how he can do against DLC Pass 2, against the man in the court himself, against Kazuya Mishima.
Kazuya Mishima, and it might even not only be the Kazuya, right? We got the Terry.
Terry too, you're right.
And don't forget, there's some
But I think this is the best crowd for Ultimate Top 8 in I've seen it in a bit.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure how, or at least for shows that we've worked. Maybe in the more Ultimate focused shows. Yeah.
As a player adapting to this Wolf's play style, way in the hands of our friend Ouch. While meanwhile, you got to think of what stage am I going to play on?
The Canada team kill right here is unfortunate for our starter.
Yeah.
For later on, you know what? For now, as we say, Ouch is going to be playing.
What causes this starburst?
To show us exactly what we can do with that.
It's just the camera, or just the light going straight into the camera, and like, I guess when you have it shooting straight into a lens with glass, it'll like kind of fan out like that.
Partially, yes. It's the also
shape
the
of the
iris.
glass.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, also the shape of the glass. Like some you'll get very different starburst effects with two different lenses. But also like the
I completely agree
the
with
blinds, depending on how they're shaped, it'll affect that as well. I feel like I'm used. If this is 6 points, I guess it might be. Now I gotta look it up. Either 6 or 12 blade iris.
Yeah, Sammy, it was fitting to have both trans and gender fluid flags on trans visibility day as well.
Time relevant.
And there were other, I saw a French flag and a Japan flag in the crowd as well, if I recall.
Yeah, and France, yeah.
Yeah, there was a small French flag.
Even though, well, I mean, Gluto was in the tournament but did not make top 8, so.
Right, yeah.
The lens is indeed a 6 blade iris, so that makes it all makes sense.
The team kill's unfortunate, but this was a really good match to start it with because of the crowd energy immediately right off jump.
Yeah.
Yeah. BC definitely brought the hype for Ultimate.
How do you guys feel about the framing for this? For these cameras? This is like kind of as good as it
It's
gets.
so wide.
Yeah,
I would
I
make
will
the
say,
pips
yeah.
smaller, like, or at least cut it not so wide.
Yeah, the
more
framing.
square.
Yeah, like the framing for these is like as best as I could do, just trying to fit like shoulders and head. But like, yeah, when I saw first off, the aspect ratios of these boxes are not even 16:9, which was very annoying for me. It's like it's slightly shorter than it for some reason. It's like
1.85 or whatever.
Something like that.
Cinema aspect ratio.
Yeah, probably. And I was like, wait, why? And
Yeah, I think they should be more squarish, I guess, or at least more fitting for just the profile.
Yeah, it's a lot of lost data on the sides.
Yeah, it does eat up a lot of space.
It just makes it look bad as well, like until you adjust it.
Yeah,
Whereas, like, I don't know.
But proper square ones though also just kind of look weird because like very rarely do we have. I mean, it's a wide screen, so it just seems weird for something to actually be square.
Yeah, I wouldn't say like a true square, but like not quite 16:9 also.
Why not 73/60?
21:9? I don't know. 21:9 feels like it would be a lot wider. Am I thinking about 32:9?
But yeah, it's definitely an area where that could be workshopped and improved for Ultimate, since there are mixed philosophies on having these player cams.
They would complain if we didn't do them, so unfortunately,
Yeah.
we kind of have to do them.
I didn't automate any movement on them. I was just like, I'm just gonna leave them on, like, for this.
Yeah,
one.
it's fine. It's what they want. It's fine.
That went a lot faster than what it actually looked like this matchup could go. Okay, usually you see this to be a lot kind of slower paced action.
Oh yeah, they were in the wrong ports. Classic.
Oh yeah, for this first set.
Yeah, because unfortunately, port where you plug in does not actually matter.
Ultimate.
Yep, ultimate things.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, so whoever hits their button on the CSS first.
Every game as well. It's so.
Yep.
Oh,
it's
every
crazy.
game.
Yeah.
Because you do a stage first. So you have to select your character and your skin and everything, like every game, every time.
It's like they made this game to spite us.
Yo, peace out, Azu. Thanks for dropping in.
Hey, Charles.
Hey, Charles.
Ultimate is so silly. Yeah. I think we all felt like we could relax once we got into Ultimate Top 8.
I think he just
Or
dies
at
here,
least-
laser, and he's dead.
So funny. Why is
Kazuyo
this character in this
Mishima.
game? Why is he's so good? I mean, it's not like Steve good, but still, just very.
Well, it's the other
Look at
funny thing
this.
is a lot of people would argue he's not actually good, like overall, but he is insanely good in his one particular situation where he is really good.
But like, you can force that situation. I don't want to talk about this game. I do it.
I would say I think tell that to a
lacking.
Tell that to Riddles versus Sonics at CEO that one year that I did it. And he would beg to differ. You can't catch that hedgehog to save your life.
Yeah, it's true.
Looking forward to these games, I think.
Yeah,
so
I am
lose
kind
my
of glad.
mind complaining.
I will say that they're at least pretty quick, oddly enough. Oh my god. Yeah.
That was a sick kill. That was double dare, essentially, right?
So
This is a cool set.
So the thing with this shot right here, so a lot of the times instead of like doing, it seems kind of redundant for these kind of shots when I'm like, oh, let's essentially be like another like camera 2 like above it, but just have motion with it. Like, because I think the camera 2 shot's good, but it is a bit too low and it doesn't have motion for like game ending moments, which is why like this is you, Dylan, I believe, where I was like, yeah, we can just get like right behind the right desk. Riddles was gonna win, so we're just like here and you can just catch the fist bump from this angle instead of just the same as the wide. You know, I like this kind of thing a lot.
It's essentially transferring like from a camera 2 angle to a camera 3 angle, like just from a pan and zoom, you know?
Riddles came prepared. This man studied hard.
That was a good shot.
The way that he has played today with that movement you keep talking about is
And they're trying to talk to each other a little more.
For this set, good friends at the end of the day.
I think we
talking it
were
out.
loading it up.
Now that we're not playing, let's go back to being buddies, okay? Let's grab a beer later. See you later, man.
Neither of them are old enough to drink.
Let's take a look at these highlights coming in on the side. We're starting out with the
Right
edge
here.
guard. So what a
Did we have a part? Oh,
I mean,
is this? We messed up on one of the.
regions of
Okay, I guess we don't have the interview.
I think the
Oh,
queuing
I think
was
it's the
kind of-
Oops. Oh no, there it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure we missed an interview at all in Ultimate.
There is
think
definitely
so.
a little funky queuing with the commentators, but
yeah,
that's not really.
Hey there, everyone. I'm back here.
I don't really blame anyone on that.
Pretty convincing 3-0. Initial thoughts coming out, going on in this bracket after that kind of performance.
I think I'm playing pretty good. I think I can take this tournament.
I agree. And one thing I wanted to ask you about, third place in Street Fighter. I also saw at the pre-local Street Fighter Grands right into Old Grands, cleaning up in both. How do you maintain the ability to transition between those two kind of different games? That's tough. How do you do it?
I play those two games every day of my life. That's why. I mean, I enjoy it. I love both games. I love Smash. I love Street Fighter 6 a lot. So, you know, this is what I do.
Any recommendation to players who are trying to moonlight in both games, play both, and have trouble maybe going back and forth between the two?
I mean, like, it's honestly just a grind. It's just like, the more you play both of them.
For the interviewer questions, Alex, is it something that they come up, that production comes up with, or the interviewer? In this case, it was the interviewer. Though I did provide like a list of questions to the hosts before the event, but who knows who actually read those or used those as reference. In most cases, the host had to watch the game and decide what they want to ask there.
saying, these water bottles are awesome.
I think I liked Goose's line of questioning here, kind of playing off of Riddle's playing two different games and doing well at this tournament.
It's going to be best mate as we say against Toriguri. Who?
Jigglypuff, you.
They never played. No.
This is a good picture for
they never played.
TG?
There it is.
Yeah.
I have a sense of deja vu about their accounts. These numbers.
We've got the esport pose on the left and just
3-2 last time.
it's normal, right?
Now we are
But check out my cute plushie.
Check out my banjo.
years ago, but a lot has changed.
I was in charge of
This
cross
isn't
play
the kid
editing out
that
of trouble
dressed
with
up
that
in
much.
a costume, is it?
Now, and well,
Who was
with
that?
the tag calm, if I'm correct, well, like peak.
Oh wait, I guess most of you guys weren't here. There's one of the old players for the NA versus the World. They like, oh Rio, yeah, okay. Thanks, Jay. Yeah, dressed up as like a Diddy, kind of like Diddy. That's funny.
So he wants to win this.
Dylan, you were saying something?
And you know,
I was just saying, like, on that, the versus photo, the cropping for, like, Base Mage's curly hair, I'm amazed that they got it as good as they did, because usually promoing and green things, stuff like that, that looks like a pain. So it's just quite impressed by that.
Even little Mango's like cowlick thing.
Yeah.
I was like, how'd you guys get this?
Let's see how he can do that with it. He could intent in that tournament. No job lock.
Once anything is possible, and you got DI too, so I feel like Base Mage is learning. It just he needs
This is also
a
just
minute,
interesting
and
because like Banjo is super buns in this game, supposedly.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I mean, Puff is also apparently bad, but you know.
Right.
Again, this is just game one. He does have time to
So it
adapt
was
and all,
interesting
and
to see
as you
these
say,
two
you can
matches.
already see him evolve. Time to go for the Wiggly Bop now.
That's it. Yo, sometimes you want to
There you go.
Ooh, poke. Watch out, these beats hurt, okay? Ever see a Canadian goose?
Love
It
having the
hurts.
banjo plushie on there.
It's very scary. Yeah, go home. Go home from me and my friends.
Base Mage
okay?
caught the
You
Sonic
got
Seed.
I love the plushie, by the way. What a nice touch. Okay,
I mean,
staying with the personality.
It does bring some luck, I think, in that situation.
Oh, yeah, I
mean,
buffed you.
I've seen players kiss and have like.
I mean, I
trophies,
think
they're all
top 8
buffed
was
before
definitely
the
more
set.
exciting
Well, you know, I think
with
the thing
shot
is,
again.
like,
Sonic's
you
dropping.
have such a personal relationship and connection to a character. I mean, especially
Yeah, that
when
was an
Banjo
amazing
came
shot,
out,
I
right?
agree.
All these other DLC
I
characters.
say, I like this. I like
was
this
like,
cross
well,
shot
there's
into
ways
zoom
better
out.
characters that can do what Banjo does, but better. But
It's a
no,
classic
I'm
of
gonna
ours.
stick with Banjo
Yeah.
because this character means a
I
lot
think
to
we
me,
both had it
and
on
I'm
the
gonna show
opposite
why
player,
and what he can
so that
do
way
by showing
Austin could take
and
whichever one he
pushing the
wanted.
limits of this
Yeah,
character's
yeah, I like that we did that pretty often. That Austin would call out a specific call for one cam up, and then I would just do the mirror on the other side in case he wanted to do that. I like that flow.
I need you to go over there a little.
Definitely a big advantage of having two handhelds.
I think there's a small pop off here. Maybe a medium pop off.
Smart. TG understands.
No time.
Yeah.
He's patient, you told him he's calm and he's going to do it again and again. No, we need to wait
This is
for
the
more
base
time.
cake
Banana
spot.
into fair. Love the work we've seen there from Basket.
Not quite a pop off. Just like
There was a smidge for Rise.
I'm not even surprised either
Dolly?
because
No.
Base Mage looked so
Jib.
calm
That was a
game
nice
one. After
jib.
everything was happening,
oh yeah,
he
boom.
really was
Jib.
calculating.
Boom.
He's
God
used
damn
to
it.
seeing Jigglypuff blow up at 0. This
Just like a
I'm gonna refresh myself on the words. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like
is, up, down.
yeah, pan is left right with like a there's pan, dolly, truck, boom, jib.
Base Mage always pushing the character.
I think
that
jib is if it's
Well,
going.
jib is jib coming up and back? Well, it's also determined for the equipment.
Well, yeah, that's the idea. Because when you move, I know when you go forward, like into something with like a camera on it, you usually have like you push like a truck to it, and then of course the dolly is like when you're rolling it side on like a track or something like that.
Yeah.
So film terminology, you know.
I think jib is like up and back, or like back, down, in.
I think they use it for
It's
both.
like at that diagonal.
It's like boom
It
and
might be,
jib.
yeah, it might be boom and jib actually.
I feel like boom is straight up. I don't know why.
Might be.
I hella don't know these.
I knew a lot of people in film school.
There was that one diagram I saw that like has all of them, and then it says client
A
movement
client
guide,
pan,
and it's
it's
just
all pans.
pan.
All right.
Let's say Google.
Originally, I wanted to do storyboarding for some of the segments, but I never got around to it. I ended up having to fix floor plan stuff.
Yeah. All right, so
whenever I had time.
Alright, so panning is rotating the camera on the x-axis, tilt is rotating on the y-axis, dolly is to move the camera forward or back, truck is to roll it left or right.
Wait, what?
Pedestal? I guess it's just to like step up or down. Or, oh, okay. Boom and or jib, up and down.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, a dolly zoom. Which is the phrase, like, you know, it's not actually a zoom, so it's actually kind of an oxymoron. But yeah.
Hey, moving your feet is zooming. I say this as somebody that mostly shoots on primes.
Yeah, you guys want to skip ahead?
Yeah, let's just skip. I don't care about these games. There's nothing interesting really happening except in the middles and at the ends.
Yeah.
Pull the trigger, it's not going to get it yet, but alas, the damage has been done. Backrock
Yeet.
will do it for him, and there we are.
That's the 3-1, excuse me, victory here for our
There's a good example of waiting for the game even though both players are already standing.
Yeah.
Moves forward.
I hiccuped. I did the gaha in my throat.
Do we wait for the game down?
I like that recursion actually.
Yeah,
It
that's
works
one of those
fine.
bits where it's better to just eat the recursion and like get the emotion in the moment than go like, no, it's bad for the shot, I can't.
Yeah, I definitely agree with
That's
that.
funny.
Finishing 7th of this tournament.
I am amazed by both players. I think that was a phenomenal set. I feel like if
And
Base
message
Mage had
PA,
more
see if
time
they're still
to adjust
willing to
to
sell
that
it.
kind of play style, and from this
Need
specific
another
player,
one anyways.
maybe it would have been different, but just ran out of time. TG moved too quick, got the job done, moving on. Now it's time.
Oh yeah, this was the first interview with the
Word with our
translator.
last winner, because
Translator, who
got
was
no
Rayo
one else.
M.
Flip to the next camera.
Congratulations on your set win there. How has it been traveling to Vancouver, BC, and just competing internationally?
Let's say Vancouver, Van City.
まず優勝おめでとうございますって。で、あと、バンクーバーに来る時に、バンクーバー、どんな感じか。
I think Kay said the translation was wrong on this first interview, but I think it was good, solid on the rest.
Yeah, it was like one word I think was
綺麗な街並みで、
off.
普通に散歩するだけで楽しくて、いい国だなと思います。
I try to make it a little tighter here so
What do you
it's
say?
even
Wait,
little.
make it louder. I can't hear.
And he's really excited to be here.
We're excited to have you.
Wait,
Thank you so
play it
much for
back.
coming. Good luck.
聞いて。で、あと、
Just what the
I think it's the
translation was.
response, yeah.
Yeah, the response translation is the only thing I couldn't hear.
いやでもすごい綺麗な街並みで、普通に散歩するだけで楽しくて、いい国だなと思います。
Said Vancouver is a very beautiful city, and just walking around in the city is great, and he's really excited to be here.
I kind of agree that was a bit of an off
so much for coming
translation,
to
but
Good
also
luck
like
in
I
the
don't.
rest of Madden.
What was the question? Like I think the question asked was not.
We're back, baby. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for coming.
no,
I love that we got
I mean,
a
the
little
response
word.
translation
Always
was
humble.
like good.
I think
the
the
only
response.
thing was like
I think the
guess
question
it
that
was.
was asked maybe was not correct.
Because it was like, what is it like competing in Vancouver?
Yeah, and
it-
it says it's a nice place, you know. Like,
Yeah, and the translator might have said something like,
the
"What is
tran-
it?"
I think the
like being in
translator just said like, so you know you're here traveling to Vancouver. Like, what do you think of Vancouver while you're here? Whatever.
Yeah,
Which
I can
was
see how translating that phrase can be a bit difficult in Japanese. Associating like the place in competition, just that little bit tricky.
And it was Spargo's win at the time. So let's see if
Yoshidora looks so esports here.
Yeah, and Spargo's just like, I'm happy to be here.
I think it was Toph that did this, or maybe it was also Supergirl Kills and this other commentator, where they were like, "Oh, like the host is like right here. I didn't know they filmed that like pre-produced or something like that." And I was like, "Don't give it away, Toph."
Yeah.
The interviews, I mean.
Alternate fist bump angle.
Good thing you talked about Ron, because I asked him what's the difference exactly between him and Ron, and he told me that right now Ron is considered to be the defensive.
Right, these are the ones that had to like lift them on a pod.
Expect a lot more offense from the blue Yoshi you have right now.
Confused about the headphones. What's going on?
Yeah, I was curious about that too.
I always love those moments where it's like they already hit ready, the game is loading, and then they're figuring out the headphones.
Yeah,
There's so much time.
They have 3 years. I think it was after the TV shut off after Cody did that, but we had to switch the audio things, so the one for the player or stage right side was on the stage left side, and I think it was like Zane or somebody just upped Cody's volume really loud, and Cody's like, "Oh my god, holy shit!" And I was like, "Yeah, whoops."
I had something similar to that at a local recently, where one of the players just, again, same thing. They grab the headset once they're loading into the game, except theirs was cranked all the way up, and then they put the headset on and they can't take it off.
Dude, that's a BM strat.
Oh, no. I think the funniest. Somebody tweeted about a really funny BM strat, which is they were like selecting a stage. They picked like the most annoying song in the stage list, and then put their own headphones on, like their own music on. Like,
yo, Alex Try, thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Alex.
Really appreciate
Take
it.
it
Alex.
easy.
Yo, what's up, Dazrin?
Hello, guys.
Oh, nice. More production always.
This is interesting because both these characters want the same stages. They love Battlefield. Like, they'll go
taking our time in here. They're selecting a stage.
If not, we're just going PS2. I think it benefits them both. Strong characters. It really depends how Spargo's feeling if he wants.
Shout out to Dazrin who led the ultimate stage crew for day 1, 2, and top 24 ultimate.
Probably.
You missed the PTZ from last year? Yeah, I think we need a better PTZ, but I would like to have some kind of RoboCam back there. But one that
It would be
works.
nice. It just can't be the GoPro that we got this time. Because we didn't have a PTZ. We had a spy.
Yeah, we had a
It was
mounted
bad.
camera.
Literally called a spy cam.
Yeah, we ended up not using that at all.
It
That was the
was
one
very,
that got the
very.
frame.
Remember
The
seeing
image quality was bad, right?
It was pretty bad.
Terrible.
So bad.
Out of
It was
focus,
like
very low quality artifacting, and also it just looks like somebody beat up the lens. Like I don't know how to describe it.
It was like a 2006 security camera from ADT.
Damn, we should have taken.
Honestly, I think one of those would have been better.
Yeah, maybe.
This was legitimately the worst feed I've seen in years.
Show Max BTFO. But
Yeah,
no,
we're
they
not
took it.
asking for that again.
Yeah, I guess they don't have good cameras. But I saw it during teardown, and they were like pointing at. They're like, I think this is one of your guys' cameras. And I looked at it and I was like, hell no, that's not one of our cameras. It was like a little. It was like a 1-inch by 3-inch box. And then the Showmax were like, oh, I guess this is ours.
Yeah.
So they were just like, not even
Guys, you
familiar
got
with the camera equipment.
Jib cam. I might hit you up about that later.
Twice in a week, and Yoshiro proving he's alive and proving us that he is the Master Yoshi for a reason.
I need to point out that
Jibs are esports.
that we saw there was a setup from Soft Nair, which was
From here you swing over. Yep, there we go. Yeah, get the conversation a little bit. They didn't say much, but
Yeah, that one wasn't as good as the other ones.
yeah, they didn't. They said like half a word.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. For anything with a good crowd, chip cam is nice. We need some crowd wash to take advantage of it, but yeah.
None of them want any part of that. No, I can't.
Stop here. 100%. That was a hit.
Wait a minute.
Magic to catch it back air with up air is going to be maybe enough to get another good phase going. He did it once already. A few
Can't remember.
minutes
Does
ago.
Yoshidora like steal this, or is this just Spargo moving on?
I think Spargo wins.
Oh no, I think Spargo wins, and then I think Spargo gets double eliminated by Hurt and winners finals and grands.
Damn.
Yeah, I believe that is correct. I'm glad we had, you know, I think it is hype that Spargo went as far as he did.
He was like the biggest known threat. So
yeah, he was the true first seed, besides Sonic.
Showcasing just how good he is. Doesn't matter what character and whose hand controls it. Moving in to the winners finals.
that was a good catch of like a not pop off, but just like a walk over and handshake. Like not much we can do with that, but it was very clean.
Yeah, he's so low key for a phase player.
Yeah, those are good camera transitions and movements, I think, from both of us.
It was very good tracking.
I'll pat myself on the back for that one.
You know, look, let's go back into that because right as the game ends.
Big up there over the shoulder.
So game end. We cut right as it ends, and we still got
the over the shoulder.
Yeah. You know, off or on the shoulder. We've got the jersey in, you know, in frame. Good tracking. Like essentially, you stood up with them. This is the changeover for this angle.
Yeah, like
handshake,
one step to the right, and then this. Yeah.
Getting Spargo's expression of just, you know.
I was just that good game.
Back over here.
We even followed shot reverse shot there. Oh.
We got a little farther, so I switched back to this side, and then we catch Spargo walking off into replay wipe.
Yeah. Good sequence.
Yeah, you're right. We did even maintain the 180.
Yeah, even think about that.
We definitely don't follow it all the time.
I
We break that
not
shit
think
all the
about
time.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's
really
not.
matter.
It's not like a a single camera situation.
Yeah, Toby isn't here to explain this, but this was the exclusive post game head-to-head that we had for Ultimate only.
Oh yeah.
Bunch of instances of PS2.
Just different data to work with. The stocks we're making was manually input, right?
It was manual, yeah. We had Toby would have to ask a couple times and be like, hey, what was the stock count on that one? And we'd either know or we would have Kay look back over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think somebody was it JPEG was updating them.
There we go. Oh, we got a little bit of interference just in this spot, yeah.
Yeah. It's
it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, hey,
One
for
frame for some reason.
$500, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
If you're trying to step up from that, you're more than like 8 timesing the price, I think.
Nah, you can get away with it for 3K. 6X.
I'm just bad. I was aiming for
Something
3K,
from
I'm
the
just bad at math.
machine.
Yeah. If we had.
Oh, now okay, that was when we made. So this was. I was waiting for this. So this is Dylan's camera that we're taking through the VTR machine, and then unfortunately, in this very moment,
oh right,
Kay faded it over, not thinking about it, and we were like, hey, I was like, oh, hold on a minute. I reacted pretty quickly. They're like, oh.
Jump scare.
You know what? We're gonna go to the interview. Apparently.
Yeah, I think that was one
yeah,
of
we
the-
weren't. So at this point, Kay was still scrubbing through it.
Yeah.
This is like, oh, we're just gonna go through and do it, and they were like, oh, wait, hold on. I was like, I was like, oh, we are not ready for this. And I was like, I think we hang here a little bit. Oh, okay, Kay kept on that pretty quick, but like Kay was not ready when they were like just throwing. I was like, ah, shit, they just threw. But Kay found the starting point pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was a good recovery. I think that was one of the only tech flubs we had.
Yeah, and then at this point, Hummingbee is like, I did not know that they were not live.
That's even funnier.
Magic.
Catch him streaming it. Any advice for people trying to?
But yeah, Daz, we definitely want to get some crowd wash and lighters next time, but that actually does require a lighting operator.
And probably some trusses.
It's a simple statement, but it's such a big like extrapolation of problems, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How everything is in production.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
Truing.
Streaming is a blow up.
He doesn't think that's in your face. And as you saw on the screen, he does have the sit count against
Yeah.
here. And
Rigging is opens up a lot of new expenses. A whole nother tier of expenses.
A lot of PA paychecks.
A simple cheap solution that would help for the walkouts, but not any of like the crowd wipe shots, would be a light on the mobile kit, which I've done
Yes.
in previous events. I did that at
Yeah.
Anime Washington. I just didn't have a light here.
Yeah, definitely will be our most realistic solution for shows of this scale.
So something to note here. I go from the head-to-head to, well, I go from the head-to-head L3 to literally their head-to-head, at least if they're matching, usually. And in this situation, I don't think we had any of the mobile cams in position to catch his fist bump, so I go back to here. But the only issue is this situation, if I don't have, like, unless, like, they're talking about one player or the other, or we have, like, one of the moving cameras around, I don't really have anywhere to go from here unless, like, unless we get in here. I think I was waiting for, I was like, all right, Yubs, you got this shot, and then we got it right here. We went from here into this spot, and I don't remember. I think Dylan was probably taking a break at this situation, but this is like a good spot to go to. I just don't like going from head to head, hard cut to wide, and then hard cutting or affecting back to head just feels like awkward. Like flashing a scene and then going back to the same scene is just kind of a. I don't know if it's actually against convention, but it's a no-no in my mind, for me at least.
The only
I
other
agree.
alternative
I
is
think
to
I
hang on is to hang on the wide until in game, but you don't want to.
Yeah, I don't like holding, like, especially with like with Ultimate, there's a little bit less going on like screen wise because there's not these big like you know, the CRTs and everything that take up more of the side. This looks a little more empty. There's a lot more stuff on the table usually, so. This set was kind of a banger if I remember, because they just blasted each other. There's like these sets were over so fast because Min just kills.
Yeah, it was interesting to see this this offstage Min.
Yeah, up tilt.
You can jump all around. I know in the end you're going to end up next to me. So hey.
So in these situations when they kind of lean over and like look at each other, that's usually where we want the front shot. But nobody was in position. It was also very short notice, so.
Yeah.
And the problem is,
faster game ends.
yeah, like you could try to do the head-to-head for that, but the problem is sometimes the head-to-head crop, they like lean, if they lean far enough towards the center of the stage, their heads go out of frame, so it looks bad.
It was a very, very productive start, if we do say so. I think he definitely got up to the stage bright and early and did that work. And really understanding that, hey, I know this matchup and we know how this set goes. Let's get this done.
And we had this outside shot over here.
If we got a chance to adapt, we know Doramiji has a lot of experience and a lot of different characters.
Yeah, I think the only easy thing to fix for this top 8 was looming the cables in the back of the player tables.
Yeah.
Tough, though. You're asking me for another like 20 minutes of work.
Oh, does that really add 20 minutes?
Yeah,
it would add
arguably.
yeah. If
I mean,
you
if
want it to look
really
nice,
clean.
yeah. If you want it to look half-assed, I can do that in 10.
Honestly, I didn't even realize that's what the lift on that is. So
Yeah.
I thought it's just gathering some cables and taping them together. So
Yeah, you gotta
I'm totally wrong there.
You gotta gather them
I know
up.
you need the slack, right?
Yeah, you gotta gather them up. You gotta have the slack. You gotta kind of like make sure you don't make them too taut, so like they don't go to where they need to go.
Gotta set the overlap to make sure the wires don't cross. And
As much as you can.
Yeah, and make sure also make sure to place them like in a place where they'll be out of frame, but also not inconvenient.
Yeah.
I like
But
that.
this
I
is
like
just-
that cross shot right
This
here.
is nitpicking.
Yeah, and also a lot of these, you can see in some of these shots, the cables is their controller cables. A lot of those are like the ones that look disgusting. But if you go to the, it just looks like a mass. Yeah, right. It's just like a mass in the middle of it. But on the wide, you can see a little bit of that, and the fact that the back of the tablecloths were a little short.
Yeah, that was
doesn't
also a
help that
difficulty.
either.
Yeah, we didn't have the full coverage on the tablecloth to actually help us out.
Yeah. Luckily, there wasn't crazy stuff back there, but like
Yeah.
It was better than Big House.
And up tilt. Lol.
A clean 3-0. I may even say that's the cleanest set we've seen up to now. I agree.
It's a well-framed shot, right? Like when we cut to right here.
I think in this case, like, I mean, can you go back to the start of the sequence? Yeah, I guess it's fine, because, like,
Yeah, this was
I
a
don't
bit.
know, I
bit-
personally,
This was a bit tough. This is.
I would have liked to see the face a bit more, maybe coming in from the other side. It's
I
a
think-
nitpick, obviously.
Yeah, I think I was waiting because I think we were. I think Dylan was still moving to the spot because that ended rather abruptly with just this up tilt.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
very
think-
just like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, because I think we don't see. Yeah, Dylan. Yeah, you were moving up to your spot. Yeah, you got the good shot, and then when it was ready, is right.
I think I was focusing, like I had a cross shot on her there, is what it was, and then once it happened, then I went to go behind the setup for that, like for this shot here.
Yeah, and oftentimes you'd go to the person, the cam up on whose side was on the same side as the winner. But sometimes, we're on like the profile side, so we can't see their face as much. But other times we were doing, more like a P1 cam type angle.
Yeah. Also, it always usually ends on Yubbs' camera just because they have to walk off on that side, which is is another reason why I try to I would try to advocate for like stairs on each side, so like people don't always have to walk off on the same side, especially if like all cables are there or something like that. And for the weekend before top 8, the commentators, they would have to walk like past the commentators too, which is a little awkward. So
It does make for some nice consistency in the flow, because then like it's a close shot of the players because they're walking right next to him, so it's like they kind of bring the wipe in or the wipe out free throws.
It's a good way to use it,
It is repetitive though, which is what double stairs would solve, but
They do a card game to play out. Now, as
Actually, another fight, Japan versus Japan, and I know down to it.
Japan fight.
Comes down to Banjo versus
There's just too many of them. What are you supposed to do?
Half the top 8.
How do you guys feel about this scrolling bar?
I like
in
it.
the middle?
It's a little dynamic.
Whilst I like it, at least for Ultimate, I prefer the ones that also have a lower third and maybe like a spot for like the gameplay screen, because like I think if you just have a divider in the middle, it's a little bit barren in terms of this. Like I think it's just a little bit too basic. I like it when we are able to like if I split them or if I load it in and then there's like another thing below it, because like
Gotcha.
I definitely like a lower third on here that has like A versus B.
Yeah, like I wanted to actually use usually when I get full reign of like the graphics package, I like taking kind of like Frankenstein scenes together. I wanted to take the lower thirds from the head-to-head. Like I wanted to take this lower third and put it here, but it's attached to the headshots, and that would have been really annoying to crop out, so I wasn't able to do it. And also just for a lot of situations, I like to have the gameplay as well. It can be interesting.
Gotcha. I'll definitely note for next year.
did happen before at the pre-battle obviously tournament.
Yes.
And Yoshidora won.
There's
I
a
know.
reason I pass out soon.
On the
So
back foot, but he
Yeah.
showed us such a
Yeah.
good
No
performance.
worries.
There's something
Yeah.
odd,
Moving through.
like with that punch, though, that I wanna see
I guess we
him
have gotten a
win.
good
I wanna
bit through
see
it.
him do
Yeah,
something
we're-
I can power through.
against Yoshi.
You got this. You got
Where's
this.
my Red Bull?
Yo, lock in, bro.
Lock in.
Making me more tired than I was during the actual tournament.
Oh. Dude, I get so sleepy during tournaments. So I
It was
have
one point-
CRT back there to keep me awake.
I think it was. I don't think it was finals day. It might have been day 2. I just like sat in the chair backstage and I like fell in and out of consciousness for a good.
You powered down?
20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is probably it. Someone's gonna die here soon. Early.
As he tries to make a comeback here on that last stop.
The comeback, it is Yoshidora, and fall
To the ledge, respecting Yoshidora.
I forget. Yoshidora might like steal this or something like that at max rage.
Yeah, Daz, I'm not
Oh
quite
yeah, I think so.
sure how Phoenix builds their graphics.
No jump, air dodge to the ledge, got hit by the grenade, doesn't matter. I'm landing where you going, respect. Wait for my moment, up smash, no setup, the final.
Oh yeah, up smash.
From the parry.
keeping his calm to very Torigori there, going for the parry into up smash. That's a very good.
The colors on this camera look really good right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deep blues.
Yeah.
If I can't get
More
both
yellows.
if I can't get both players in the shot, then if one says something to the other, then I try to go back and forth, which is also nice because typically we take the camera of the winner, just logically, and then usually it's the winner says something to the loser first. So.
Yeah, going from the BGH to this camera is definitely a big difference.
Yeah.
I definitely should have adjusted saturation on because I didn't realize how vivid it was on those.
Yeah, it's hard to tell when you're doing it live because you're just kind of focused on doing your movements and stuff. I had the same problem at BOBC4.
Yeah.
Camera shading is definitely something that gets overlooked a lot in Smash shows anyway.
Yeah,
I was so focused on the lighting that I wasn't focused on the color grading.
Yeah.
It's over, as they said.
But yeah, definitely. Yeah, there was like some good signs in the crowd.
Yeah, they had a lot more signs for ults.
How exciting they can really be against each other. I don't know. I've never seen Yoshi versus.
But I'm all in for that.
Did they hand these out? These like pieces of posters?
Yeah, they had some like markers and posters. And they
I
had
forget.
makeup. They had someone doing makeup as well.
Oh yeah, the face painting.
Face painting, yes.
I remember we were trying to get shots of the face painted folks, but we couldn't like get them later in the day.
I was up like trying to fish for them, but just weren't there.
Here in Vancouver, Battle BC.
Grenade beats the egg, I guess.
Oh,
Just like that, we had the very
Yeah, this banjo went in.
And Japanese players are always so calm and collected. Like after every single game, they go, "Yes,
yes."
Take the headphones off.
Yeah.
Where do you go? It's like- whereas like Mango, headphones off.
God,
Going
look
back?
at the light on the screen there.
Yeah, I was really trying to avoid that, but it's like the sun is exploding on this monitor.
Let's see if Yoshidora can make it back here, or is it going to be 2 losses in a row for the Japanese
Yeah, we can skip forward.
What's the other tournament that has? I think it's Gommel. They have like a Yoshi head.
Yeah,
Something
Gamo
like
has
that.
Yoshi's story as the stage design.
Yeah.
Like the actual
Yeah.
physical stage.
Oh yeah,
It's so
they're one of the.
It's because
only
Randall is their big
tournaments
thing.
Yeah.
The stage
Right.
design.
Yeah, and then they hand out like cutouts of.
Yeah.
Oh, the Fly
Those
Guys?
Shy Guys.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
think I
Fly
forget
Guys,
who did
it's
that
just
one.
Shy Guys.
I forget. Yeah, they're flying shy guys. There is a difference.
They're the propeller Shy Guys, but it's a specific variant. It's not a named variant. It's so dumb. We had me and Uncle Punch had this discussion at Gommel 2021. We were trying to go over it. Like, wait, is it actually Shy Guys? Yeah, it is Shy Guys. Very weird.
Because the Fly Guys actually just have like wings, right?
Yeah,
As opposed
Fly
to
Guys are
propellers.
a completely different model. It's
Different species, as you said.
yeah, different species. Fly Guys, Mario, Fly Guy. Yeah, he's
Are
got
they
the
both-
propeller on his head, whereas the propeller Shy Guys have it on their back.
Oh right.
Oh, right.
Let's see how it goes if they're respecting the rules, 'cause I see
Yeah, like the ones the ones on Yoshi Stories are the propeller Shy Guys, yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause they're holding the fruit. They're supposed to be, at least.
Important lore to know.
Yes.
How does that become an evolutionary advantage? Color in your head.
Okay, avoiding anything. Going for the down, and the egg is up. Now what? Backer can actually down kill from this percent for
Pretty
sure.
sure Yoshidora does end up winning this.
Now what?
Yep. Yeah, I saw that back air and I was like, that's not killing. There's no way. I think it goes again. I think he hits him with another back air in the middle of the stage and also doesn't kill.
The game doesn't know that even.
Okay, that one kills.
And there it is.
That was one of those moments where we had me on the floor because, then it's just a simple, pan left, pan right, who's the winner. So getting in a solid position.
Let me get a hug.
Yay.
That was really good.
I remember people awing at this. And I was like,
Our friend Yoshidora here on the top, but my gosh, what a great hug. These guys friends again, same area. Toriguri.
Right here, yep, that was about the time I would call for this cut. They're getting their stuff together, and they're both gonna walk towards the camera.
Calling the crowd as a commentator must feel so nice.
There is something to show. We definitely want to see this guy back here in Canada, and hopefully the U.S. and even you, right, with France around the world. I'm sure this isn't the last time we've seen, but Yoshidora just one step
We
ahead
got
when it comes to
Riddles
experience.
back
Check
again.
out the way that he character master going into someone with arms.
He like changed his side, or that was in a
No, what
refreshed?
happened
Be surprised at this point. Whenever I see any of these guys come down and they show us what we got, I'm like, yeah.
As if they lean far enough, they're just out of the head-to-head. So it's like, well, can't keep that.
It's going to be Min Min.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what riddles they take in the end, but it's going to be happening right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is again loses some quarters.
Here's the Terry.
Quarters indeed. That's going to be a Terry.
this is where they started choosing music.
I definitely agree with it. Again, approaching on a horizontal side. Where
Oh yeah, this game ends like in a minute.
a little bit more on the, I guess, a vertical approach, but doesn't even want to keep up with someone like Dorothy.
Can he touch the ground? Please don't make it.
Dead.
And maybe now check the. There.
Dead again.
What a grab! You're coming to me. I'll give you a big hug.
Isn't Min Min also like
This
off
was
meta?
messed up.
This is the dragon
Oh my
arm.
god, what the fuck?
This is one of those matches where I got off stage and I was like, all right, I've got like 3 minutes to, wrap up some more cables or whatever. And then I look up and I see 2 stocks down. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, this character's nuts. Off stage, especially.
I didn't even notice that the door was open. Oh.
The loading dock.
Oh, the loading
Yep.
dock door. Oh no.
Well,
It got a little colder.
Not just colder, the smell.
Weirdly enough, I didn't smell anything during the actual top 8. Right when it ended, I was like, what is that?
Canada holding up Riddles is now converting to not only Min Min, but I feel like the next stock might
Where's the
explode
skip
in
game button?
Skip ad.
Skip ad, skip game.
Skip ad for arms.
Same thing. I'm just here for the in between.
I think I take a shot. Yeah, right. Or no, this is Ayub, and then I think I go to you next.
So
That's how I
warm.
watch most top 8s, actually.
There's
Yeah, we're
Dylan.
expecting this to be a clean 3-0, so of course focus on the winner going into the last game.
He's there for the narrative.
Riddles is a very
Comes the swing.
person,
Is
and
it coming?
every conversation I've ever had with him, especially from
No.
how
Nice out here, yeah.
he can take the adapting and be.
Solution it seems.
And I agree with it. I think that Kazuya was like, I hope this does something.
Oh yeah, they did a good job with the medals for sure.
I think he wins this one though. Yeah, Riddles wins this one, so it's not a 3-0. Hey, text that, and then he like dies off of another up B, whatever the up kick is.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
man,
feels
look at
good.
Yeah, it's a great catch.
Just say.
Oh, wait, I think we hear what he said.
I don't think so.
I can't make out what he said, but it sounded like I heard it.
What did I do with that camera right there?
So sorry, I forgot I won. Give me a minute.
Get focus.
Yeah, fighting for focus.
Please. There you go.
I love and hate autofocus.
Yeah, this was all manual.
I tried like 3 different autofocus settings throughout the day, and the manual at a couple different points.
Yeah, I don't trust autofocus after BOBC4. The left and the light shot's half out of focus because I was using autofocus. I was like clicking the button. I was like, please.
It was kind of sick there.
Honestly, I think it's better that as it is.
It does work. It's like you're relaxed and you just got beat up and you wake up and you're just like,
yeah, you just
looking at left and
specifically like looking, you know, when you're looking up at the sun and it's like your eyes are like all unfocused and shit.
Yeah.
During the moment, you're definitely like, please focus, please focus.
Yeah.
I mean, that's tough unless you have like Canon's phase detection autofocus. It's like very hit or miss doing it live on video. I don't know. I think you know there's definitely subs we could add to make it easier to focus for both of you. I'll think about it, but it's an investment, and we don't get to the account mapping too much, so I don't know if it's worth it.
Yep.
Yeah, neither of them gave us much of anything there.
Yeah, like how are you here? Like how did you not faint against that last
Don't
interaction
park.
you had? I don't know.
Ads. Then we go to top 4.
Yeah.
We're gonna see it here.
Was that parallel?
I think we get to cam up at Don't Park. I think.
That'd be nice.
Doing Don't Park?
Ah, here we go. Here's another one of
Assuming
these
we
shots.
can, assuming we
yeah.
score
Another one of
Don't
those.
Park. This is
I hear
totally
boom.
forgot about that part.
Riptide at least.
Riptide.
I don't think I pulled from this one again. No, I didn't do the other one.
Some foreshadowing.
No, I did.
Swing.
I wish that was more singular motion.
Somewhere. Where is the focus? Really close, I guess.
In my other hand, you could see me trying to get. The SDI in my other. Alex was super helpful wrangling that SDI though.
Yeah, how do you?
On it.
Oh, Alex was.
Yeah, he would just like. I wouldn't even ask for it. He'd just come over and like start doing it. And I was like, oh, thanks.
Okay, that's awesome. I was gonna ask how much you needed it. You felt like you needed a camera utility.
It wasn't super necessary, especially for just this one SDI. I could usually handle it on my own, but the fact that Alex was helpful.
And at least your comms is wireless.
Yeah, like if I had a wired comms pack, I have an SDI, then it gets just a little bit more complicated.
This reads this. Sorry, this is just read that spot dodge. Nope. I'm pretty sure at this point. I'm pretty sure I think I said on the comms line is like, oh, he's at 96%. I bet he's just gonna up tilt him.
Up tilt, yeah.
He's, boop.
The little walk right before. Oh, that's crazy.
Buenos dias, Mandy.
Also,
camera. This guy.
Oh yeah, he got in the way a couple times, and he didn't understand what was happening. It's
The
like,
photographer.
Yeah.
yeah.
I remember what he said, like it wasn't on camera. I'm like, yeah, because I didn't cut to the shot because you were in it.
Yeah, I told him as much too. I think you could see me there telling him to move.
Oh, the gaff tape on the table.
Back there.
Whoops.
Well,
What? When did I leave that there?
When did that get up? I actually don't.
I don't recall that being up there before.
I think because I was looming the cables. Or I tried to fix one of the things.
Yeah, this is the first match of the top 4, so this is after we had a break.
I definitely fixed something back there, and then.
Oh, okay.
I remember moving it though.
Yeah, walk a bit until.
Okay, kind of caught in front again.
And nares him.
Just walk up.
5-point kick, whatever.
Over, and how could you not? Your clout. All my aerial options are not to be tried.
I also want to move the ultimate thing, the ultimate trophy again.
Yeah, that was actually a wonderful nair too. You know, probably just conditioned him.
Did you just pick one or the other table to do the trophy on?
The trophy, essentially. Before I had it on the Wii.
Okay.
So I just put it on that side, and you can't put anything on top of a Switch. So
this is all a good piece to carry around.
there's some good movement.
Yeah.
That was very shaky.
The shakiness wasn't too bad. I think your camera was still fighting a bit on the focus right there. Could have been a little more in focus for that last standing bit on Spargo.
Yeah. But it's like you always want to be as smooth as possible, but it's like sometimes, as much as you can get is good because like a lot of movements.
That shoulder mount thing that I got was only like $80 or something.
Really 308?
Yeah, that one was very cheap. I gotta get a better one. I want to try to get something that. Yeah, especially after the stuff with like the CRTs, and you sent that message, and I was like, God damn it.
Yeah.
But I want to, especially because I really enjoy doing that type of stuff, and especially breaking it out at regionals just to have a little fun. It adds a lot, especially when like going on break or something.
Oh
so
yeah.
I want to try and get another different shoulder mount rig, like a motorized table on it.
So right here,
it just makes shows more fun.
So I was pretty certain that this was. I'm pretty certain that this was a kill right here. You can see in the player cam, Hurt is just like popping up. I would have cut to it, but we made sure it was fully dead.
Yeah. You still get all of it with the player game too.
Yeah. I think that's the right call because we don't see this character that often.
This is good. Yeah, it takes the glasses off. Also, Snake is not too uncommon, but definitely like not like Cloud.
Yeah.
He's not a Swordy, so that's already something. He's not a Swordy, Steve, or Sonic.
He is looking proficient. That's right. He is playing the game perfectly. This is king of the snakes right here. Oh yeah. This is Big Boss. This is the snake that was on the plane with Samuel Jackson. Okay, these are those snakes.
I really like that you just held on in there.
Yeah, that was a good call.
That's right.
Kept emoting.
My man is flying high. Flying his way all the way to grand finals now. Just it deserves because we're the only thing that the plane we moved. And that was him to play. Yoshi Dora, of course.
Yeah, it was Rodney who asked for the in-house commentary, and TK did ask me for it at Genesis, but that was just a limitation. So these guys are definitely prepared for in-house commentary.
A long way away from home. And again, just being able to breathe new life, I think.
I do appreciate how into it they got later on.
They were standing up.
Standing, yeah. You can see him in the corner.
Exactly.
Right.
I was sad we weren't able to get we talked about it over the comms, trying to get a shot like behind the casters aiming.
Yeah, we didn't quite get to it.
Yeah.
That'd have been very
cool. I like the idea, yeah.
There was one bit where we could have, but it was like before we realized the idea of it. Just missed the shot.
Gaff tape has been moved.
Okay, I probably took care of that. Or Alex did. I think at one point I get a shot of commentators and then I swing to the players. But I was on stage the entire time.
Yeah, well, what are we waiting for here? I don't think it's us.
I think they didn't know they could go.
Oh yeah, I think we had to tell them multiple times. Yeah. There's Mike over here.
I see Alex over there.
Yeah.
Is this the one where they just don't fist bump?
That might be.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they just
I think of the 3 iterations, however, the megawatt one is the safest. So she can bang up close, up smash, down smash, you name it. And it's also, you saw the
Yoshidora's way out of frame.
That, bro. That was,
yeah, what the hell?
Sniped him out that jump with the dragon arm, so he had to kind of just drip back to the stage. He was kind of a sit and duck. So even if he was able to air dodge through that,
that was the full stand up and converse about what the next pick is.
Yeah, look for a stage strike tablet for a second.
Yeah, I was like, they're like, where's the tablet?
Yeah, I didn't know the loading dock would be open at this point.
I was trying to keep blowing it because of that, but when they're standing up, it's hard.
Yeah, it's fine. But I'm glad you were conscious of that.
And I'm just not gonna let you have that.
Yeah, we can skip ahead.
It hurt. Love that back here. Off the mark of the grab. He said, I gotta try to slow this down in the nair. Good lord, the boot's getting busy.
Oh, Rod standing.
Yeah, Rod's standing first.
Who was the guy that kept looking over at his opponent? That was in Tekken, wasn't it?
That was in
It was in Street Fighter.
It might have been no, it was in Tekken. He
Yeah.
just kept looking over his like.
TK kept commenting. It was really funny.
What did he do to you? That was a good
We got it on
move,
camera. A bunch of times. That was a good move.
Yeah, the graphics server was served from a tablet. And typically we have a stage striking tablet, but we did not utilize it for the show. Yeah, it was a mini PC that fried. Got corrupted.
This is so funny to see.
Yeah.
The whole PC? I didn't know that.
Mini PC.
I'm sorry. This is so funny to seeing Rod standing and
Jake.
TK is clearly still sitting, just speaking, having to speak up to Rod.
I can see it here on this camera.
Right.
After this camera movie.
He's looking up. Is like,
He's
why
like-
are you still standing? What are you standing up for?
In this camera shot, you can see.
Make sense to him, I'll tell you that. My boy said,
He's still good.
I know this matchup like back in my hand right now. He is playing this perfectly. He really is. I mean, the times where you get caught in front of a lesser player.
5'11" versus
Like right in the middle of this shot.
Resetting me off stage. The megawatt punch. What am I supposed to do about that? Then when I break the zone of the arms, I get up close. I have to get
Probably not needed because of BC's one Dan rule set and all. Yeah, I guess that's true too. That wasn't the reason why we took it out, but it was. I don't know enough about ult. I know the rule set was like a bit contentious, but I definitely don't know enough to comment on that.
Boom.
The blast zone. Yoshidora going to close that one out in a very dominant.
This is the one I think. Okay, they do fist bump. There was one where they didn't.
That boy, he was a yes man on that game. Everything was yes. That's right. Will it hit? Yes. Can I combo? Yes. Yes.
Keeping it low, not to go too hard into the projector, which is good.
I mean, send his name, bro. You already know he's gonna be nice. Yeah.
Knew he'd be going there with controller, so I just stayed back to get the loser as well.
I think you guys navigated around the recursion just fine.
I think I wanted it. If I'm recalling right here, I think I wanted to take your shot, Yubs, but I think like the focus was like fucking up or something like that.
Very possible.
Because I was like, I'm just looking like you're looking him right in his face, like as you know he's like emoting, but I'm not taking it. And I think it was because there was something going on with like the focus.
I wonder if I'm messing with something there. I'm definitely not messing with focus. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well.
It's one of the advantages of the two cams as well is that, odds are one of them has, like, if both people are aiming for a shot at any given time, what are the odds, like, focus messes up on both at the same time?
Yeah, that's huge.
I might have been zooming in real close to get focus and then couldn't get in time.
Yeah.
That as well.
Very photogenic.
I'll get you in a little bit, girl.
Rod sat down again.
I like this kind of slow, like top down, like I guess booming in down onto the shoulder.
Yeah, here's where I did that movement of like lowering the monopod or pushing it forward and then angling the actual head upward.
We settled on this idea while doing the Tekken top 8, but I like that we kept it going, how we used the roaming cams and the over-the-shoulder shots as sort of a standby for a 2-cam scene. Because it allowed maintaining a continuity going into and out of games.
Yeah.
I think if there was one type of shot I would like to see more in this top 8 or top 4, it would have been more like tighter close-up shots.
Yeah.
I think we started to do a few toward the end, which is when you would normally want to do it anyway. But yeah, I think that was like one small note I had.
Like here, there's one. That's not even that tight, yeah.
Yeah, like even tighter would be nice.
They're pretty hard to do though.
Yeah, they can be. I had like one of Hungry Box. I think I had one in alt. I remember getting real tight. I remember I was fixing my focus, and Austin was like, "Yeah, that's good, like real tight." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, this is something a lot of Smash cam ops don't do is get in real close and tight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or using, I remember seeing Howard using a Dutch angle for the first time, and I was like,
right.
I was like, is that, can we do that? He's like, yeah, Dutch angle's pretty common. I was like, okay.
Howard's
Never seen
definitely
this match.
the one that came to mind.
Yeah.
Now they're standing.
Now TK.
Yep.
Yeah. TK gets in there.
Pondering
Oh my
this
goodness,
wing.
sometimes less is most certainly more. Clean stuff right there on
Glad my headphones were used here.
Yeah, these are a lot of the same shots and movements. Not to mention that.
Yeah. It's gonna happen, especially between games, you know.
I think that was what I was doing a lot of times on shots like that, is like I keep zooming in, but we're switching to the other cam as well. So I'm like trying to like just hold on something to make sure like if it flips back to me, like there's something to use there. We're favoring the dynamism of changing angles.
Yeah, I think that was definitely good to have in mind.
Dang.
Yeah, it just adds a little bit more energy when both casters are standing like this.
The way TK's lid looks
Yeah,
really
he's
good too.
yeah, he's going off.
I meant like literally the lighting, but you know that too.
Throw as many lights as possible at everything. That was the philosophy, and it worked.
Yeah. That was the
Ah,
shot.
there we go. Yeah, that's
Where are the commentators?
Oh yeah, we didn't get it fast enough.
Oh yeah.
And then I accidentally flickered the relay.
I like the idea though.
Yeah, it was there.
Okay, yeah, trying to scramble that egg early on.
Alright, okay, we're starting to get more of those. That's what I like to see. Able to actually get those two registered. That is usually a big part of.
This is a
Great TI right there.
effectively long set for losers finals.
Met the leg. Hold on. There's one. It starts with one.
Let's go to Game 5.
It does, because Spargo ends up in grands, so he has to win here. Oop.
We go into another game right here.
That's right.
I love it.
What is MoonPay? Is that another crypto?
Probably.
Yeah, sounds like it.
For astronauts only.
No.
I was curious what the Japanese sponsors were.
There are so many sponsors.
Whose cam was that?
That's my side.
Nice. No need to apologize.
Yeah.
Love cat.
Guessing.
I know it might be 11 hours. Some of y'all already too. I know we on the West Coast. It's about 9 o'clock. So y'all on the East Coast hanging out with us. Thank you for hanging out on this beautiful Sunday. That's right. Catching some good Smash Brothers action.
Yeah, I don't recognize any of those logos.
Brothers and sisters in the chat, okay? To tell you something. Okay.
Right. Into Game 5. Right back on the PS2. Why not? Right.
This is the lead into grand finals. Oh yeah, that was actually nuts because he parries the star of the butt drop. Like, what? Yeah, just the face that the Yoshidora gives just right.
He was like, all right.
I can't believe he parried that.
Whoa! Talk about nerves of steel.
The platinum punish is pretty good too.
Look it up in a dictionary. You're going to find a picture
They were cooking.
of that performance. Spargo. Back to grand finals.
You're like waiting for a.
Yeah, I was literally just waiting for Bro to get up. I probably should have like swung to the other side, but I was.
He did it eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yoshidora was just upset.
Yeah.
Hangs his head in defeat.
Yeah.
That's a wild boy. That's a wild boy.
That's Donnie Thornberry.
After I locked that position on Spargo, I didn't want to seem wishy-washy by moving too much, so I just hung on him, but it was for way too long.
Yeah, it was a good call though, to not, because we have another camera angle showing Yoshidora, so we could have gone to that if we needed.
And now we got top 8 intro, or sorry, grand finals intro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm higher on this angle than I was with Blur, I think.
It's nice that you can get this little pan up, though.
He's 4-2.
Yeah, I did want to get the Is this mic quiet?
We had this is when the megaphone was going off.
Oh yeah.
I was wondering. I was like, I hear a buzzing. Is that it?
Fucking megaphone.
Yeah. There was a rogue megaphone. Apparently, no one was operating it. It was just left on in the crowd.
That's insane.
All right, so it wasn't that guy in the second row.
I heard two different stories. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
I want to believe it's someone's fault.
Because also, I saw that guy. The guy, I didn't see him, get banished, but I didn't see him after that, so I don't know.
Nobody knows. But yeah, I do like this
really
follow.
put lights. Put lights on cameras.
Yeah, I think like Dylan said, a ring a light on the camera or something on the camera.
Yeah, like my solution
really
just
just needs
strength
to be
exposure, but it was so washed out.
Yeah.
Didn't look well. Almost would have been better if it was like just a silhouette.
Little thing. Just needs a nice little glow, not too much.
Playing up again. I know we saw that first set, and well, I'm gonna
Because
tell you.
I mean, like a ring light or anything bigger, anything decently big would be too much. Be either too bright, too unwieldy, or just not diffused enough.
A spotlight would be insane. Now, that's a much bigger ask than what we're saying. We're talking, hold up, play. Wait a minute there.
I'm just thinking a basic light to get enough.
Yeah, I gotta get a tri-mount or something on that, because right now I can hook the transmitter on top, but unless the light has another, like, dock point on top,
You can get those like hot shoe bars.
Yeah, I gotta get one of them.
Bars that like, you can put like extra things on it, like anywhere down.
How much is an easy rig?
That's what you're going
money. I would rather spend money on something cool and interesting than an easy rig.
Well, I'm curious if it's something that is rentable.
Yeah, it's probably rentable.
Rentable from Howard.
Yeah.
I did use a Terra deck like years ago, and we like rented it for like $250 for the weekend or something.
Oh wait, never mind. What the fuck? Easy rigs are cheap. I could buy one. I don't want it.
Really?
I could. It's only 1,300.
Oh yeah, only yeah.
Hey man,
you could rent it.
You see how much I spent on this event?
Where's that
like
sticker?
10K.
Where's the sticker?
Dusk to dawn.
Yeah.
Might hit you up for that next year or next BC event, Des.
My issue with Easy Rig is that it is simply a support system, it doesn't add any real smoothness to the shots or anything. It's still all on the operator. But hey, at least it means it saves the operator one mental and physical bit of effort. But I just find steady cams to be, I don't know, more fun. And hey, my fun is what matters, right?
I mean, Steadicam would
If you're
be
paying
sick.
for it, then yes.
Yeah.
Steadicam would be dope.
There's a show that can afford it. I would do it. Give me my rollerblades, a Steadicam, and we're fucking flying.
That would
Literally through the venue.
These triple fold shoe mounts aren't even expensive. I'll get one of these in the light. I'll test it at something soon.
Okay.
Should check DSLR video shooter. Caleb's got like a video about like small lights, I think. Somewhere.
Pop off just
The reset. No, not even the reset.
The placement of that C4, I feel like it caught like his back toe. His back is his heel, really.
How? How did he know? Just when you thought we were tangling in the neutral, just when you thought it was going to be an exchange of fists, an exchange of normals. It is the C4 that gets it done, and Spargo is anything but happy about that. The job ain't done yet, though, Spargo.
Think it's crazy in this game? Yeah, I really didn't know that.
Look at him, just a robot, man.
There's a whole meme about people saying like Snake's like bad in this game, but then like, how are you gonna know? Like they were saying that like very early on in the game, and now it's like the people who believed in Snake are kind of being proven right. This is the final game.
Or the reset?
Hurts in winter side, so.
Yeah.
I guess
Oh yeah, there wasn't a reset.
No reset.
Remember we were expecting
either game.
Wait,
yeah,
No, Melee
had a
reset.
reset. It was
Melee
6-0.
did
Oh, yeah,
reset.
you're right.
It
You're
was
right. I
6-0
forgot.
Cody.
Sorry. I forgot. Yeah, when it's a 6-0, it doesn't feel like a reset. It just feels like he won.
Right. Exactly.
You did just roll.
Yeah. So this was kind of a iffy. Like Nikita at 94% on like low side FD seems a little iffy. But he stood up. He's like, I know.
Like, I've labbed this shit.
True.
I've been in the lab.
Yeah, so that's one of the moments where like you really need that face in the shot.
Right here, right there. Yeah.
That was a great step up there. Yeah, but that was a great, I guess, dolly up. Dylan.
Yeah, I was ready for the handshake, and then once I recognized the hug, I was like, all right, no, keep going, keep going.
So you would have been able to walk over, but the commentator desk is preventing you from walking over. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in position here.
I think it was handled pretty well.
Yeah.
This is the best we could get.
Yeah, this works. You get the commentators in there.
Yeah, I actually like that. Yeah, we need some lights here.
That's so dark.
Okay, they move. That's good. Yeah, there's no commitment in that hug. That was definitely a floating hug.
You'll probably see the weakness of this kit, which is the latency. 'Cause if we hang on my cam during a Dhir speech,
You can see the latency as it's switched.
even here, yeah, even here.
It's like a solid like half
Whoa,
second.
this infinite's trippy.
Hey, at least you turned back. You
this
turned back
was-
for this point, so it looked nice.
Yeah, this was good. I like this. This was cute. Yeah,
I
there
love how he
were
could not make up his mind on how many fingers he wanted.
He was like, yeah.
He's like Spider-Man or
3, 2.
That Yoshidori was able to apply thoroughly. We've seen that same mentality kind of applied here to Hurt.
He does it again.
What is an acceptable number of fingers?
Man, that's an inspiring snake, though. I feel like if you were a
And then
That
we
goes
were
right in the bag.
I didn't notice that.
I did not notice that it was filming it.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Wow.
That's really funny. But yeah, we were trying to grab Rayo M and Goose for the quick winners interview.
Oh yeah, then it was like, no, face me, and then it's like, no, we'll go to Dylan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the unfortunately the stage lights make it completely unseeable on the face. So
Yeah.
that's why
Yeah,
we
you know.
like look towards the correct camera, please. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I was like, goose.
Yeah, I was trying to reposition the lights during this time, but
I feel like I would have just done them facing the projectors.
That's what we were going for.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. You was trying to
they're supposed to face Gibbs, but
there was definitely some coordination spaghetti in this last parts, but I think you guys recovered really well.
I like how Hurt's face is the one that's most in dark.
Yeah.
I kind of dig the light cascading like off his silhouette, the shadow.
Yeah.
It was more
a new
purposefully
challenger.
done.
A new challenger has appeared. Like when you haven't unlocked the character yet.
This is Goose, the ultimate host, and Rayo M, the translator, and Hurt, the champion of Ultimate.
Now we're gonna give it over to the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Oops.
Kevin Dhir. Let's hear it.
Oh yeah, and then it was like, oh okay, replay.
Just kidding. I guess we're going to Kevin.
Hold on.
Come on, take us to Kevin.
I was like, let's get camera in place. There we go.
Yeah,
There we
this
go.
actually looked less spaghetti on the broadcast end, but I could hear the scramble.
Entire community come together behind the event that we put. This event is bred out of passion, and the passion in the.
Because I would think we would go through the usual like cycle of like end game, but then we just cut straight to Dhir. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, it doesn't really make sense to do the replays after the grand finals. Just leave it for the end of day recap.
I like popping them if you do a winners interview because it can be nice to especially if it's a sit down interview. You see the set that they're talking about while they're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think
April
if there's a lot to break down in the grand finals, though, that the casters have something specific to say about things that happen, I think that actually having an analysis of the grand finals set is relevant. If it's like an interesting grand finals.
If they're able to do it, yeah.
Also, the main reason why is because it gives the casters a buffer to like actually like go through this last bit and then sign off. I thought they were like signing off or whatever, and then they were gonna do this, but we ended up doing this and then doing this again at the desk. So.
This definitely went off script. It definitely was. Definitely went off the rhythm show.
This was a great shot though, the crowd and
Yeah, I think this moment was fine.
Better than last year in terms of
It
how
was better than
it
last year when the power was pulled.
What,
Oh, no.
What are you talking about? We don't need those. We're done.
It's real eager to strike and go home.
Yeah. So these last few segments or switches were a little spaghetti, but honestly, I think once we're out of the game, it's okay.
And then Dhir just like again.
Actually step up and talk to y'all real quick before we get up out here. But hey, man, we had a good time. This is a great top 4. This is a great top 8 just in general. Big shout outs to you, big shout outs to Kels, and big shout outs to Humming for holding it down at the first part of this. But we're going to pass over to my man Dhir so we get some final parting words to you guys. Thank you for watching Battle of BC. Dhir's coming on the way. We out.
I had nothing to cut to here, so I was like, I guess we'll just watch Kevin
get
onto the...
This was not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
It's fine. It worked out.
This event couldn't have been possible without my amazing team. Although I'm the head of this event, there's over 60, 70 people who made this event possible.
I think I had to sneak up behind Dhir and fix the mic.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, I remember.
Oh,
it was not
actually.
sneaking either. It was just.
I'm coming in.
Yeah, I mean there was nowhere.
As he's production, you just come up and you go pat his shoulders and then you move the mic.
It worked out. The timing worked out.
Everyone doing their hi mom moment, and you're just like.
I want to give some thank yous to.
I'm on TV. Yo.
Of course.
Yeah, I realized what was happening
Making what
after
you've
the
seen
fact.
all weekend possible as our broadcast director. So
It's just a great signal or like a symbol for what production has to do. There's something you want to do? Okay, we'll make it happen. We'll fix it.
No, this is really smoother than last year.
I can't even. Huge, they're all just getting into
Oh yeah,
This
and
was
then we move
nice.
to this. Yeah.
I won't hold
Yeah,
you
I like
longer.
this
The
camera.
credits will say it all, but I'm just so grateful to everyone who made
It was fun to
possible.
have interaction with the
And
crowd
last
here
but not
too.
shout out is our sponsors. Thank you to Fully Loaded Electronics, Parallel,
This
Notes
was fun.
Entertainment, Red Bull, and everybody else who made Battle of BC possible. We'll see you next year. Oh yeah, in Destination Vancouver. So thank you, Destination Vancouver. Cheers.
Big sponsor.
Yeah, get in. Yay.
This was nice.
He
I
gets
liked
the
any on
treats
that.
every time.
Yeah, I liked any on that.
Yeah, right to credits.
Yeah, these credits were a little
A Tempest was in here.
jank. Yeah, that was really my bad because I definitely reviewed it, but it was delivered at like 2 a.m. or something
No,
really late. But so I could have caught it, but I was definitely out of it by the time.
I probably wouldn't either if I was in your shoes. That's why, like, again, I made a point of mentioning to you, like, nobody was upset about it. They're just like, damn, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely feel a little bad, but I'm glad we at least got you in the special things, so y'all could get at least some kind of photo. There were definitely more moderators than that too, but I couldn't get the list of moderators in time. Sammy, you gotta stay up and wait on a top 8 graphic before you could close down. Dang. Yeah, I don't know how quickly they got that top 8 graphic. It turned out really cool though. It was great to see the families helping out too. But yeah, it was Action Esports that rendered these credits. Yeah, Retro did a great job with the using the headshots for the top 8 graphics.
I like whatever photo they use here too. Like a crowd shot.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I kind of want to see if the thing that I was trying to do when everyone was there.
I don't think it worked.
Oh yeah, no, it was at the end where we did the half
Yeah.
fade.
Yeah, where I did the opacity. Aha!
Yeah.
The striking stage.
The camera gets cut
that's
right
cool.
as we're up there. I mean, this is cool regardless, but yeah.
All right, all the lights are on now. Damn.
I did not realize this was going for this long.
And then somebody unplugged the camera right there. Yeah, but.
I guess you could have showed Martin where his monitors went if he watched this.
What I used to do at some of our old regionals is, you know how you guys mentioned you had that that security cam that was really awful quality? I used to set up intentionally awful cameras in the back of the room, and then just do this type of thing with them. So the background of the stream was a constant live cam that was just at really low opacity.
Yeah, that was definitely the intended backdrop for the pre-match stuff, but
somebody unplugged the cam.
It depends, I guess, how ass the quality is.
Yeah, next time. All right. That was a long review, but thank you, everybody, for making the time. Yeah. Any closing thoughts, questions before we sign off?
More cameras.
Well, let's give us
More
3 stage
power.
camera operators.
What was that, Dylan?
I said, mods, give us 3 stage camera operators, a BTC, a bar cam.
A jib.
Send the crane camera.
5 drones.
Get Nikki on the blades.
Yeah.
And they can play.
Yeah,
Oh,
Sammy,
you guys
this is
aren't
a
ready
good,
for that.
good event to make an exception.
Cyberpunk looking ass cam ups.
Dude,
Yeah,
oh
thank
man,
you
you
for
really
hanging out.
don't know. It's gonna look crazy if I
Entire
actually do
video
it.
matrix just for the stage cameras.
Yeah.
Desmond, yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the review stream. I think we'll be doing this for our bigger shows more often. But yeah, this show, I'm glad we were able to do it. I'm glad we got quite a few of the crew to participate as well and get a bunch of different perspectives, which was sick. I learned a fair amount during the stream too. And it was cool to see some of the questions we got.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
I know it was a very small part of it because I was just one of the cameras, but I really enjoyed doing that, and it gives me a lot of thoughts on how to
Small?
clean
That's
up.
gigantic. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? What?
A big part of it.
Yeah,
you
you
and
have a
Dylan
lot of screen
both say,
time.
"Oh, not a big job, huge job, insane job."
Okay,
It's
all right.
Don't
All right,
downplay
my bad, whatever. But it gives me a lot of thoughts on how to clean up that process, things to again getting more things camera mounted, reviewing color options before and after, some more stabilization options. It's something that I didn't consider a thing to focus on, but I'm glad that it's something that's fun to do and also has a lot of utility and opens a lot of options. So.
Yeah, it being fun to do definitely helps. No, I think you stepped up as a camera operator really well, especially since you're not a camera main. And yeah, you were able to use your knowledge as a TD and everything to be conscious of stuff and camera movement, which was really helpful.
Austin did a really great job about acclimating to the flow of it too, just being all right, I've got A, B, C, D, calling great shots. That made the job so easy because nearly every time I was just all right, what do you want? Tell me what you want. Where are we getting? Me and the Yubs just silently okay, we're doing this now. Just following the clear direction.
It's all about getting everyone. It's all about getting everyone to where they can do the best job that they can at what they're doing.
Yeah. Dylan's team was Tempest, who also did the Ultimate Quad, the Melee Quad, and the FGC stream for day 1 and 2, FGC stage. And yeah, they also did Egg Dog as well. I guess just to review real quick, Nikki was our engineer in charge, fixing everything on the tech side and setting the gear that we had for the show. Ayub was our camera operator, our wired camera operator, who did our interviews as well as stage cam opping, and some a little bit of stage managing, and was also doing some creative writing as well. And then Austin, of course, our amazing technical director, who directed the broadcast line of 10 people, 2 camera ops. It's a lot to keep track of, and he kept the focus and clean calls the entire show. I was really happy with that. And I am Juna, the producer for the show. I just let these guys do what they do best.
Let us cook.
All right. Cool. Thanks for watching. Cheeto, what's up? We will be uploading this to YouTube as well for anyone that missed it. Anyone that ends up watching this later on, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us on Twitter or Discord. I know we don't have it on here, but I'll probably put it in the. I'll put it in the description. Oh, yo, what's up, Bobak?
Bobak comes in right at the end.
Yeah, we'll upload this to YouTube.
Watch the VOD.
Yeah, Bobak, we learned a lot of stuff that we can apply to Genesis, the next Genesis. So let's definitely talk and start playing that early.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm excited. I learned so much, as did everyone else here. Sup, Rascal. Yeah, glad a bunch of you were able to drop by. All right, awesome. Yeah, we're gonna cook. We're definitely gonna cook for this next one, Bobak. I am going to raid Salt. Let me see what she's doing here. Grudge matches. Sounds good to me. All right, let me send it off. Say hi to Salt. Salt was in top 8 of Battle BC 6 melee side. Yep, first match.
Part of our first camera up movement. That was good.
Yep, had the first walkout and
Red
everything.
Bull.
All right, y'all. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your evenings.
See ya.
Peace.
Good night.
Hey, everybody.